執行するわよ。強い真理は絶望を達する刃となる。最後は人類が勝つ。当たり前でしょ。What? Go away! Hey! That's not polite! What? Phew. Out on top again. Legendary! Watch out! I cut quick and deep. Hmm? Who's there? False alarm. I can imagine how happy our lives will be after it's all over. Tawag mo, pag-here na yun.
Patala dito, patala doon. Ang liit ng item pero ang laki ng kahon.
Huwag mo na paabutin sa beast mode. Halagaan mo with Petron Sprint 40.
Kalma kina, kalma ka na, kalma kina, kalma ka na. With TCS formula, para laging chill mo sa road.
Only love and night are everlasting.
Bloody embrace.
You have slain an enemy. Killing spree.
Bloody embrace.
An enemy has been
Curse. Only love and night are everlasting.
この全てがただの悪夢だったらいいのに。準備はできた？ゲートが始まるよ。怖いなら私の後ろに隠れてもいいわよ。正義を執行するわよ。強い信念は絶望を断ち切る刃となる。最後は人類が勝つ。当たり前でしょ。What? Go away! Hey, that's not polite. What? Phew. Out on top again. Legendary. Watch out! I cut quick and deep. Huh? Who's there? False alarm. I can imagine how happy our lives will be after it's all over. Tawag mo, pag-clear na yun.
Padala dito, padala doon. Ang liit ng item pero ang laki ng kahon.
Huwag mo na paabutin sa beast mode. Alagaan mo with Petron Sprint 40.
Kalma ka na, kalma ka na with TCS formula para laging chill mode sa road.
Only love and night are everlasting.
You have slain an enemy. Killing spree. An enemy has been
Curse. Only love and night are everlasting.
にかけて放ってリアビリーバーその光掴んで For century もう迷ったりはしない立ち止まりはしないネイバール Become braver 時は今夜明日が Really life of friends 今希望の旗を立ててこの全てがただの悪夢だったらいいのに。準備はできた？デートが始まるよ。怖いなら私の後ろに隠れてもいいわよ。正義を執行するわよ。強い信念は絶望を断ち切る刃となる。最後は人類が勝つ。当たり前でしょ。What? Go away! Hey, that's not polite. What? Phew. Out on top again. Legendary. Watch out! I cut quick and deep. Who's there? False alarm.
I can imagine how happy our lives will be after it's all over.
Tawag mo, pag-clear na yun. Padala dito, padala doon. Ang liit ng item pero ang laki ng kahon.
Huwag mo na paabutin sa beast mode. Halagaan mo with Petron Sprint 40.
Kalma ka na, kalma ka na with TCS formula para laging chill mode sa road.
Only love and night are everlasting.
You have slain an enemy. Killing spree. An enemy has been
Only love and night are everlasting.
心蝕むジレンマに潰されそう。自分じゃわからないリアルで確かな強さは弱さを認め合うことでその扉開き出す。僕ら未来のために誓う全てこの切ない手で手放って We are believers その光掴んで for century もう迷ったりはしない立ち止まりはしない Never lose Become braver 時を超え I see a really life of friends 今希望の旗を立ててこの全てがただの悪夢だったらいいのに。準備はできた？デートが始まるよ。怖いなら私の後ろに隠れていいわよ。正義を執行するわよ。強い信念は絶望を断ち切る刃となる。最後は人類が勝つ。当たり前でしょ。
What? Go away! Hey! That's not polite! What? Phew. Out on top again. Legendary! Watch out! I cut quick and deep. Huh? Who's there? False alarm. I can imagine how happy our lives will be after it's all over.
Tawag mo, pag-here na yun.
Padala dito, padala doon. Ang liit ng item pero ang laki ng kahon.
Huwag mo na paabutin sa beast mode. Alagaan mo with Petron Sprint 40.
Kalma ka na, kalma ka na, kalma ka na with TCS formula para laging chill mo sa road.
Only love and night are everlasting.
You have slain an enemy. Killing spree. An enemy has been
night are everlasting.
この全てがただの悪夢だったらいいのに。準備はできた？デートが始まるよ。怖いなら私の後ろに隠れていいわね。を執行するわよ。強い真理は絶望を助ける刃となる。最後は人類が勝つ。当たり前でしょ。
What? Go away! Hey! That's not polite! What? Phew. Out on top again. Legendary! Watch out! I cut quick and deep. Huh? False alarm! I can imagine how happy our lives will be after it's all over. Tawag mo, pag-here na yun.
Padala dito, padala doon. Ang liit ng item pero ang laki ng kahon.
Huwag mo na paabutin sa beast mode. Alagaan mo with Petron Sprint 40.
Kalma ka na, kalma ka na, kalma ka na, kalma ka na with TCS formula para laging chill mo sa road.
Only love and night are everlasting.
You have slain an enemy. Killing spree. An enemy has been slain.
everlasting.
この全てがただの悪夢だったらいいのに。準備はできた？ゲートが始まるよ。怖いなら私の後ろに隠れていいわよ。正義を実行するわよ。強い信念は絶望を断ち切る刃となる。最後は人類が勝つ。当たり前でしょ。
What? Go away! Hey! That's not polite! What? Phew. Out on top again! Legendary! Watch out! I cut quick and deep. Huh? Who's there? False alarm. I can imagine how happy our lives will be after it's all over. Tawag mo, pag-here na yun.
Padala dito, padala doon. Ang liit ng item pero ang laki ng kahon.
Huwag mo na paabutin sa beast mode. Alagaan mo with Petron Sprint 40.
Kalma ka na, kalma ka na, kalma ka na, kalma ka na with TCS formula para laging chill mo sa road.
Only love and night are everlasting.
You have slain an enemy. Killing spree. An enemy has been slain.
everlasting.
この全てがただの悪夢だったらいいのに。準備はできた？ゲートが始まるよ。怖いな。私の後ろに隠れていいわよ。正義を執行するわよ。強い真理は絶望を達する刃となる。最後は人類が勝つ。当たり前でしょ。
What? Go away! Hey! That's not polite! What? Phew. Out on top again. Legendary! Watch out! I cut quick and deep. Huh? Who's there? False alarm.
That try to help. Well, in the front we are seeing that Sky getting the mega kill and even gonna take the double kill here. Shared Hog, you are gonna be the third kill I think for that. Oh ho ho, Sky with the best of execution. Here we go. They wanted more. They shut down Shared Hog. Well, the base is being exposed and I think will be taken directly by Team GPX Boss Rank without any hesitation. And congratulations, GPX Boss Rank is moved to the next bracket. Different size, and the turtle is able to be stolen by Team Osmar Omega Empress, but we see that Amor actually receiving so much damage from the beginning of the turn. It remembers that it's very low, but Lexa, Taro, and also T-Bros is focusing on that one, and 2 for 1 so far. I think for Team Brand Pictures, because Mirai will be the next target for Team Brand Pictures, even though that shutdown happens, but the base is not gonna stay longer because Lord is still there and Brand Pictures able to secure their second point in this match.
Very interesting, but it will be Benelufa being able to zone the members in the backside. But look at the damage coming in from Cheesecake, being able to take a double kill as well as a shutdown, and the damage coming in from the Kagura is there as well. Mira,
the Koopa is done, the Popo is still there, but the Sarah, oh my god, this is gonna be the end of Team or air, people, because Team Kara already finished this game by 2-0. Taking longer to be more painful towards Identity's Princess, but with the Genius one, it will be enough, and it will be very good for them. But look at this moment in pro play. They are taking the turret, but the dispersion rotation, able to get one member along with the killing spree injected to the back line, but Vivian!
Ayok is the next one on the chopping board. Kemsa Blades has been opened up, and look at that! And Chell is insane! 4 members taken down just like that with Sakura off the board first, and a 2-4-0 game for Bigatron Era.
Hello Philippines and hello world! Tayo nagbabalik for the first ever Mobile Legends Bang Bang 2022. And of course, kami pa rin na makakasama niyo for this wonderful day na talaga namang action-packed and at the same time, very excited tayo. My name is Athena and with me is Burger King. At syempre, kami makakasama nyo para imay-himayin at sabay-sabay natin tutukan kung sino nga ba ang mag-move forward towards our grand finals. And we are now down to the top 4 final teams na magsasangguno at the same time, makikita natin kung sino nga ba ang pinakamatatag, sino ang pinamakalakas na makakasungkit ng ating corona. Bren Victress, Athena, our very own up against GPX of Indonesia. And ayan na nga si Athena. Unfortunately kasi ako wala. Baka naman Bren, wala kasi akong jersey. So, reveal, yan. Reveal. Tamang reveal si Athena lang. Andyan din ako. We're one kasi we're partners. Yun. We cast as one. Pero syempre dito sa MWI, chill pa rin tayo. Parang motor na naka-Petron Sprint 40. Kalmaki na ang motor mo with Petron Sprint 40 dahil it controls heat, protects the engine, sustains power, and provides a smooth ride with TCS formula. Don't forget to follow and share Petron Sprint 40's Facebook and Instagram page for more updates. Dahil parang lagi tayong chill mode sa road, use Petron Sprint 40. Chilling. Chill talaga, no? Ako, Athena, this has been such a journey. Sobrang thankful ako sa Moonton, sa One Esports, and all of the organizers and partners who actually made this entire tournament possible. Yung DBS, yung Petron Sprint 40, for actually giving the ladies, even us casters, a chance to be here to give you like action from the Land of Dawn. Pero as you guys can see, we have the QR code doon sa ating... Ayan, nagsing tayo dyan. Top left corner nyo. And do scan the QR code and do vote for your favorite teams, or in this case, don't forget to vote for our very own Bren Victress. Saktong-sakto yan. But of course, don't forget na tayo talaga malinaw ang mata natin. Pag merong free Elite Skin promo, obtain free exclusive supplies on the weekend, January 29 to January 30 today. And February 5 to February 6. Kaya abangan nyo na, that is only for a limited time. Huwag nyo nang palagpasin. Ora mismo, huwag na magpatumpik-tumpik pa. Boom! Karaka-raka. Pero let's head on for today's matches. GPX Basreng versus Bren Victress, our very own. Followed by, we also have Kara from Malaysia going up against Indonesia sa Bigatron Era. And Athena, kakaiba yung ating schedule today. Actually, it's going to be a best of 3 between these 4 teams na natira sa ating MWI. And kung sino manalo in those 2 matches, sila yung sa last, yung sa to be continued. The ultimate 2. The ultimate 2. And let's take a look at our bracket. Yun na nga, GPX Bren. Kara from Malaysia up against BTR Indonesia. 2 Indonesian teams left. 1 Malaysian representative, 1 Filipino representative. At kung sino manalo dito sa best of 3, which will be happening real soon, sila po ang mag-a-advance sa ating grand finals, which will actually be a best out of 5. Yes, kaya naman wag na ninyong palapasin pa. Share this live stream, imbitahin ang pamilya, mga kaibigan, supportahan natin ang mga teams, most especially etong nasa Philippine teams din natin, which is Bren Victress na makikipag tunggali naman for GPX Basre. Pero going back malayo-layo na yung naging journey natin dito for the first ever MWI. And of course, ito ay hatid sa inyo and powered by Munson Games, organized by One Esports, and that is supported by official banking partner DBS and with official partner Petron. Pero going into the talent prediction, walang kabayas-bayas. All of our casters for MWI, Chantel, me, Brigida, Burger, Kim, all voted for Bren on winning this series.
Definitely Bren. Pero 2-0 si Athena. Sa akin naman 2-1.
Siguro, ibahin natin konti. Bakit nga ba sa tingin mo 2-1 yung magiging resulta for Bren against GPX?
Well, GPX kasi, let's give it to them, okay? Yung respeto rin naman na yung performance nila. Actually, to be honest, 100% win rate. Pero syempre, alam mo, wala tayong magagawa. Bren, of course, we have to give it to Bren. We have the Bren jersey here and ako, I'm looking forward to see Bren victors. I feel like pinaghandaan nila tong moment na to na makakatapat nila yung either BTR or GPX.
Parang next season, meron ka na rin Bren jersey. Kasi first pa lang to na MWI.
Yes, next season, dadala na ako ng Bren
baka
jersey.
naman.
Baka naman. Baka naman.
Pero syempre, baka naman din, itong GPX bigla tayong surpresahin. At the same time, semifinals kung turingin, and then the final showdown towards the crown at ibang klase yung magiging fulfillment mo as winning the first ever din talaga. Medyo mabigat yon on your title, but at the same time, isipin mo yung pinagpaguran mong pawis, luha, and even the frustrations while you're in or outside the game. Pero let's take a quick look sa ating team lineups going to start with GPX Basrek.
Alright, let's take a look at Indonesia's representative GPX. Funi, Fumi, Chinchao, Sky, and Earl. Actually, dito, we gotta highlight yesterday the performance of Fumi on the EXP lane. At syempre, wag rin natin kalimutan si Chinchao, Funi, and yung mga rotations na magagaling kay Earl.
Exactly. And for Bren Victress, we have Lexa, Krish, Taro, Ashi, and The Frost headlining towards the semi-finals. Dito natin makikita paano naman kaya nila kokontrahin ang isa't isa as we head on the player stats for GPX Basrek.
GPX is a team that, you know what, they adapt sa mga meta, they adapt through every tournament. And yung mga stats nila, Funi, Chinchao, and Earl. Let's take a look at these players first. Signature pick dito ni Funi, it's the Lilia. And given yung kill participation rather dito ni Funi is 70% as well as si Earl na 73%, which means Funi and Earl, yung rotations nila magmamatter talaga for GPX. 94% for Sky. Given the fact that GPX, rin sila, very consistent pagdating sa mga objectives, the towers, the turtles, halos lahat nakuha nila. And I believe naging 94 kasi kahapon meron silang na-miss out na isa lang.
Nakawan
sila ng isa.
Pero still, 94% is quite high. Pero let's compare it to the player stats for Bren Victress. Starting off with that is 64% for Lexa. Meanwhile, let's also look at the Frost, 78%. Yes, medyo nagkalayo ngayon yung percentage nila pati pagdating sa kill participation natin, but still, they go hand in hand. Pero yung average gold per minute na nagagawa talaga ni Taro, 712. Malaking bagay na yan. Seeing how she uses the Clint and even the Brody from yesterday. Mind-blowing talaga yung performance.
Alam mo si Taro, ang dami sa mga comment section actually, a lot of people are cheering for Bren Victress. Si Taro, actually, ang dami daw niyang mga fans. Sabi rin ng mga teammates niya. And actually, Taro, you have to give it to her. Napakalakas niya mag-sustain ng lane. Yun yung napansin ko eh. And if you notice kung paano mag-rotate yung either yung mga kalaban nila, they always rotate to Taro's lane. Kasi alam nila na si Taro, kahit hindi dyan mag-rotate si Defrost, kahit medyo nag-a-assist pa siya sa mid lane or nag-a-assist kay Ashi, kaya ni Taro pitasin yung katapat niya sa lane niya.
She's a strong, independent woman.
Talagang
women empowerment.
But together, they're stronger.
And together, they are in control. Pero will they take control of the crown as we head on with the team head-to-head? Look at this one. GBX Basreng, 100% pa rin yung objective rate nila, meaning na si Motsarap talaga yung ginagawa nila against the turrets of their opposing team. Meanwhile, 100% of a win rate, still 98% naman for the tower rate.
Tower rate for the side of Bren, 71. Katulad na rin ng objectives nila. Halos patas lang naman. Win rate lang nila yung nagkakaiba dito. I think the biggest difference is 80% yung Bren, habang ang GPX naman, they haven't lost any matches. And for the top picks, it seems like yung dalawang junglers natin, si Sky and si Ashy, they prefer the assassins.
Yes.
Sometimes you actually do see the Pakito for both teams. So ako, ito more off kung sino ang mag-first pick or sino yung magkuha ng unang hero dito or sino yung may chance na or the advantage to actually have the first pick. Yun yung gagawin ng opponent mo. They will adjust to that.
Kung sino yung magdadrive ng whole draft natin for a smooth ride for the whole team. Meanwhile, let's look at the average game duration. GPX, hawak nila yung mas maikli against Bren Victor's Ray. Pero makita naman natin what are the keys to victory, kung bakit nga ba nasa-secure pa rin ni GPX Basrang yung 100% win rate nila. Starting with maximize Funi's hero pool.
Yeah.
Respect to Lexa, Selena, or Kagura. Securing 2 first turtle will be an advantage. And don't let Ashy snowball. Balikan natin yung respect to Lexa, Selena, or Kagura. Kahapon, Selena lang yung nire-respeto talaga. And then we saw how Lexa plays her Kagura as well. Beautiful execution for bigyan yung overturn.
Si Lexa daw na may payong.
Oo, ayun!
Si Lexa na may payong na, which actually, siya naman talaga yung Kagura doon. Tama naman siya naman yung Kagura doon. Actually, spectacular performance from Lexa as well as si Ash. I have to point that out. If you do give her the advantage, talagang magpo-perform siya. And GPX knows this very well. For their side naman, I think it's Funi. Si Funi talaga napakarami niyang heroes. To the point na even Beatrix Cho mid lane. Sobrang surprising. But let's head on to Bren Victress naman kung ano yung keys to victory nila. Win the EXP lane matchup. Highlighting Krish here. So far, so good para sa kanya sa performance niya dito. She has been securing her lane so far. Kayang-kaya na talagang kumbaga i-sustain yung kanyang EXP lane. We also have Lexa getting her comfort heroes na yun nga, sinabi ng GPX yung Kagura and Selena ni Lexa. But actually, Lexa has a lot of heroes. Eve, sobrang dami hindi lang talaga yung dalawa na yon. Next up, we also have Beware with aggressive gameplay from Earl. Isa rin to yung sabi nila sa interview nga nila, if kaya nila mag-invade sa enemy jungle, gagawin nila at gagawin nila kung nakita nila opportunity. And last but not the least, ensure Ashy can farm freely. Uy, talagang alam na alam nila kung ano yung keys to victory nila. They really, hindi ko alam kung nag-usap ba tong dalawang teams, but they really know how to be able to get either this entire series or how to actually move forward.
Kumbaga, very specific yung keys to victory natin for both teams. Nakita mo yung strength ng Bren, yun naman yung magiging weakness sa kailangan tutukan. And vice versa, GPX strength by using Earl as an interrupter. Ito yung talagang kaibigan mo, ang dami yung pasinasabi, bigla ka-cut off ka niya. Kasi marami din siyang chika, pero yung chika na yun, minsan nalilate kayo. Katulad nun, dahil gustong malate ni Earl yung opposing team para sila makapag-secure ng mga objectives agad-agad.
Yeah, yun nga kaya nga pinoint out rin nung Bren as well as nung GPX na si Ashy talaga yung target dito. Actually, si Ashy, either Pakito, Ling, or I haven't seen a Lancelot from her. I've seen a Hayabusa though. So talagang kailangan mo bigyan si Ashy ng space ng farm. Yung magiging mahirap dito for Bren is yung pagka-invade nga ni Earl. Earl, Funi, those two players, kung nag-invade sila, magiging mahirap. So I'm gonna be seeing a lot of either defrost si Krish. So ngayon, kung nagtulong rin si Krish sa pagkaka-farm ni Ashy, magiging mahirap para sa kanya i-sustain yun. Kasi diba minsan ganun yun, pag may nag-i-invade pati yung EXP laner, magtutulong rin.
But speaking of that one, for Bren Victress, don't forget to vote them out sa ating QR code na nakikita dito sa ating top left on the screen. Just scan it using your mobile phones. Very convenient na talaga ngayon. And don't forget to check it out. Vote on who team do you think will win, and at the same time, paano ba to?
Yan
paano
na.
ba to? Syempre,
nag-jersey reveal na si Athena.
Pero let's see for the jerseys din na nakikita natin for the player cam. Getting ready na ang ating mga teams. Meanwhile, Brand Victors on their headquarters, and kanina nakita rin natin ang GPX Basreng. We could actually see on how they prepare yung mga kumot just to warm things up bago mag-start yung mga games, the powders that you need, the power banks, yung power outlets sa kailangan mo, and let's take a closer look on the player head-to-head.
We have Fumi and Krish. Ito yung sinasabi ng Brand Victress that they really want Krish to actually win in her lane. DTM for Fumi is slightly a bit higher than Krish. Tapos yung damage per minute naman, a little bit more on Fumi, pero hindi naman ganun ka-big of a difference. But KP percentage lang naman, mas marami si Fumi, given the fact that GPX gusto na nga nila mag-dominate sa kanilang mga lanes. So si Krish always left to actually sustain her lane. Habang si Fumi, kung napanalo niya yung lane niya, she can go all around the map. Yun lang naman yung magiging, yun nga, keys to victory.
Condition niya
Yun
talaga,
yung condition, true.
Yung checklist nila, they make sure that everything is tick off. Kaya makikita mo sa galaw ng GPX, ito yung naging word talaga kahapon ni Fumi.
Right. Ooh, let's take a look at the audience prediction.
100% for Indonesia, all in. Meanwhile, other regions, makikita natin na nahahappy talaga. But for this round, kitang-kita naman din natin ang support ng Singapore and Philippines heading it up towards Brand Victress. Kita natin na pati yung audiences natin are practicing their rights to vote and practicing their predictions. And actually, isa rin to sa pinaka-crucial for the players na bago mag-start para makikita nila buo yung suporta, we inspire others na gusto rin mag-aspire to go for greater heights, lalo that this is just the first ever, di ba, na Mobile Legends BABA Women's Invitational.
Yeah, actually speaking of first, this is not the first time actually maglalaban yung GPX and Brand. They've also faced each other sa mga ibang tournaments as well as dito sa round robin stages. Naglaban na nga sila. So which means napakaraming magiging inputs from the coach and also from the players kung ano nga ba ang magiging possible bans, possible strategies.
Pwede natin sabihin, round 2, fight! Dahil sisimulan na natin ang ating drafting phase with the little bell. Siyempre, power bands pa rin ang uunahin for both teams. Pero for Brand Victress, knowing na ang GPX ang magtatalaga ng kauna-unahang pick later on, will we predict that GPX will go for their comfort picks or will we see something unusual?
For me, Brand Victress is a team that, yun nga, Filipino female. Sasabihin ko first, actually to be honest, first Filipino female powerhouse. That's what they're dubbed as. So, for me, they are combo of different teams. Pero stronger together kasi nga personally handpicked sila by Brand Victress or Brand Esports actually. So ako, I think I'm looking forward to seeing more of Brand Victress. Feel ko napakarami pa nilang pwedeng ipakita and under the hands of Cap 1, yung kanilang coach.
Captain 1. Parang gano'n yung nagiging name niya.
Oo nga Cap 1.
Coach Cap!
Coach 1.
Pag tinawag mo siya, Coach Cap! Coach Cap 1. Pero for GPX, going in with the SS band yet again for a Philippine team. Parang naging signature na Pilipinas ay Estes kasi from Blacklist as well.
Yep, the support healer meta. Actually, sabi nga ng mga ibang bansa rin na yun nga, it's popular in the Philippines. Even the Rafaela actually na ginagamit ni Defrost. I don't think na tatanggalin siguro nila dito yung Rafaela. It's actually up for the grabs or maybe Matilda. Depende na lang siguro kung anong gustong tanggalin dito ng GPX. Ayun na nga, respecting the Selena as well dito ni Lexa. Ang daming possible dito ngayon for Lexa, yun nga, Kagura. Pero Selena wala na out of the picture. So, I feel like GPX, they're really taking their time. Kung ano ba tanggalin, either another healer, perhaps the Rafaela, perhaps the Matilda na sinabi ko kanina, na pwede rin nila tanggalin, and there you go. The final first 3 bans, it's always either Defrost heroes or Lexa heroes, mga post 4.
Ito talaga favorite pick to ng mga teams natin for MWI, the Matilda pick. So, no free Aegis, no free flicker na muna.
Free Aegis.
Talaga, totoo naman. With the guiding wind and then circling eagle na napakasakit din naman. Single-handedly talagang assassination yung gusto mo maging target. But meanwhile, for Brand, they could attack actually the hero for Earl and as well as ni Fumi na kanina isa rin sa pinout ay on the keys to victory against GPX Basray.
Ooh, already taking out the glue para sa GPX. Talagang binigyan rin ng espasyo dito si Krish to get her comfort picks. Either si Krish kasi can take the Lapu-Lapu. Yung mga heroes niya, Lapu-Lapu, Uranus, mga ganon. So, they want Krish to win her lane. Pero here we go, GPX, yun nga, isa sa mga paborito nilang picks. We've seen it kanina sa player stats na Funi on this Lilia is actually a prio pick or signature pick down mong galing sa GPX.
The favorite pick being shown, going head-to-head, talaga very strong for GPX. Meanwhile, Bren, will they counter this out? Will a Sicilian be finally in the hands of Bren Victress? We've seen this for Omega Empress na sumasabay na sila. But the trend is
Pwede
that...
Kagura, actually. Pwede rin Kagura.
Yes, and going back, the trend is that kapag pumipili ka rin kasi ng Lilia, is that nakaka-counter mo most of the marksman heroes. So kahit pa paano nalilimit na rin dito yung Brody pick. And Bren Victress going in with the fave pick for Ashley and the Frost, as you mentioned, on point Rafaela.
I was thinking either kasi si D-Frost, nag-a-adjust siya Lolita, Rafaela, as well as the Ruby, actually, na pinipili ni D-Frost. Yung tatlong heroes lang naman yon in their current lineup, in the current meta na talagang nag-adjust siya. And actually, to a point, I think D-Frost's favorite hero is actually, or favorite tank hero, yung talagang hard tank is Kufra.
Oh, kasi gusto niya, binibreakdown niya yung mga ice kasi defrost nga Diba? Dine-defrost niya talaga in name and even in game, defrosting all the ice walls na binibuild up against them. Meanwhile, GPX going back to the Paquito, and that will be a clean stolen away from Bren Victress, knowing that Taro isa to sa signature picks niya.
Hindi rin ito open pa rin yung Brody actually for Taro when it comes to the range. Also, the Beatrix is open for Bren Victress. Depende na lang siguro kung ayun nga, pinag-uusapan ng Bren Victress kung anong gusto nila kunin. Kapuan is actually discussing it with Taro, actually seated there, na kung ano nga ba yung posibleng pwedeng heroes niya. For me, Lexa right now, pwede rin actually yung Kagura for her. Eve is actually closed out, binan out ng Bren Victress themselves, but in terms of range as well, speaking of the Brody, pwede actually itong Popol and Koopa. Right now na binuff, in-adjust siya, binuff up siya. I think dati kasi ginagawa tong post 5, Popol and Koopa, pero I love it. He's going back to his roots. His baby boy is going back to his roots na talaga siya, marksman hindi talaga siya tank. Pero ang dami niyang utility actually, maraming vision para sa side ng Bren Victress.
But for Bren Victress, I like it na counter attack ban naman sila for GPX, knowing na hindi pa talaga siya kakakuha ng specific hero niya. The Jawhead being eliminated, kahit pa paano natanggal yung risk against a PNK. As we all know, gagawin lang kasi niyan, ejector it out, then target Popol. Meanwhile, with the Chicho Dog here, free to roam around, maka-counter out nila yung mga Angry Glooms na pwedeng iba to later on ng Lilia for GPX Basreng. Pero for Bren Victress, wala pa tayong specific for other heroes or rather players dito for Bren Victress, but knowing this kind of 3 first picks, parang gana na agad yung pinakita nila.
Maganda actually yung Jawhead ban dito ng Bren Victress, considering the fact that D-Frost is a healer, hindi talaga siya yung Lolita, yung hard tank nga. So, one ejector from Earl with this Jawhead magiging mahirap para sa Bren Victress, lalo na yung sustain na meron sila. It also goes back to the ban here of GPX. They like to go in for the dives, yung heavy damage. So kung may Estes, mas mahahaba yung game And if you check the stats earlier, 11 minutes yung mga games nila. So if may Estes, nako, mas mapoprolong yung game. Pero looking at the last bans of GPX, they're really respecting Lexa here kung ano nga ba ang pwede niyang kunin. The Kagura is out, the Selena is out for Lexa, as well as the Sicilian. Tapos nakuha na rin ng GPX yung Lilia. Right now, I'm thinking of the best hero na pwede kay Lexa. Kahapon, we saw actually a Cyclops. Mages na pwede kay Lexa. Actually,
looking forward ako na maglabas din sila ng Luoyi,
pwede actually. Luoyi, pwede.
Knowing na pagkalabas, pwede agad mag-holy baptism din at the same time dito sa Dapros. Or either pwede rin sila go for the movement speed using the Light of Retribution, the LOR first skill. But let's see, will Bren Victress show us something new? But that is actually a favorite pick for GPX Basray. Kinuha naman nila and napalingon yung members din ng GPX Basray with that pick.
Atin yun. Hindi lang naman yung Esmeralda, pati na rin yung Popol and Koopa. Buti na lang kinuha ng Bren Victress. Actually, kasi nag-secure yung GPX ng Clint first, kaya naman nakuha ng Bren Victress yung Popol and Koopa, which actually is a favorite pick of Chin Chow. And so far, spectacular yung performance niya with this PNK. But let's take a look at GPX's last pick. Crowd control, yun nga yung kailangan nila. Kaya nga tinanggal rin pala ng Bren Victress yung Lolita. Sasabihin ko yung Lilia, yung Lolita for their final ban. They still do need a jungler and it's going to be, surprisingly Hayabusa. I was expecting the Paquito na maging jungler dito ng GPX.
For GPX, I was actually rooting towards pipili kaya sila ng show, knowing that I saw that kind of composition from Bigatron era. And syempre, kapag may nakakalama ka ganun, you could actually use it to your style as well. Pakito din, may tune na si Sipa. Pagkasipa sa'yo, may susuntok pa out of nowhere, di ba? Pero for Bren Victress, going in with a continuous classic damage, going in onto the hands of Lexa, the Chang'e.
The Chang, kasi nga, Krish will be actually using this Esmeralda up against the Paquito. Naisip ko rin actually, Barats would be nice. Pero yun nga, magiging hirap para sa Barats to go up against sa Lilia, lalo na yung mga glooms niya. It'll be hard to actually go in for the Detona's welcome.
Kailangan iwasan yung mga ganong klase na nakakapuwing na set. But at the same time, this is the semi-finals round. Kaya kailangan na talaga mapakita sa atin ng mga teams kung ano pa nga bang naitatago nila, because this is an all-in strategy for GPX Basreng. They're giving it their best, and for Bren Victress naman, the Philippine team na natitira to move forward a step closer to Grand Finals. Will they continue the legacy for the Philippine region? Pero let's see kung paano nga nila lalaroin yan as game number 1. We will head on to the Land of Dawn.
GPX Basreng up against Bren Victress na ngayon I am going to watch out for the rotations. Ngayon na alam ng Bren Victress yung galawan ngayon. Earl already here in the Riverside Athena na already ready to invade. Kaya nga sabi ng Bren Victress, they have to give Ashi the proper time or the proper space to actually get what he needs. Pero Defrost nandito rin. Pero this time Defrost is a Rafaela. So yung stuns niya magiging sapat lang para mapigilan ngayon si Earl na pumasok pa while Ashi is actually farming the purple buff.
This is a great thing na meron silang Rafaela on their lineup. The vision and even the pokes na pwede niya maibigay. Not only single-handed on one specific hero, but also for 3 members or 2 members na humaharang sa kanila. Earl, knowing that the key to victory dito for Bren Victress is stop Earl from invading their jungles, and at the same time, kailangan din nilang unahan na magkaroon ng placement pagdating sa mga ganks. Pero looking at GPX Basreng, they are really gigil talaga. Wow, so konyo. Pero ganoon sila kagigil na magkaroon ng statement game for early game basing on the rotation and yung personality nila in-game.
I really like how Taro is able to have some leverage over Chin Chow doon sa bot side. Pero ngayon na nga, tingnan mo, yun yung sinasabi ko si Krish.
Gano'n naman.
Yun no, si Krish, kailangan niya talagang tumulong dito. They're really putting, or kumbaga team effort ito to actually give Ashi vision and the proper space to farm. Doon sa top side, nakuha niya yung dalawang buff. Taro and si Chin Chow ngayon, nagpupok lang pero wala pang umuuwi Athena.
And for GPX Basreng, na laman na nila na sumasabay sa ikot din nila yung Bren Victress. Hindi sila yung team na stagnant lang na yes, manakaw ang isang jungle master, it's okay. Just stay on your lane, farm well enough, and then later saka tayo magsimula. For GPX Basreng, knowing that they have 100% on the objective rate, this is actually another na mamamaminus naman sa kanilang objective, which is the turtle buff. Great start for Bren Victress, but meanwhile for GPX Basreng, sanay sila sa ganito. Manakaw man, babawiin nila sa ibang aspect.
Napakaganda nun, Bren Victress. They really wanted to get in that turtle box.
Ang agang tempest of blades coming from Ashi with the kill against Earl, getting the tempo, and Sky will fly to the sky na lang din muna as Bren Victress secures another kill for Ashi. An early double kill. Meanwhile, GPX Basreng, they're just warming things up. Hindi pa sila nananakawan. but at the same time, they're trying to equalize it by just balancing out the minion wave. Ito, yung tinatawag natin ng GPX Basreng, parang bawi lang. Yun yung nagiging attitude nila. Meanwhile, Brand Victress, palaban kung palaban yung nakikita natin na galaw nila.
Si Ashy already at a 2-0-0. And Taro, hindi naman surprisingly, actually, nakokontrol niya yung kanyang lane. Krish, napa-flicker out. And let's take a look at the instant replay of what went on there. Nice, I am offended by Earl, pero Tempest of Blades there by Ashy to secure in the kill on Earl. Natira doon si Sky, kaya naman nakakuha ng 2 kills doon si Ashy.
Pero real quick, Brand Victress right now is the first yet again to get the first turret. Meanwhile, ano naging kapala? GPX Basreng equalizing it into stealing an orange buff against Brand. GPX Basreng mukhang ito, medyo nagagalit na sila. Sabi nila, sige, kunin nyo muna. Let's focus on getting a kill for that early snowball. Dito naman sila babawi onto the top side of the map.
Uy, interesting enough na si Taro na actually nag-rotate na dito kasi bot side nakuha na nga, na-stun pa nga dito si Fu.
Pero look at that, ang early the meteor shower na nanggaling kay Lexa, that is how well they coordinate. Meanwhile, GPX Basreng slowly retreating back. Nice save from Earl going head-to-head with that hatak. The Frost will flicker out. Meanwhile, GPX Basreng, kahit paano ramdam nila, walang ultimates yung 4. Pwede nating i-contest yung turtle buff for this round.
So much mobility for Brand Victress. And this is the first time na 100% nga yung objective rate ng GPX. Ngayon, 94 pala. Ngayon, nabawasan ulit. Siguro 92 na lang yan. Tempest of Blades by Ashy. Pero I think they will be able to secure this turtle. Another turtle for Brand Victress.
Nagsisigawan na dito ang GPX Earl. And with the rest of the gang, Magic Shoes with the black shoes. Grabe naman talaga yung ginawa niya doon. The Frost being taken down. GPX Basreng, nagsigawan na sila. This is it, girls.
I love it na nakapwesto doon si D-Frost. It seems like Brand Victress, they are winning their lanes. It's a big factor that Taro was able to push the bot side. Ngayon, nasa top side na sila ngayon. Krish would have the free space to actually go to the mid and the bot side. Magandang start para sa Brand Victress. They're also leading, by the way, sa 2K gold lead since 2 yung turtles ang na-secure nila. So ngayon, estimate ko mga 92% na lang yung objective rate ng GPX eh. Nabawasan na.
Medyo napaapak onto unfamiliar territory. Kumbaga si GPX Basreng. But look at that. Yung Falling Star Moon hindi magko-connect. But still, Tempest of Blades medyo napaaga ang paggamit. Meanwhile, Sky, medyo tahimik to. Siya naman ngayon yung from Alpha Kokak. Tahimik siya mamaya. Lalabas siya sa mga paro-paro G ng nasty na Brand Victress. Pero for GPX Basreng, unfamiliar for them na sila yung parang naghahabol talaga for an equalizer, while Brand, sila pa yung kompleto pagdating sa kanilang mga turrets. But on the middle lane, wala sila makita na may naliligaw eh.
Napakaganda rin kasi dito ng rotation ng Brand as well as ng GPX. They really know where to position themselves, but most of the time it's Taro.
Ang ganda ng Holy Baptism doon. May pagbinyag, pero look at the turnaround kill. Gagamit ng shadow kill, but the save. Healing galing from the back. Going in with the Tempest of Blades. Tantananan! Pero si Sky ang unang matatanggal. Double kill will be secured. Moving from the back. Black Shoes ginamit na agad with the angry glows. Pero nagagalit si Lexa, not hitting anyone with a meteor shower. Instead, magdi-disengage sila doon. Yung mga paro-paro G, nagsi-atrasan na.
Brand Victress standing on a 6-2 as well as a 2K gold lead. They are further looking to solidify that. Turtle is up for the grabs pero nandito ang GPX sa top side. At Tina,
ang ganda ng jump from the back ni Krish with the Falling Star Moon. They will fall indeed with a meteor shower connecting for me. Going head-to-head. And that will be a 2v1. Kakayanin pa rin ni Krish but that will be an off-cam kill for Ashy, but Earl hindi pa tapos. I'm offended, don't run walking. Pero, konting, ano lang naman, poke around lang yan. Pero Brand Victress, on the other hand, showing the world na kayang-kaya nila sumabay on the world stage. Meanwhile, GPX Basreng, medyo naghihirapan on the top si Earl. Fumi, medyo na-late ang pagdating, but will just secure the last catapult minion at make sure na nila na hindi sila mapupush around ng Brand Victress.
yung stuns dito ni Defrost. Isama mo pa yung Falling Star Moon as well as si Taro. May stun din siya dito with the traps of the Popple and Koopa. That's a lot of vision para sa Brand Victors. Like what I mentioned earlier, they got 3 turtles, 3K gold lead. And speaking of gold lead, let's already take a look at what items ang nasecure ng ating mga players. Taro actually going for the BOD first. As well as, kaya pala nasuslow down dito yung GPX. They are actually, si Lexa already securing in the Ice Queen 1. So, not just the stuns from Defrost, meron din Ice Queen 1 from Lexa.
May lagkit agad dito, pero malalagkit talaga ang Brand Victors. Lalo napitasan sila doon ng Defrost. Ito pala, ikaw pala yung makulit. Uunahin ka na namin. Meanwhile, GPX Basreg going on the right footing. Puni going on the front line. But still, Brand Victors, medyo nalilimutan nila na ang GPX Basreg sanay rin sumegway push.
Ngayon, patas naman in terms of tower takes. This is slightly different rhythm para sa GPX kasi kadalasan, ganitong minutes, they have already taken down the second tier turret. Pero Brand Victors holding on strong with, syempre, yung motto nila na Bren lang malakas. They have to hold it out strong dito sa laro na to. Since this is the very first game of the day, Brand Victors, by the way, getting 3 turtles. So, meaning, balik ulit tayo sa stats natin na 90% na for GPX
ang nakukuha. Pero for GPX, first Lord of the game will be up for grabs. Position-wise, nasa kalamangan sila. Pero yung isa sa pinaka-kinakatakutan nila is sustain and save na nagagaling kay The Frost. Pero Sky here, testing if the Sky really is the limit against Krish. Pero they're just buying some time. Chichido goes in on the offense. Walang tatamaan masyado. But at the same time, look at Ashi from the back. Tempest of Blades Pantakas. Muntik ng abutan. And GPX Basre successfully ay nataboy nila paalis ang Brand Victors sa Lord Pit natin.
Napakatindi ng Brand Victors. Actually, yung GPX talagang pilit nilang sinasave yung topside tower, which means ngayon, it is both of these teams are waiting for the initiation. They're waiting for the crash. Krish goes in for the Falling Star Moon.
Go sa pinakalikod, pinagtutulungan siya, pero with the Meteor Shower na binigay ni Lexa, nice synchronization, in sync din naman at the same time, ang GPX Basreng. I like how they hold their ground doon sa Turtle Pit, or rather sa Lord Pit natin. Hindi nila pinapabayaan. Even kanina sa third takedowns. Kanina, Brand Victors ang naka-first blood on the turrets. But still, GPX basta lang hindi nila napapansin. Nakakabawi na. And a closer look din sa kung sino pwede rin nilang bantayan is si Sky and Chinchao na hindi na nila maabot for this time. Ingat na sila.
They really need to push towers here for Brand Victors. They are leading sa kill score. Kaya naman nakikita natin si Krish kanina sa top side. Yun naman, a little bit of switch up.
Attack na naman! And si Deprosa pagtutulungan, going in yung Chicho Dog with a holy baptism! Binigyan ng isang matinding bless! Uy, practicana! Pero dito si Chinchao makakatakas with the flicker. Pero Tempest of Blades sa pinakalikod, pinagtutulong-tulungan with a monster kill! And GPX Basreng, nakita nila, uy, nagpapabless pala dito ang Brand Victors. Magsi-atrasan muna tayo. Kailangan natin si Ayos. Pero si Buni, pinagtutulungan lang mag-isa dito ni Kay. Pero back si Pomi, going in for the Lord still. Pero hindi siya magtatagumpay as Tara delivers the final blow. And GPX Basreng, medyo masakit yung naging sakripisyo nila in trying to steal the Lord.
Questionable na si Fumi pumasok pa. Pero Ashi also taking the Lord. Ito yung sinasabi ng Brand Victors that they want Ashi to have the space. And Ashi got that. GPX already really struggling to find the footing.
May pagtalon pa doon sa pinakalikod. Earl trying her best. Pero the Meteor Shower, ang tindi. Talagang na siya shower with love sila dito from Brand Victors. Pero yung Torre ang gusto nila, disiplina lang. Kasabay pa yung Lord doon sa pinakababa. Tatapusin ba doon sa may bandang topside natin? Krish, single-handedly talagang sabi niya, taray ka girl, diyan ka muna. Dahil gusto nang kunin ng Brand Victors in game number 1, pero GPX Basreng is still holding on.
They are holding on, but the gold lead, let's take a look. It is a 4K gold lead para sa Brand Victors. Halos lahat ng objectives na kukuha ng Brand at ngayon, pati yung purple buff ni Sky, kukunin na nga dito ng Brand Victors.
Lahat talagang yung pwede nilang kunin. Sabi nila, kasi ito yung ginaldo ko. Sulitin na natin. Ginagawa na parang buffet from GPX Basreng, but at the same time, ang di nila napapansin. Hindi rin naman nila na-watch out yung pwedeng damage output later on ng GPX Basreng.
Speaking of damage output, Ashy already got the Malefic Roar. Kaya naman napaswit na rin niya. Prioritizing the Demon Hunter Sword first. But as compared to Sky, who already got the War Axe. Pero speaking of Clash, Fumi not really having a great time here, Athena. 0-3-0, which means Krish totally dominating, totally winning her lane.
The girls are getting stronger together, but still, GPX Basreng has a game plan in mind. Napapansin ko na gusto nila mag-initiate, but Brent Victress goes in, kill after kill. Every time na meron lang maligaw, binibigyan nila isang maigi. Apat na nagtutulong-tulong katulad ito. Ang bilis lang nila makapag-burst down. And from the back, meron pa nag-finish up na isang Krish. Ang daming kailangan bantayan ng GPX Basreng, but what do you think will be their key for this game against Brent Victress?
Yung nagiging problema kasi nila dito is yung slow and yung stun sa Bren. From Taro, from Lexa, and from Defrost. At the same time, sobrang bilis rin ng tower takes dito ng Brent Victress. Isama mo pa yung kupa dito ni Taro na talagang kahit yung aso lang nga niya magtangke dun sa tower, kayang-kaya talaga. Plus Lexa, I think they didn't expect, ang dami nilang tinanggal na heroes from Lexa. They did not expect this Chang'e, which is by the way, buffed up right now. Brent Victress, pati sariling, sabi dito ng Bren, o sige si Earl nag-i-invade early game. Ngayon, kami naman ang mag-i-invade.
Brent Victress adapting the change from GPX Basreng, using it to their advantage, while GPX Basreng, very unfamiliar na makikita natin na sila ay nasa downside, going into the 14-minute mark, 10 standing or 10 kills ang inilamang ng Brent, but still, nakita na natin yung magandang klase ng plays. They need to be careful not to initiate unnecessary team fights. Pero for GPX Basreng, most probably, I believe they're just waiting for a single window na magkaroon ng error ang Brent Victress.
Nakakuha na ng immortality ngayon si Ashy, which means they want Ashy to sustain, and not to mention yung healing galing from Defrost is also actually still here. Napakaraming stuns, napakaraming vision from Brent Victress, kaya naman ang GPX nahihirapan sila pumwesto sa mga objectives kasi every time na lang pumwesto sila, nandyan si Lexa, nandyan si Taro, nandyan si Defrost for the stuns. At most of the time, these three members of Brent Victress, hindi talaga makakapwesto yung GPX. Sure kill yan. Pag nag-Holy Baptism, isama pa yung Popolent Kupa and yung Meteor Shower dito from Lexa.
Another dilemma is that most of the heroes dito ng Brent Victress hindi na kailangan talaga totally lumapit before makabawas. Kailangan na nila si Mutay. Katulad yung ginagawa ni Aki from the back with the damsel play. And that will be a godlike kill. Nag-upgrade lang dito ng content sila Chinchao, pero matitake down nga yata yung Torre nila dito as they slowly retreat back. Pero medyo sumasakit na yung mga heal rooms natin dito. The Chichidog is on guard. Krish trying to soak out all the damage na binibigay sa kanila ng GPX Basreng, pero still it's not enough dahil tatalan na naman with another falling star from the sky. Wala nang patumpik-tumpik pa, gamitin agad yung flicker as they lock their sights onto the tower, and Brent Victress will be securing the Bueno Mano match for today.
Brent Victress, surprisingly enough, the audience did mention GPX, but syempre tayo dito, naka-Bren jersey tayo. And of course, honestly, yung naging malaking problema dito for GPX was actually the stuns from our trio, Defrost, Taro, and Lexa. Sabi dito ng Brent Victress, so sige tanggalin mo ng hero si Lexa. Yeah, which means they have a huge respect para kay Lexa, which by the way, napakarami niyang championships, napakarami niyang titles under her belt. What a spectacular performance from Brent Victress. At sila nga ang nakakuha ng first point for the series.
Ibang klase. It was like watching a thriller movie. Kasi we know how GPX Basreng plays it off na parang out of nowhere, baka merong jump scare. Ganun yung parang inaasahan ko na parang baka mag-all out or maging tie against Brent Victress. But still, Brent Victress, lahat ng jump scare, kinontra nila ng spoilers. Hamila, napanood na namin yan. So,
alam
hindi
na
sila magugulat.
Actually, alam mo yung scare factor dyan, Athena, was actually si Defrost. Napakaganda ng Holy Baptism. Usually, yung ginagawa ng Brent Victress, Holy Baptism, isama pa yung traps ni Taro with the Popolent Kupa. And at the same time, Meteor Shower lang si Lexa sa likod.
Grabe!
Sakit. Actually, yung Radiant Armor nga dun, it was only si Earl na nakasecure. So, bawat bitaw ni Lexa ng meteor shower, may slow yon kasi may Ice Queen 1. At the same time, hindi ka na makakatakas.
Hindi lang siya shower, hailstorm. Ang dinideliver.
Hailstorm. I like it. I like
Ayan.
it. Bagong meta.
Hailstorm talaga siya. Medyo masakit yun na.
Masakit.
Oo. And nakita rin natin na yung pagsabay ng rotation din at the same time ni Krish against Earl. That was another factor to consider, knowing na this is the Esmeralda that we were looking for, that we were talking about even off-cam na kayang tumangkin ng 4.
Yung Falling Star Moon ni Krish, no, talagang malilito kayo ngayon kung ano ba yung tututukan nyo si Krish. At the same time, di ba nag-Falling Star Moon si Krish, meron din meteor shower from the back. So many things to consider for GPX in that round.
Pero let's see kung taken away by a storm din ba yung na-recent performance by Brent Victes ang ating resident analyst na si Brigida.
Hailstorm nga naman, sabi ng ating mga casters. Welcome to the analyst stand. Napakaganda ng ginawa ng Brent Victors for their first game against GPX. Alam natin kung gaano kaganda ang naging performance nila, pero Brent Victors showed us that they came prepared. Ako si Brigida at sama-sama nating i-break down kung ano nga ba ang nangyari dun sa unang laban natin para sa last day ng MWI. Kung babalikan natin sa ating drafting phase, naging very particular talaga ang GPX Basreng na recognize nila yung threat ni Lexa, almost banning out all the pos 4 mage support heroes as mentioned nga rin by our casters kanina. Kaya naman medyo naipit din or in-expect natin na medyo magkakaroon ng ipit similar to what happened yesterday with Silver na napilitan din mag-Cyclops. But this was not the case dahil meron pang mga reserba talaga ang Brent Victors na nailabas para sa atin. Looking at the items right now, napaka tuloy-tuloy ng naging rotations dito ng Brent Victors. It was really a matter of who was able to rotate first, who was able to take the early game better dito para sa both lineups. Pero Brent Victors, napakaagap nila with the utilization dito talaga ng mobility ng Ling ni Ashi. One of the biggest things talaga na nag-indicate sa atin na perfect or halos na perfect talaga nila ang early game was that Ashi on this Ling was already able to secure ang kanyang Demon Hunter sword 3 minutes into the game pa lang with no other hero getting any core item pa. Siya talaga ang pinaka-nauna sa lahat at dun pa lang ramdam mo na naging maagap talaga sila sa kanilang mga gustong gawin. On the other hand naman, we should also recognize how effective ang naging draft dito ng Brent Victors with this this decision to go with the Popol and Koopa sa kanilang gold lane dahil nga naman they are up against the Hayabusa dito, and as we all know, nakita din natin during one instance na yung si Koopa pa ang nakapagligtas from the Ogi Shadow kill dito kay Taro on this Popol and Koopa. Now, looking at the stats right here, makikita rin natin talaga na Brent Victors, Bren lang ang malakas dito sa ating stats dahil talagang sinakop nila ang bawat titulo rito na ating makikita with the gold per minute dito na as we mentioned kanina, tuloy-tuloy ang snowball ni Ashi, 3 minutes DPHS dito with the highest gold per minute. Lexa, damage dealt, Chang'e was really felt. Krish, as the Esmeralda, the best front na nakita natin, and Defrost, total assists, umabot talaga ng 11, and it was really effective as this is probably one of the games na talagang medyo naging surprising ang draft dahil hindi ito completely ang inaasahan o pumapabor dito sa Brent Victors. We see quite the unusual picks, kumbaga, na mas nakikita natin sa ibang mga teams rather. Pero this time, they are able to show us na kahit itong mga picks na ito na hindi natin naasahan galing sa kanila, kahit na itong Rafaela na hindi man completely setter tank or gaya ng mga Ruby na ginagamit ni Defrost recently, ay kayang-kaya nilang i-pull off and against GPX pa at that. So napaka threatening din talaga na parang nakikita natin kung gaano ka-ready ang Brand Victress as they came into this game. And our MVP will be none other than Lexa on this sinabi nga natin kanina, it's really felt. Ramdam na ramdam yung hapde. Early pokes pa lang whenever they tried to defend Ashi from the invades na mga galing sa GPX. Match KD of 408, kill participation of 75%. At tingnan naman natin yung items niya. All damage talaga. She did not put any room for defense because she did not need it. Hindi siya naaabot. At kung dumating man yung panahon na naaabot siya with the triple-double lockdown or stun setup din na naman na hinawakan ng Brand dito, ay hindi na iyon masyadong naging problema para sa kanila. Going back doon sa sinabi natin kanina, triple-double lockdown setup, that was one of the most beautiful things na nakita natin from the lineup here ng Brand Victress. They had the Esmeralda ni Krish with the Falling Star Moon. They had the Holy Baptism ni Defrost on that Rafaela, and they had the We Are Angry dito ni Taro on that Popol and Koopa. And we saw many times talaga in the game yung coordination na nagawa nila using these three skills na pinagsama-sama nila. Looking on to our highlights, also the same, may mga times talaga na yung GPX, alam nila na they had to group up, and that's what they did. They tried to take the advantage whenever ginustong ulit pumalag ng Brand Victress, when they wanted to fight back and actually get their groove against them, knowing na Brand Victress was really dominating in this game. But it just so happened that just the same, Brand Victress, hindi na nila pinakawalan yung kung anong nakuha nila, despite at times yung flow ng lanes, medyo hinahayaan muna nila. What matters the most is that they're able to accompany one another in trying to secure and in trying to do what they want to. For example na lang talaga, yung tuwing kailangan kunin ni Ashi yung purple buff niya, pag naramdaman mo na yung GPX na nasa area, ay hindi na nila hinahayaang mag-isa. And that with the immediate push talaga na nakalapit lang si Taro onto that base, talagang tinapos na nila ang laro at hindi na hinayaang makabawi pa ang GPX Pasreng. Now, let us not forget to check the free Elite Skin promo ongoing from January 29 to 30 and February 5 to 6 dito sa MLBB. All you have to do is just log in, claim your coupons, and marami kayong coupons, supplies rather, and you will be able to get, malay mo, yung mga kinakailangan mo na double BP cards at marami pang iba. So don't forget to check that out. Be sure to log in during the said dates. And alam niyo yun, napakasaya sa pakiramdam na ang ating inanalyze ay talagang Pilipinas lang malakas. Kaya tignan natin kung sa susunod din na laban ganun na mangyayari at masisweep nga ba ng Brand Victress ang kanilang mga kalaban o babawi pa ang GPX Basreng dahil alam naman natin na malakas sila. Casters, ibabalik ko muna sa inyo.
Malakas at clear nating narinig ang analysis on the recent match. Thank you so much, Brigida. But going back, this is a best of 3 series. Muli kami makakasama nyo. Still, Athena and Miss Burger Kim on the caster stand. Nag-iingay, nag-uumapaw ang emotions for us, even the viewers, for the teams, for MWI.
Talagang mainit ang laban, Athena. Since kakatapos lang ng ating first game, we still have possibly 2 more to even it out. And by the way, gusto ko lang i-highlight na match point na pala to for Brand Victress.
And they have to chill dahil dito sa MWI, chill pa rin tayo. Parang motor na naka-Petron Sprint 40. Kalmakina ang motor mo with Petron Sprint 40 dahil it controls heat, protects the engine, sustains power, and provides a smooth ride with TCS formula. So don't forget to follow and share the Facebook page of Petron Sprint 40 and also their Instagram for more updates. Para laging chill mode sa road, use Petron Sprint 40.
Yung sinabi nga ni Brie kanina, no, yung stun talaga ni Defrost eh.
Yes.
Napakagaling nung support na actually not just from Defrost, the entire team of Brand Victress. Napakagandang performance dun sa game number 1 natin.
And for that performance, these are solid predictions na kinas or rather binoto natin earlier before the matches started. Majority voted for Bren.
Definitely
Paano ba
Bren.
to? Yes,
Siyempre.
ayan nga eh. Walang bias yan. And going back, you predicted a 2-1. Meanwhile, for me, that will be a 2-0. Pero syempre, that will all be proven true or false nga ba later on as we head for match number 2. But while waiting, don't forget to show your support to our teams at tignan natin kung ano nga ba naging reactions nila and how will they prepare for game number 2 as we see the player counts na nasa baba lang din or gilid. Correct naman, ang players ng GPX Basrek.
Parang gulat na gulat sila sa results.
Hi.
Tingnan mo yung GPX.
Yeah.
Talagang, usually kasi nakikita natin parang ano sila, parang chill, given the fact that they're already chill. Tapos minsan, ano pa nga, parang inaantok pa nga yung iba. Pero ngayon, parang gising na gising sila. Gising na gising talaga. Pero habang Bren Victress.
Yes. Kita mo, they're shaking their hands, they're smiling, laughing around, trying to, talagang itago muna natin saya because it's too early for a celebration. And napapapalakpak sila. Yung ngiti ni Taro, I'm sure she's reading the comments. Meanwhile, for GPX Basreng, dito natin makikita na there's a suspense.
Yep.
And at the same time, they're parang ina-encourage nila each other, di ba? Minsan tayo pag ganyan sa friend natin, tag hinahawakan natin yung shoulders. And then they're talking about the next draft, stretching it out, discussing on what went wrong, what went right, what are their strengths.
Chin Chow.
And even Chin Chow. Look at that.
Nag-ano siya, pinag-usapan nila ng hangover pa sila dun sa game number 1. Papasok na tayo sa game number 2. I think talagang nagulat sila sa pangyayari since it's a given fact na nabasa natin sa stats nga na 100% win rate. Actually, ang dami nabawasan sa kanila, yung win rate nila, yung objective nila nabawasan din. Actually, napakabilis ng ginawa ng Bren Victress earlier. They got a lot of objectives. They were also actually able to follow all their keys to victory dun sa unang game.
Yes, lahat yun na-check na nila on their list. But going in dito, mabilis din nating sisimula ng ating drafting phase. That will be Matilda still being banned out. GPX against the Globe. Meanwhile, will this be finally the time na makita natin yung nasa power bands natin being shown onto their screens as Bren Victress goes out and ban one of their key heroes for game number 1, the PNK.
PNK is also a signature pick dito ni Chin Chow. So, alam nila na parang okay, probably perhaps na Bren Victress this time will go for something different. Maybe naisip ko for Taro, something like a Brody. In the lines of a Brody, we've also seen Taro with a Clint. So kahit ano dito, pwede nang gamitin. And actually, I'm looking forward to maybe seeing the Beatrix in play actually for either Bren or GPX. Actually, yung GPX din kasi actually they're using the Beatrix in the, not in the gold lane, nasa mid lane.
Nakita natin yan and that was actually medyo surprise for us kasi parang na-anticipate natin, predict din natin. Yes, but it's nothing wrong and sometimes you have to go outside your comfort zone and pag yun yung nag-work, what works best for you, yun yung i-adapt mo. Diba? If you're comfy with that one, go with it. Go with the flow. But for Bren Victress, knowing that the Selena is banned out, will we see some of the heroes na ginamit din nila knowing na nag-work naman to even though they ban out the PNK?
Ooh, I was actually thinking na Bren Victress might ban out the Eve, which is by the way first pick ang Bren Victress. So actually it's up for the grabs kay Lexa, not unless i-ban out yan ng GPX, the Eve or the Valentina. I'm excited to see that kasi last ban na either Eve or Valentina magiging open dito. I'm sure of it.
Yes, and actually if ever GPX Basreng doesn't ban out the Valentina, parang itong mga teams natin, given the chance, ginagrab nila. Pwedeng-pwede. But still, they went on for the respect ban against Ashes Ling. Meaning na ang GPX Basreng recognizes it as a threat.
It is a threat based on the performance of Ashy with that link earlier. Halos hindi siya namatay considering the fact that napakaganda ng rotations and like what I said, like what I predicted, the Valentina is open for the very first time. This means business para sa dalawang teams natin. Valentina, now GPX can answer it out with the Eve. That is also still open. So ngayon talagang lahat ng bala nilalabas ngayon ng GPX and Bren. So I think GPX, they can answer out with perhaps maybe the Ruby. Kasi usually Matilda Eve.
Yes.
Maybe something like the lines of an Esmeralda Eve. Pwede rin na i-prioritize nila ngayon since Valentina yung nakuha ngayon ng Bren.
And actually, this is the first time na makikita natin towards the semifinals ang isang Valentina on the draft. But still, GPX Basreng, they will be sticking to their ground. Kuha lang tayo ng isa sa pinaka-favorite pick din natin, which is the Esmeralda. Any predictions for Brand Victress's 2 and 3rd picks?
The Lilia, maganda tong pick for GPX since yung ultimate rin naman kung kinopya ni Valentina doesn't make much of a difference para sa Brand Victress. So magandang pili ng GPX na Lilia. But, in terms of the laning now, ang hirap kasi kalane yung Valentina eh. Yung pokes niya medyo masakit. Next picks for Bren, since naagaw na nga dito yung Esmeralda, perhaps a Uranus for Krish, for her to sustain the lane. Not so sure with the Paquito. Pero feel ko pwede maging Uranus for Krish. Maybe for Defrost, something along the lines of... pwede kasi sila mag-aggressive dito. I was thinking of the Rafaela. Brody nga. Sabi ko, Brody for Taro.
I was actually about to point out yung action. Nakita ko yung movement ni Taro. Napapapalakpak siyang ganito. Sabi niya, Brody ko na to. Ganun yung reaction mo, di ba? Even on RGs when you're playing with your friends. Parang pag-clutch moment, sige. Angela ko na to. O kaya, sige, Brody ko na to in this kind of situation. Meanwhile, for GPX, ganun din yung gigi statement or reaction nila sa picks ng Brand Victress. Actually, sa nakita ko sa faces nila, parang na-predict na nila talagang hindi lang as a bait, they are really sure na kakagat sa patibong ang Brand Victress sa kukunin dito yung isang Valentina. So most probably hindi nila kinukuha dito yung Eve just to prevent it to backfire from them.
Yun nga eh. Actually, naisip ko rin yun. Kasi naisip ko na GPX yung kukuha ng Valentina. So pwedeng kunin ng Brand. Actually, maganda yung Lilia pick. Ngayon, yung malaking tanong is magiging game changer ba itong Valentina for Brand Victress? Lalo na match point ito. Pwede nilang gawing game changer yung Valentina. But at the same time, Brand Victress, napakarami rin nilang comfort picks even though na-ban out yung certain heroes, na-ban out or kumbaga na-ban out yung mga heroes that performed very well. GPX limiting Ashi's heroes right now pero napakarami pa rin namang heroes dito ni Ashi. Actually, Paquito is still open. Up for the grabs here if they wanna go in for the dives. Pero ngayon, they really want Taro to win in her lane as well since tinatanggal na nila ng heroes si Chin Chao dito. Wala na yung PNK ni Chin Chao, wala na rin yung Clint. Hindi rin ako magtataka kung baka Beatrix na lang yung i-ban out dito ng Brand Victress for their last round or maybe even Sky's heroes.
And surprisingly for GPX Basreng, tinatanggal nila yung may early game potential na maka-pick up sa mga members nila unlike match number 1. And I could actually see them talking to the camera in GPX Basreng, parang tumingin dito yung certain member nila and they're smiling and talking to the camera that this is the final four. Parang ganun yung nagiging persona, yung aura. And there's also a smile on the faces dito nila Sky as they ban out the Ruby against Brand Victress.
Ruby na posibleng gamitin ni Krish, actually. Kasi Defrost already a given na yun eh. Pag na-pick itong Rafaela, it's gonna be a pos 5 Rafaela. Last ban for Bren, wala pang heroes si Sky, wala ring heroes ngayon si Chin Chao. So, who can go up against a Brody? Wala na yung Popolin Kupa, wala na yung Clint. Hindi ako magtataka kung maybe Beatrix, along the lines of Beatrix, Lancelot. Yung mga heroes ngayon ni Sky or Chin Chao yung tanggalan dito. Depende na lang kung siguro kung anong preference nila. Maybe, I'm thinking the Lancelot. Kasi yung Lancelot, mahihirapan ngayon yung si Taro with the Brody. Pero, it seems like it is going to be the Yuzong na, yun nga, mahihirapan rin sila with the Yuzong pick na pwedeng ma-zone out dito yung mga members ng Brand Victress.
Hindi na nila pinagbigyan, no? Gusto nila, malaya talaga si Taro. Pagdating sa magiging linya niya, sabi niya, kung isang Brody kahinaan niya, lilipad kasi ito. Tapos pwedeng lumabas ng mapa. Magtatakas, no? So they prevented that kind of lineup. But still, what we were expecting to be on the lineup of Brand Victress na punta for GPX Basreng. The Paquito as the 4th pick, pwede ito maging jungler for GPX.
Yes, I think it's a possible, definitely the jungler for GPX dito. Sabi ko sana maganda yung Barats kasi usually ang counter sa Paquito yung Barats. Pero, yung problema ngayon is mahihirapan naman yung Barats sa first 3 picks ng GPX. So talagang pinag-isipan rin ng GPX na okay, labasin natin yung Paquito in this stage. Pero now, kulang pa rin ng heroes ngayon si Krish and si Ashi. I'm thinking along the lines talaga of a Uranus. Pero si Ashi, maybe along the lines of a Lancelot, a Yi Sun Shin.
And a Bovius.
may vision.
Nakaka-phobia din. May vision na nga. Meron pang phobianatics from Brent Victress. But, still, that is an Esmeralda na katapat mo. And as we all know, ito yung sabi mo rin kahapon na pwede talagang ipang-counter.
Yep.
Just to buy time na para dun lang talaga kayo. Ina-isolate mo siya into a quarantine facility using the Esmeralda. GPX Basareng is safe to say parang na-control din nila yung nagiging draft dito for Brand Victress.
The phobias, no, na considering na pinili rin talaga nila even though there is the threat of the Esmeralda. Ngayon, ako, Chin Chao's hero, ito talagang Beatrix, I'm thinking, or Kimi.
Oh,
continuous but that's a lot of hindi naman. Ano
linear,
lang?
Yung damage
linear
dito.
damage, oo.
That is a Kimi mo, may rocket for GPX Basreng. Meanwhile, with that Kimi, may maximum charge, may constant damage siya na deal and fast turret push.
True, fast turret push as Brody rin naman actually, fast turret push. Pero here we go, Athena, match point between Bren Victress and GPX Basreng.
Ramdam na natin ang kaba for both teams. For Bren Victress, 1 point away for securing their slot towards the Grand Finals. For GPX Basreng, this is the dream, this is the crown. Will they go for an all-one score or tutuloy kaya tayo for a swift win? And sabay-sabay nating titigan, sabay-sabay nating abangan, at sabay-sabay nating panoorin as we head on to the semifinals of the game number 2, Brand Victress versus GPX Basreng.
I'm looking forward to see this Valentina in action. Athena, ang dami niyang pwedeng kunin na ultimates dito eh. Either yung ultimate ni Fumi, ni Earl, or ni Sky. So, kung may initiation dito yung GPX Basreng, they can also initiate with Lexa's Valentina.
Pero papayag pa kaya for this round ng GPX Basreng, knowing that the Lolita has finally opened and in the hands of Earl, ito yung alam natin na yung Earl na nanganakot, yung Earl na naging nagtatanong, Mare, anong latest dyan sa Brand Victress tulad nito?
Talagang ngayon, alam na nila, Taro, binigyan nyo kami ng mahirap na game number 1. Ngayon naman,
gagawin
dito na
namin.
kami. GPX already rotating here to the red buff.
And sila naman yung gumagawa na naging strategy kanina sa kanila ng Brand Victress. And look at Sky here, the swag with the moves of Fumi from the top. Nag-rotate agad siya sa middle lane. They really want to secure this jungle monster just to delay things up for Brand Victress. Pero syempre, nakikita naman natin na pilit na lumalaban, but at the same time, Taro talagang napupuruan sa linya niya.
Si Taro as well as si Ashy na sinabi nga ng GPX they have to contain Ashy before she hits that power spike. Pati na rin dito GPX sabi nga nila if they want to invade the enemy jungle, they will invade the enemy jungle.
The first blood this time for GPX and another kill nga kaya ang mafa-follow through. Look at the discipline knowing that there's Lexa from the back and Chinchao with a current damage na continuous lang. This is the time that Brand Victress mapapaisip sila. We need to find a spot na makakalusot tayo. Hindi tayo pwedeng dumaan sa front entrance.
Napakaraming resources din kasi dito. Like yung Brand Victress, pumunta si Defrost doon sa bot side. Kaya naman, si Ashy dito ngayon, as a Yisun Shin, mas magiging mahirap ngayon to secure in the objectives. Level 4 na ngayon si Sky as compared to Ashy. So still taking the purple buff here. Nakuha na nga yung turtle, Athena.
Ang ganda nung ginagawang pag-hollyhoop dito. Pero Krish with the jump. Pero alanganin niya knowing that there's an Esmeralda with a falling star moon. Krish going yet again with the jump. But with that said, si Sky nag-slowly retreat back. Ganon sila ka-confident na kayang-kaya silang iligtas. Si Earl with the flicker combi. Look at the Jarjon's bulwark. Ibabato na nga ba with the last second. Hindi nakakayanin din ng buhay niya. But still, Brand Victress, in contrast to game number 1, sila ngayon yung nahihirapan ng GPX Basreng. Ginagamit na nila yung sama-sama jutsu nila.
Nahuli pa nga ng Mountain Shocker doon si Fumi. Magre-recall sana siya, pero low HP. Ito yung mga moments na nakakainis si Athena. Magre-recall ka na, tapos either na flame shot ka or nahuli ka pa ng Mountain Shocker.
Sobrang hirap i-timing din yun na. You have to be attentive and constantly checking the map. But still, GPX Basreng, magaling sila mag-read the mood, mag-read the map according to their interview yesterday. And with that said, GPX Basreng, hindi na this time sumasama si Earl sa pagpatenta kay Chick Chow or even kay Sky. This time, giving information pa rin talaga siya. Sticking to their ground. Give in with the Domino Blast. But with that cancel coming from the Frost, ang ganda ng Holy Baptism. Sky going forward, pero wala siya makukuha ang pick of the maximum charge. Binato na rin, but there will be no charge kill going to the side of GPX Basreng. Nice cancel by the Frost.
Si D-Frost pa-flicker out doon, but GPX still controlling the lanes. Kahit papano, nakakaabawi naman yung Brand Victress in terms of the kills. 2-2 na tayo, Athena, pero still the gold lane yung pinupundar dito ng GPX.
Talagang pinupuruhan nila isang maigi, walang magtitipid sa pamilyang to. Katulad ng mga suntok, tikman mo, kamao. Pero 4 na miyembro ng GPX ang nag-aabang sa ating bush. Will Brand Victress fall into this trap? That's the question.
This is classic GPX. Kung may gusto sila, yun nga, 4 sila nandun sa objective. And speaking of objectives, Athena, once again, GPX binabawian kung ano yung kulang kanina sa game number 1. They take in the turtle, pero napatras si Taro using the flicker out, but it is not enough.
Ang tindi nung ginagawa nilang opensa. This time, they're not taking their chances in every lane na kaya nila. And still, sabi lang, let's focus on one thing at a time. Hindi natin kailangan pagsabay-sabayin muna yung ibang lanes. And nag-work around them. That is already a 2K gold lead. And an early items for both Chin Chow and Fumi.
Yeah, this is what they needed earlier. Pero yun sa both sides, si D-Frost mag-isa
with the Nominum Blast bago pa mag-hit out. Mapapatay na siya dito ng GPX Basreng, and a free turret will be destroyed in contrast with an additional bonus.
This is a bit slower for Brand Victress this time since kanina it was a link for Ashy na mas mahirap nga na makarotate ngayon as this Nissan Shin. Pero si Fumi, speaking of Ashy, actually really difficult time ngayon for Ashy to get the farm. Pero so far so good pa naman ang kanyang stats. 1-0-1 on this Nissan Shin.
This is the reason behind the smile of GPX Basreng. And ano nga ba reason kung bakit masakit na nga rin sila?
Let's take a look at the items of Krish securing the Dominance Ice first. Actually, quite surprising na usually yung ginagamit first is the Clock of Destiny.
But still, look at the Nominum Blast! Black Shoes lang ang naging sagot, pero mukhang alam na rin to ng GPX Basreng. Nowhere to go. Taro, the next target, torn apart memory, pero yung HP niya yun na to torn apart. All sides being covered by GPX Basreng. Holy Baptism will hit no one while they slowly retreat back, and another turret, mas malinis ang nagiging galaw dito ng GPX Basreng. This is the GPX Basreng that we know na yung kilos nila talagang coordinated in every single time.
Napakaraming slow rin dito from GPX. This is what Brand Victress did to them earlier. Ngayon, si Chin Chow and si Funi, napakaraming slow. May Ice Queen 1 na as well. Pero yung only difference this time is GPX more on the aggressive side. Nakikita mo naman kung paano sila mag-rotate. Ngayon, si Ashy, nahihirapan na makakuha ng objectives. Even the jungle creeps, binabakura na ng GPX.
And this is what I'm talking about. Yes, binate out lang nila Valentina. It's because GPX Basreng very limited yung pwedeng gayahin. At the same time, hindi ganun ka-explosive. Going in with the Nominum Blast, it will hit no one. But still, pulahan ang nagiging buhay nila with the jump on the side. Taro being harassed by the members of GPX Basreng. Yung black na sinabi na dito, but look at Chris here from the back with the terror. Talagang on the faces, in the face ng GPX Basreng niya, kinakasayaw with a continued damage na binibigyan ni Ashy for Earl. Pero hindi niya tinatantanan. Meanwhile, hindi pa rin sila tapos. One final blow, hindi pa rin may bibigay. But Fumi outplaying Krish on the Phobius. Mukhang ang Brand Victress ang nagkakaroon ng phobia for this match.
Ang hirap din kasi, I think the goal there of Brand Victress was actually to get in Chin Chow with the linear damage. And the turret takes, as you mentioned kanina, Athena, ang bilis nila makakuha ng towers ngayon.
Ito, yung mga kaibigan mo na wala ng traffic na dinaanan. Dire-diretso lang nag-expressway sila. Kasi kanina, tinry daw nila kung kaya dumaan sa EDSA. Hindi raw pala kaya. So dito, nire-recta na nila ang Brand Victress as GPX Basreng. goes in with a very dominant match, and indeed, Brand Victress needs to find a way to split things up against GPX.
Because GPX usually nga, their matches last around 11 minutes. Ngayon, 8-minute mark, medyo kulang pa yung damage output dito ni Ashy. Even si Taro, they haven't been sustaining their lanes very well. Kaya hindi talaga sapat yung nagiging damage kahit na pumasok si Krish with the Demonic Force. I think ultimately, yun yung plano kanina, mag-Demonic Force si Krish, tapos papasok sa likod yung mga damage dealers.
And even on the gold lead, that is 8,000. Malaking bagay yan. 2 core items na ang kalamangan dito ng GPX against Brand Victress. Tapos meron pang continuous na nangungulit sa'yo. Ito yung parang ginigising ka ng ginigising kahit ayaw pang gumigising. Tuloy-tuloy kang kinakalabit. So medyo nakakainis yun, nakakapangit ng mood. Pero dito for Brand Victress, ano nga bang pwede naman maging magandang move nila against GPX Basreng? Knowing that they have the setup naman na pwede manggaling kay Krish and the Holy Baptism of the Frost na kanina isa rin sa naging highlight plays nila.
Pwede kasi rin gawin ng Brand Victress is to use the strategy of GPX against them. Lexa already getting the Numenon Blast dito ni Earl. So possible setup dito, Athena, for Brand Victress as well.
For GPX Basreng, malaki kasi talaga yung nakasalalay dito. What's at stake? It's the slot towards the Grand Finals. Once they're closer to the crown, kaya naman lahat sila dito nag-init at ramdam din natin yan. And let's take a quick look on the game head-to-head against the Frost and Earl.
The Frost, 38,035 as compared to Earl, which is 4,000. So, slight difference lang naman, pero GPX this time, ito yung composition na pwede sila maging aggressive. Napakaraming Ice Queen ones na yung kinuha. And Fumi getting the Feather of Heaven on that Esmeralda. Pero ngayon, Athena, this is it. This is gonna be pandemonium sa base. Mountain Shocker, kinumit na nga dito ni Ashy.
Hindi na sila ngayon nagpipigil. All out na yung binibigyan ng GPX Basreng. No more commercials as they head on and destroy the inhibitor turret on the bottom side. Meanwhile, that is just Fumi against 5 members. Ganoon kabilis silang napapatay. Ashy, the first woman down for Brand Victress, and all of their lanes na pupusha dito ng GPX. Continuous pressure, continuous damage. Now, overthink ka ba ng Brand Victress? Mga pangyayari, Numenon Blast. Sila ngayon dito yung apat. Ang gandang setup. Pero there will be a copycat move from Earl dito. Sinabayan nila at binigyan na isang matinding tendong fist ang Brand Victress as they go in with the official wipeout and secures game number 2. Grabe, napaka-intense. Mapapainom ka talaga after that kind of match.
GPX, calm and collected this time. And yung sagot lang pala ay ang Kimi. Actually, totally na-nullify doon ang Valentina pick. Kumbaga parang GPX, they were willing to let that go kasi alam nila kung paano i-handle.
Ay, inhale, exhale. Mas lalong naging intense yung laban natin. Ramdam natin the smiles on GPX and imagine the emotions of our viewers as well. Diba? An all-one. The last game na later, ito na talaga yung magbibigay sa atin ng final verdict kung sino nga ba ang mag-move forward towards our grand finals. But with that being said, GPX Basreng, umariba naman sila.
Yung naging problema kasi doon ng Brand Victress was actually walang nakakahawak or walang nakakahuli kay Chin Chao on that Kimi. Nasa likod lang siya, and at the same time, yung continuous damage niya or yung linear damage niya, may slow pa yun eh. So talagang hindi mo siya malapitan. Brand Victress, they had the sustain, they had Rafaela, pero unfortunately, it was just Chin Chao. Hindi nga doon yung from GPX, it wasn't even their main damage deal, it was just Chin Chao.
But would our analysts agree nga ba later on na malalaman natin dahil pati tayo, nag-agree tayo na bait out si Brand Victress by Valentina pick. Yes, on the final match, nakita natin na yung pag-copy niya na with IMU nung Numenon Blast.
Oo, maganda sana yun.
Apat yung tinamaan, pero ano nga ba yung points na pwede ring tamaan or pwedeng i-highlight for Brand and both GPX as we throw it to our lovely analyst, Brigida.
What a debut game for the first Valentina na na-open dito sa ating MWI Unfortunately, hindi naging maganda yung circumstances for that game. Welcome once again to the analyst stand. Ako po muli si Brigida at ating i-breakdown kung paano nga ba nangyari na ganoon din kalinis ang naging laban na ipakita ng GPX against Brand Victress during that match. Looking again at the draft and as well as the items dito, initially talaga masasabi natin na it was a beautiful pick talaga for Brand Victress to be able to secure this Valentina after it being auto-banned for so long for almost all the games dito sa ating MWI. Pero gaya nga ng nasabi ng ating casters kanina, hindi talaga napaganda ang pick na ito dahil alam pala all along ng GPX kung paano nila lalaroin ang isang Valentina as their opponent. They tried to be as careful as possible and they went with the best picks to counter talaga itong lineup na pwedeng ibigay ng Brand Victress with this Valentina. Yes, napakaganda ng Valentina pick na ito and possibly or expectedly mahihirapan ng mga heroes na kinakailangan lumapit with the mobility as well dahil mai-interrupt lang kanilang mga pwedeng gawin once they try to go in. But this Lilian Ifuni with that much damage and harass na pwedeng ibigay during the early game, as well as this Lolita na meron ding Guardian's Bulwark na pwede ring harangin yung mga pwedeng ibigay na skills dito ni Lexa. It was a very difficult game dito, and as much as may mga naging times na naramdaman naman natin or nakita natin yung anong pwedeng gawin ng Valentina, it did not complement well with the situation that was happening doon sa laban nila. Naging isa pa sa nagpahirap dito ay ang presence ng dalawang scaling heroes talaga. Yes, the Brody was quite stable naman. It was independent. Hindi siya kasing lambot kumbaga ng ibang mga marksmen. But then, maaga rin ang naging kasagutan ng GPX. They recognized that Taro being able to free farm was just a huge threat in itself, and so they immediately went with that game plan na agad-agad nila itong inikutan, at eto talaga yung laro na nasasabi nating binawian ng GPX ang Brand Victress. Looking at the stats right now, Chincha on that Kimi really showing us kung gaano kasakit ang pwedeng ibigay ng isang Kimi na nag-snowball with 61,740 total damage. Siya rin ang pinaka-well-farmed throughout that game, and it was a really difficult time dahil dito si Ashi on this YSS, clearly a scaling hero, talagang halos wala siyang nakuhang space, and talagang halos even all the neutrals were contested away from her. Mapa si Pakito man or mapa si Kimi, and at the 6-minute mark even, wala pa rin siya nung kanyang BOD. Pabuo pa lang siya, and we could really see na nahirapan gumalaw ang Brand Victress during that game. And for our MVP of the game, that will be none other than Chin Cho on this Kimi, 702 KDA, 75% kill participation. At alam naman natin na hindi na madali talagang makalapit or maka-engage on a team fight with such a well-farmed Kimi on the front lines. To make things worse, the Phobius medyo mahihirapan na siya on its own doon sa kanyang XP lane matchup against an Esmeralda na talagang kakainin lang yung mga shields talaga na ipoproduce or i-generate ng isang Phobius whenever he tries to go for that ultimate or even yung kanyang first skill man lang, and as well as the lack of heroes talaga na talagang although there were a lot of heroes to trigger yung kanyang ultimate or yung demonic force, it just so happened that they could no longer as well tank up the damage, and it was a really difficult game considering na hindi na nagbigay ng any window or opportunity para makabounce back dito ang GPX. One more thing that we also have to keep in mind was that there was an attempt talaga as well to actually counter the lineup dito ng GPX. Defrost on the Rafaela, may Holy Baptism siya. There were stuns as well, the Brody second skill whenever there was a possible Numinum Blast, but then they were no longer to have the damage to go for the counter engage. As we can see dito sa ating highlights, for the most part of the game, nandito talaga tayo sa area or sa allied farm ng Brand Victress, and it just goes to show na halos dito na talaga mag-farm na rin ang GPX. They really wanted to go for the full engage, for the full delay, and they were very much successful in doing so, as even at the 10-minute mark, as we can see right here, almost more than 10K yung naging gold lead na talaga dito ng GPX Basreng against Brand Victress, and a 10K gold lead against a lineup with a double scaling setup will not be something easy to deal with, and it would clearly need a lot more than that to be able to bounce back. Isa pa sa naging problema nila talaga ay yung kakulangan sa wave clear, kumbaga, na pwede sana nilang panapat at pang-hold pa doon sa laban para marating nila yung late game kung saan lalamang sila, but unfortunately again, it did not happen. Ngayon, once again, we are reminding you to be to check out etong free exclusive supplies on weekends available from January 29 to 30 and as well as February 5 to 6. All you have to do is log in and claim these supplies. Napakarami nyo pwede makuha dyan, kaya huwag nyong palalagpasin at tandaan nyo na i-check at buksan ang inyong ML accounts during that time. Ngayon, napakainit ng laban. We are now at 1-1. Match point for both of our teams, and the next game will decide the winner and the first team to proceed to our grand finals. Bago muna natin malaman yan, kailangan nating huminga, kaya ibabato muna natin siya sa isang short break. Hindi ko alam eh. So,
I can imagine how happy our lives will be after it's all over. Tawag mo pag here na yun.
Padala dito, padala doon. Ang liit ng item pero ang laki ng kahon.
Huwag mo na paabutin sa beast mode. Alagaan mo with Petron Sprint 40.
Kalma ka na, kalma ka na, kalma ka na, kalma ka na with TCS formula para laging chill mode sa road.
Only love and night are everlasting.
Feel the bloody embrace.
You have slain an enemy. Killing spree.
Bloody embrace.
An enemy has been
Curse. Only love and night are everlasting.
切ないだけで放って「We are believers」その光掴んで for century もう迷ったりはしない立ち止まりはしない Neighborhood Become braver 時は今夜明日が really life of friends 今希望の旗を立ててこの全てがただの悪夢だったらいいのに。
It's the final countdown for both Bren Victress and GPX Basreng. Kita naman natin na nag-tie up na sila on the score with an all-1 standing. But still, welcome back to MWI 2022, powered by Munton Games, organized by One Esports, supported by our official banking partner DBS, and with our official partner Petron, na muli kami makakasama nyo for game number 3. My name is Athena, and with me is Burger Kim. Let's get it!
Let's get it. Seryoso na kami. Ako, tinali ko na yung buhok ko para maiba naman. And yeah, there is something we need in that, or in this third game rather, na shake things up a little bit.
Yes. Kailangan na mas spice up yung things, and at the same time, kailangan to control the nerves, the viewers, the teams, and even throughout the regions of Indonesia and Philippines. But don't forget to control your nerves. Maging chill lang muna. Katulad dito sa MWI, chill lang tayo. Parang motor na kay Petron Sprint 40. Kalmaki na ang motor mo with Petron Sprint 40 dahil it controls heat, protects the engine, sustains power, and provides a smooth ride with TCS formula. Don't forget to like and share Petron Sprint 40's Facebook and Instagram page for more updates. Para laging chill mode sa road, use Petron Sprint 40 na.
You know, Athena, heading into the third game, I really think it was a Valentina bait na ginawa ng GPX kanina. Actually, kasi either kunin mo yung Eve or kunin mo yung Valentina. Kasi,
How so?
I mean, we were talking about this, yung Valentina. Yeah. Never kasi siya na-open eh. So, kung ngayon, kunin ng Bren Victress yung Eve, kukunin yan ng GPX, yung Valentina. It's already a given. So, parang ano yun eh, either kunin mo yung Valentina or you let it go.
An on-point explanation, and going back to the talent predictions, 2-0, I predicted together with Chantal. Meanwhile, Brigida and Burger Kim on point. 2-1 nga ba magiging resulta because majority of us voted for Bren Victress. And going back, kanina din nakita ko yung smiles and even yung claps ng GPX. So nakita natin ng game number 1 yan. Tignan natin kung ano naman magiging reaction for this time ni Bren Victress.
You know, yung Valentina ngayon, parang malaking tanong ngayon kung ibaban either ng Bren or ibaban ng GPX. Kasi kanina, yung malaking problema naman ng Bren is if hindi nila kunin yung Valentina, ang daming open sa GPX.
Ako,
diba?
it's either this or that eh. Nasarado sila.
Ang sakit sa ulo ng van. Ako, van mo na lang yan.
Kung hindi talaga siya na-ban, ganun yung reaction ko. Actually, nakita mo, even ikaw off-cam, Valentina, hindi mo man siya na-pick, tapos i-prio mo yung Eve kasi hindi siya binan ng GPX. But the moment na pick mo yung Eve, gagayahin ka ni GPX with the Valentina. Vice versa. So,
mind games.
Ito talaga yung prowess. There are certain advantages when you're the first pick, and there are certain advantages naman kapag na-control mo yung draft when you're the first 2 picks. Diba?
Oo, ngayon, yun yung struggle mo minsan. Let's say, minsan kung meta yung hero, di ba, you're struggling whether if you secure it first or not. Minsan kasi, kahit kunin mo first, meron counter yung kalaban. So, ako, it's a battle between these two coaches, a battle between these two teams as well. So, ngayon, heading into the drafting phase pala, Athena, we have the Matilda as well as the Glue. These are the 2 heroes na kahit sa first 2 games, hindi rin natin nakikita.
Serious mode on, but with smiles pa rin ng Bren Victress as we head on the drafting phase. Same ban for Brent Victress, the PNK, and the Matilda. Meanwhile, GPX sticking to the glue. And the Selena against Brent Victress. Will they finally ban out the Valentina? That's the question. How about you, Burger Kim? On your thoughts on this?
Ang daming tinanggal na heroes dito for Chin Chao. Pero surprisingly earlier, I totally forgot na ginagamit rin pala ni Chin Chao yung Kimi. So now, Popol and Koopa. So meaning perhaps Taro, kukunin niya ulit yung Brody dito for the gold lane. And si Chin Chao naman, open pa rin naman, napakaraming heroes for her, not unless maban out yung Clint or maybe even the Kimi taken out. Not unless sabi ng Brent Victress, sige, kuha tayo ng pwedeng kunin yung Kimi sa likod. Maybe perhaps a Kufra. Although I haven't seen Defrost on the Kufra for the longest time. So Esmeralda, man out for Brent, perhaps kukunin ulit nila yung Phoveus.
And for GBX Basray, knowing that the Esmeralda na limit na agad ni Brent, both of them must use this as the key hero. Fumi, and then earlier that was Krish on game number 1. Let's see if GPX will bait out yet again the Valentina.
Feel ko either... ayan na naman. Okay.
Same.
Alright, okay. Valentina or Eve for Bren. Ayan, tingnan mo talagang
nakita ko yung...
stress din sila.
nakita ko yung gano'n nita. Eto na naman tayo.
Kukunin ba natin?
Parang ano niya, inattenuate niya na sabi niya, parang kumbaga ako sa'yo, sabi sa'yo eh, gumanon siya.
Either kasi ngayon, Athena, yung malaking tanong is...
Nagtatawanan din sila.
Oo, yun nga eh. Napapaisip talaga sila kung kukunin ba nila. Either kunin nila yung Eve or kunin yung Valentine. Ayan, sige, Eve na lang daw para maiba.
Tapos nagkahilunan din sila.
Sige, Eve. Pero sasagutin yan ng Valentina. Sasabihin ko sa'yo, sasagutin yan ng Valentina. Already given Eve one of the power picks or S-tier heroes sa mid lane. So ngayon naman, ako, no doubt. Sige, ano tayo? Talagang Valentina.
Parang natakot din sila. At the same time, parang deadly pick na parang given. We have to pick the Eve knowing yung Valentina kanina. Medyo napasama tayo. Parang ganito yung nangyari. Pikit mata nilang pinik yung isa Valentina. But meanwhile, GPX na ayon na naman sa kanila yung naging control for the first game. So, ito yung nakita mo, yung pag-thumbs up and even yung raising of eyebrows dito na member sa GPX. Oo. Ipasok na natin agad yung Valentina, tapos may pakito pa.
Nako, malaking tanong to. Knowing how flexible GPX is, pwede kasing hero to ni Fumi eh. Pwede rin maging hero pwede rin maging hero ni Sky.
Yes.
So, very flexible itong Pakito pick. Flex pick, I would say, for GPX, itong first two picks nila, Valentina and the Pakito. Pero, Ashy going for the classic jungler. Actually, wait. May naalala ko about this Hayabusa. Ginagamit ito ni Ashy sa mga tournaments. Actually, to the point na even lahat ng laro nila, never na-open itong Hayabusa for Ash.
Kumbaga, para siyang Estes ni Madam Venus.
Parang ganon.
Ganon na yun.
Parang ganon.
Naging ganon yung level to the point na binaban out. Katulad kanina, GPX, yung nagtatanong man, bakit yung Hayabusa binaban out nila? Ba't di na lang yung Roger? Ba't di na lang yung Lancelot? It's because of it. Brent Victress showing us their final form. And GPX with the smiles on their faces. Si Chin Chao, sakto yung nasa gitna siya ngayon, na napapangiti siya. Sabi niya, kalma, kasi may Eve. Meron tayong panggayan na Fumi pa na pwede gumamit ng Eve and at the same time, napakita with the knockout strikes. Dito ang GPX, mamimili na lang sila kung who will soak out all the damage na ibibigay sa kanila ng Brand Victress.
Now, my question is, will this be Defrost or Christian's hero? May crowd control na sila for the side of Brent. Pero, double mage setup for GPX. Ito na naman tayo, Athena. Saan papunta? Itong, itong Valentina rin. Sobrang flexible to the point na pwede mo rin siya ilagay sa EXP or sa gold, diba? Lalo na yung, let's say, yung gold laner mo, yung ultimate, pwedeng gayahin, diba? So, talagang, this Valentina, kaya naman, GPX actually sobrang repeat ban itong Valentina. Biggest question, most likely ako, sa tingin ko, Valentina mid and gold lane Lilia.
Actually, they're pointing na this is it. This is
si
what
Chin Chao,
we want. Chin Chao! May giggle, may conviction. May conviction na sila and they're slowly pointing to the camera that Brent, you're going down. Parang nagiging ganon. Yung statement ng GPX. Look at that. Even yung posing ni Taro, Gumaganon din doon si Chin Chow.
Actually, tama rin na tinanggal nila yung Phoveus dito kasi posible nga nakuha ni Krish. So, it's a defrost hero nga itong Ruby. Just based on kung ano nararamdaman ko, defrost yung kukuha nitong Ruby. Ngayon, wala ng Phoveus. Medyo foreshadowing na yun kanina na Esmeralda yung binan ng Bren. So, which means na posible nga kunin ni Krish. Ngayon, for both teams, for Bren Victress, wala pa silang gold laner. Wala ring hero ngayon, either si Krish or Defrost. Depende na lang kung ano yung magiging pick dito ng GPX. Final ban para sa kanila, maybe along the lines of Brody, perhaps. Tanggalin nila hero si Taro. Kasi napakarami. Limit out na ng Bren yung mga gold lane dito for Chinchao.
But I would also like to point out na open pa yung Clint dito.
Clint, Beatrix actually.
Yes, pwede silang lumiko. Pero yung Brody ni Taro, yung mas kinakatakutan. Ano na talaga? Nagpa-foreshadow na dito ang GPX. Nung gumanon pala, si Chinya sabi niya, Taro, yung hero mo ang isusunod naming re-respetuhin na i-ban out. This is the final round. Whoever wins moves forward to the grand finals and whoever loses will say goodbye na muna to the crowd.
Hindi pa rin tapos ito, Athena. 1-1 na tayo. Tama naman prediction ko 2-1. Pero the biggest question is,
who will secure the last
match point na talaga to for these two teams. Last ban for Bren. Victress, either Funi or someone like a setter. Just like the Lolita. Spectacular performance from Earl, but taking a look at this, napakarami kasing pwede mag-cancel out sa Eve. So, maybe Jawhead. Actually, ang daming uncontemporary picks rin from Earl. Actually, I've seen a Minotaur kay Earl na ginagamit niya. Matilda is out also. So, I'm thinking along the lines of maybe a Jawhead to reach maybe the back. Sa side ng Bren. Ano pa ba? Yung mga aggressive types Yun yung mga heroes na gusto ni Earl.
Gusto pala ganyan yan. Na lagi nag-iikot. But at the same time, as you've mentioned, the high probability of a Clint being picked for the draft, nakita na natin for GPX. Meanwhile, for Bren Victress, napalingon, napatingin sila kay Coach Cap 1. Coach, the Clint has been picked. Ano ang pwede nating ipalit for Taro? This is another
Beatrix sa tingin ko.
Another na bagong mapapakita sa atin actually ni Bren Victress if ever na maglalabas sila. Kanina nakikita ko on the comment section, they're actually going to shout that Taro, kaya mo yan, yung Beatrix or 1-1. May nagsasabi pa na 1-1 kailangan mo ilabas. But being that said, Beatrix naman, with the Nibiru and Bennett, nakikita na natin na Taro needs to protect herself from possible invasion as well.
Ayan, nice one from Bren. Maraming initiators for their side to protect Lexa. At the same time, si Taro with this Beatrix, which we haven't seen for the longest time, na makakatapat dito si Chinchao sa lane. Ngayon, these two teams, they know the keys to victory. Taro needs to win her lane as well as si Ashe ngayon na kailangan maka-farm as this Hayabusa. It's a comfort pick for Bren. Lots of comfort picks for them, the Eve, the Hayabusa. Pero ngayon, GPX, huling pick nila, they still need daming initiators kasi for Bren, something for Earl. I'm really thinking, ang hirap rin kasi now to bring out a Jawhead, meron kang crowd control Pero, Yuzong. So, wait. So, this means si Earl is going to use as support tank Valentina. Post 5 Valentina.
Tapos, gagaya lang siya ng gagaya later on to Lexa's ultimate with the Eve. Remember, kanina nung case to victory ang GPX, etong si Earl, talagang hinilight siya. So, meaning na Bren Victress really need to watch out the timing papunta sa ating game number 3. Will this be the final hooray for Bren Victress or will this be a victorious day for GPX Basreg? Pero let's see kung paano lalaroin yan. One step closer and only one game left to go forward to the grand finals. One slot is waiting. Sino sa dalawang teams na to, powerhouses from their countries and their regions, sino ang magkakamit ng huling halakak as we head on to the game number 3? Ito na to, Burger King, this is it.
Krish on this Edit, which sinasabi ko nga kay Chantel, even kay Brie, na we haven't seen this Edit much on the EXP lane. I think parang ini-explore pa ng mga ladies natin. But taking a look at our laning, I should say it's an even ball game para sa gold laners natin. It's just a matter kung paano mag-rotate ngayon or how aggressively Earl will rotate with this Valentina. By the way, tingnan mo, ang aga dun sa top side, yung Edit na yung ginugulo ngayon. Pero si Funi, wala pa siyang black shoes dito.
Oh, nice touch from Funi. Napilitan tuloy siya mag-flicker doon, but nice save onto the middle lane naman for Earl. This is a great thing for GPX and Brent Victes. Parehas sila may initiators and hindi na sila kulong. Unlike match number 1 and match number 2, this time match na yung mga picks sila. There's a sustain, there's a setup, and Krish right now on a tight spot. There is a primal force, but still, Sky with the first blood, an early set for GPX. Basta rin, Brent Victres, need talaga nila maging aggressive as well.
A little bit too early for Krish pumasok. Ang ganda sana ng pwedeng outcome doon. Unfortunately enough, that's a great start para sa GPX Basreng. Nakuha pa nga ni Sky yung first blood dito ngayon, Athena. Which means GPX Basreng now, they have a slight lead. But it's still not over for these two teams. Pero si Earl, alam mo yung hindi ako sanay na parang mga aggressive yung ginagamit niya. Pati itong Valentina, ginagawa niyang jawhead.
Nakita mo, parang in contrast, mage si Valentina, pero pinagsusugod niya. That is how confident she is. Just waiting for the ultimate dito, medyo magdedelikado, palalalo ang buhay ng Brent Victres. Pero speaking of delikado rin naman on the facing sa bottom side si Taro. If ever nadalawan siya, katulad ng match number 2, GPX Basreng, na-point out na nila yung certain qualities ng Brent Victres, their strengths, and the same goes naman for GPX. The first turtle buff, this time kinokontas na siyang pilit ng Brent Victres. Going in with the ultimate, but moving from the back, targeting Lexa, rekta na lang, and GPX Basreng fails to secure the first turtle. Meanwhile, si Defrost naman ang unang matatanggal. Ashy from the back, she's being very careful right now. There's the knock-up, pero look at Earl with the flicker, goes in with the copycat ultimate, but still, Brent Victres, nagkaroon sila ng all-two standing as early as 2 minutes.
They have called out the early game aggression ng galing sa GPX. Nakakuha rin sila ng turtle. And at the same time, the Frost, it seems like they are heading on to the bot side. Since ilang beses na pauwi ni Chinchao dito si Taro.
Tuloy-tuloy na lang ngayon yung nagiging moment ng Brent Victres. Meanwhile, GPX Basreng, pwede nating masabi na nasa kanila yung momentum knowing that they won game number 2. Meanwhile, Brent Victres, coming from a losing side, kailangan talaga nila na matinding reset. Don't dwell on game number 2, dwell on game number 3 because this is what matters the most. GPX Basreng, kita natin, in contrast sa nalalaman natin, pag may napapatay sa kanila, pumilit sila bumawi sa linya or isa pang hero. This time, hindi. Kung na-calculate nila yung kailangan pa nilang golds, they're just going back. Hindi na nila sinusugal katulad ng tapang nila in the recent games na napanood natin from them.
40 seconds, Athena, bago umakyat yung ating turtle for the grab. Second, or rather second turtle of the game. Pero Earl,
that will be a nice set coming from Ashy. This time, ito yung talaga mas bagay sa kanya. Yung hero na makakapag-out agad. As a jungler, you have to protect yourself even when you have a support on your lineup. For GPX of strength, same goes for Chinchao and together with Sky. Sky, kanina medyo napasama lang yung posisyon niya. Medyo napaasim si Earl, evidently so. Also because that is an average. Pinipilit niya talaga sumama into small team fights or small folk around. And black shoes will be used, but still that will be a disengage for the Frost and the rest of the gang. Pero hindi sila tatantanan dito. Nila Sky goes in with a copycat. Pero look at that. Lexa goes in with a real world manipulation. Manipulating that kind of clash that GPX wants to happen. Pero may paghatag sa pinakalikod si Earl targeting Chris. Thankfully, there's a Cyclone Eye pang disengage. Nice initiation from GPX, pero all pa rin yung standing natin.
Nakita mo kung paano tinarget ng GPX doon si Ashy. It was almost a killing spree, pero ngayon with Ashy down, this is GPX taking the second turtle, evening it out. Nasa kanila rin yung 1K Goldie, not so much. Pero this time, still, it's an even ball game. Securing the turtle gets you gold and EXP. Let's take a look at kung ano nga ba ang nakuha ng ating mga players. Nice secure of that Ice Queen 1 by Lexa. It's a crucial item para sa isang Eve, lalo na yung mga slows and stuns na manggagaling sa kanyang ultimate.
Pero dito, yung ultimates nila is
Push
ready to go. Pero hindi nila basta-basta pinupush to against Brand Victress. Goes and Earl with a copycat against Lexa. Pero ano nga ba ang magiging advantage mo doon? Diba, umalis ka lang sa chess map, but that will be an off-cam kill for Sky. Meanwhile, Lexa goes in with the real world manipulation against GBX Basreng. And this time, Brand Victress, hindi na sila pumapayag na hindi sila gumaganti ng suntok against GBX.
Ngayon, yung malaking tanong is, sino mang babato ng ultimate una? Pero now, GPX going for the towers. They have taken this mid lane, the first tower ever taken for this game. Which means, malaking bagay ito para sa GPX. Gustong-gusto nila makadominate sa kanilang lanes. And with this mid lane down, magiging mahirap ngayon para sa Brand Victress na makarotate. GPX will have the free time to move around or to roam around the map. Take a look at this. Si Krish dito sa top side, pinapalibutan na nga ng mga members ng GPX.
Nilagyan nila ng CCTV dito si Krish. Sabay-sabay tayo, sabi nga ni Marian Rivera. Kaya GPX Basreng, another objective secured. Meanwhile, dito sa may bandang baba, they're trying to force out a mirror move against Fumi. Earl will slowly retreat back. Tinawag na rin pati dito si Lexa. And that will be an objective third takedown for Brand Victress. Meanwhile, kung mapapansin mo, the Clint or Chin Chow is targeting the top against Brand Victress. Another, hindi pang equal pangganti na naman.
Now, 3 towers down for GPX Basreng. Equal naman yung mga kills, but Brand Victress, they have to take objectives just like this turtle. They also have to sustain their lanes. Yun yung malaking factor kung bakit pinush talaga ng GPX Basreng yung mid lane.
Delikado to, pero look at that. The turtle buff steal from the Frost and Lexa's combination. Medyo nagkaroon ng rattle moment doon yung GPX Basreng. The last hit, the timing. Kailangan mo talaga ng hashtag tamang panahon. Pero look at this one. Sky tried to shut down Lexa. Ito yung numero second going in with the real world manipulation. Taro on a tight spot, but still kayang-kaya nila mag-disengage. Earl going on the front. Pwede niyang gayahin anytime dito yung shadow kill, but still, hindi muna nila gagawin yan as they destroy another turret na lang kahit papano panggante sa pagnakaw ng turtle buff.
A turret for a turtle. Maganda rin naman yung sagot ng Brand Victress. Pero ngayon kasi this is GPX Basreng doing what they're doing. Ang dami nilang turrets na nakukuha. They have to get something. Brand Victress
going in with that something, yung hatak na yan, and the shadow kill will not equal into a kill. Instead, ginahaya siya doon ni Earl. Medyo naging petek siya, but at the same time, it's enough para yung GPX makapag-push ng minion wave nila. The map control still on their hands. And on the middle lane naman, makikita natin yung naging epekto kapag wala na yung third tier turret mo on the middle lane. Meanwhile, the Frost, medyo pulahan ng buhay. Disengage ang ngalan din muna dahil delikado kung ikokonta sila tong purple buff nila.
Delikado talaga. GPX ngayon, nakuha nila yung purple buff. This is a big factor for Ashy. Hindi niya nakuha ang kanyang purple. It's going to be hard to spam those skills as desired mo sa pero Lexa with the real world manipulation.
One last pa, pero hindi pa tinama. I like what Funi is doing. Sorry, halaban lang ako dito.
Nagpapanggap na damo. Actually, yung mga Brand Victress din, ito, si Defrost, nagpapanggap ng damo. They're actually waiting for the proper time to do some setup plays. Pero Brand Victress, even out naman yung score. Camouflage.
Ang tagal niya dyan, no? Imagine.
Bilangin natin mga ilang minutes si Funi dyan.
Almost 1 minute na siya.
Hindi ko alam kung sino inaabang. Siguro si Ashy yung inaabang niya dyan. Pero kahit bakit dyan?
Parang feeling ko gusto nila magkaroon ng sandwich method kasi dito naman pumwesto. Pero nawala. Sabi niya, okay na nga yan kasi up na yung first Lord. This is an important Lord both for GPX and Brent. Paano nila lalaro ito? Mauulit ka ni Lexa yung Lord Seal niya going in with the real world manipulation going in. Yet again with the Dragon Form. Pero si Fumi will be shutted down. While all of that is happening, Nibil's passion, the passion in their place. Ramdam natin. But there will be a counter kill from Chin Chow and Funi against Krish. That is 2 women down for both teams while the Lord is still up and being targeted by GPX.
The side laner and the gold laners down, pero yung GPX with the initiative to start this Lord. Sila talaga pag makakakuha ka ng objectives, kukunin nila. Sky already purchasing the Malefic Roar as well as si Chinchao na nakakuha na ng BOD. End this battle, BOD. Kaya naman bawat baril niya or yung double shot niya as the Clint will really penetrate through. And let's take a look back at the instant replay. Real world manipulation, napakaganda. Chunks down the members of GPX real low. Nakakuha doon ng kill si Taro, but unfortunately, nakuha rin siya doon ni Chinchao. And right after that, Bren Victress just had to reset. Kaya naman nakuha ng GPX Basreng ang Lord natin.
Mabigat kasi yung stake for game number 3 and that is why ramdam natin na gusto na talagang tapusin to ng GPX Basreng against Brand Victress. Meanwhile, they're still holding onto their 2 inhibitor turrets left. Ang bilis pagdating sa objective talaga ng GPX Basreng. That is just 1 turret takedown for Brand. Meanwhile, GPX Basreng already has 7. Ganoon kalaki yung nagiging gap, pero pagdating sa 7, both 7 ang standing nila for the kill score. The cross goes in with a flicker, and I'm offended. And look at that, real world manipulation by Lexa goes in with 2 kills. And pero hindi pa tapos dito si Ashi, nagwawala siya, pero mukhang siya ang pupuruhan din at the same time ni Chinchao with a shutdown kill and a killing spree. But Brand Victress goes in with their lives on the line. Ganito nila ang gustong kunin. Yung slot towards the grand final si Chinchao. Takbo! Walang lilingon! Takbo! Magdadakaw! Pero pilit siyang inaabot dito nila Taro. Ganon sila kagigil! Pero hindi nila aabutan as GPX Basreng slowly retreats and Brand Victress goes in with a push talaga at ramdam na pati tayo here on the studio nag-iinit sa bawat bakbakan na nagaganap.
Nakita mo yon, yung GPX gusto sana mag-sticker, pero si Defrost nag-flicker, napakagandang I am offended combo, isama mo pa yung real world manipulation ni Lexa. At yung actually nakakatawa nga si Chinchao na lang yung natira doon. Yung mga moments na, yan, takbo ka na, pauwi ka na ng base, go back.
Umuwi ka, hinatid na nila.
Hindi nila nakuha, pero umuwi doon si Chinchao. But, Sky,
these are the kind of pickups na kailangan din naman nilang iwasan pabalik. But that kind of setups is what they need talaga for Brand Victress. Meanwhile, GPX Basreng, most probably, alam na nila, oh, this is the highlight of their lineup. Alam nila, pag nagdikit-dikit tayo, pwede tayong ihalo hope dito. And Ashi, sneaky tactics lang talaga as a ninja.
Ngayon, I am waiting for one more setup like that, Athena. Yung malaking tanong ngayon, Brand Victress, either they go for the split push, kasi wala pa silang nakukuha. Well, they got a tower, pero ang dami ngayon eh. Either they go for the Lord, pero ngayon sa tingin ko, Brand Victress, they have to position themselves dito sa Lord. And mind you, Athena, Luminous Lord to. Defrost, nakaposition na doon sa damuhan, parang si Funi lang kanina.
Dahan sila dito na
Waiting for play. Pero si Earl, kinopya rin yung I am, ngayon, nakita na nila.
I'm offended is being readied by GPX Basreng. The Lord, mukhang hindi nila balak i-reset to. Kailan papasok dito, pero may paghatak, may paggaya against the Frost. Taro goes in with a kill against Puni. The Dragon Form has been activated, pero wala sila ma-chase down. Si Chris dito, sinusugan niya na naman yung buhay niya para makasagot dito si Lesa. Napatitay na war manipulation. While all of that is happening, merong pagdilim dito na Taro. Ang paningin ni Taro goes in with another kill against GPX Basreng. And Lexa with that ultimate GPX Basreng, mind-blowing performance as well. Grabe yun.
Alam mo, 3 down for GPX. This is Taro on this Beatrix getting a killing spree ngayon. Brand Victress, pwede sila pumunta sa Lord, pero in a few seconds, other members will be up. Apakaganda nung clash na yun. Krish pumasok with the onwards, pero si Lexa on the backside with the real world manipulation. Kaya naman slow. And si Taro nakapasok rin, getting a double kill sa GPX.
A hot clash. But still, GPX and Brand Victress, I will put it this way, 50-50 pa rin on my eyes talaga. Ganon kalapit yung laban natin.
Alam mo, pati yung items nila, same na same din eh. Malefic Roar for Taro as well as si Ashi. Si Sky and si Chinchao also getting the Malefic Roar. So, G kung G tong mga to.
G kung G. Pero dito, sino ang una matatanggal? Ganang-gana na naman. Nandiyan na una sila sa real world manipulation. Earl taken down. The Valentina, Asi from the back. Magiging sinitino niya. Shadow kill! Sinalalahati, Pomi! Umahatas dito si Chinchao! Pilit na tumataka initiation goes in with the Lord. Woo! Grabe.
Tingnan mo si Sky, hindi na siya nag-contest ng Lord, nag-split push na lang. Ganon yung ginawa ng Bren Victress sa GPX ngayon. Kayo naman ang mag-split push. 16-11 ang ating score. Bren Victress still holding on. Napakaganda ng mga clashes. Yung tunay na real world manipulation.
Real world.
The real world.
Iba talaga. Real na real. Pero GPX, Basreng, they have the idea. They have what it takes. Untouched pa rin dito si Chinchao with a standing of 4-0-2. They're just waiting for that last big hooray. Pero with the real-world manipulation, talagang namamanipulate at it goes in anybody's way. They are pushing all lanes available. GPX Basreng, this is the ultimate defense that they need. But Bren Victress on the other hand, can they make it? Can they be consistent with their plays? With the kind of real-world manipulation? But that is just a zone out with 3 pops! Funi will fall. Taro and the Frost, isusugan na ginaya. This is the fake real-world manipulation going in si Ashing with the poke around. But still, GPX Basreng, medyo nag-alangan sila sa pagpasok. Taro with a different special, mahuhuli nga ba siya? Nabiktima siya ng purple immortality! There's a immortality! And there's a still with the buff. Krish doing a great job as well on the top, pushing off the minion wave. Grabe!
Athena, ang ating gold leading na ngayon ang Bren Victress. And let's take a look at the items na nakuha na nila. Almost complete. Lexa getting that Genius Wand and the Ice Queen Wand, and also respecting the damage na binabato rin ng GPX, going for the Athena's Shield. And dito na rin yung defensive items for Krish as well as Defrost. So this means an engage or a setup from Defrost and Krish is bagsak mo pa yung tunay na real world manipulation. Tingnan natin kung sino ang magwawagi sa clash. Athena, I am mind blown. Bren Victress now evening out the score. Grabe ang Bren. Patuloy pa rin ang laban nila dito sa MWI. They want to win this for the Philippines.
This is Mobile Legends. This is the first ever Women's Invitational, showing the whole world what it takes to go for the crown. Ashi with the rest of the gang, with a one last push, kakayanin nga ba? And save for GPX Basreng. This is their dream. Slowly taken away pero hindi pa tapos until it's over. Going in with the clash, Chris. Going in with the death. GPX Basreng sa pinakalikod. Hinahabol nila dito sila the Frost on a tight spot. Look at look at Sky. They are testing the limits with the shutdown kill. Lalo dito si the Frost, medyo naiwan siya. Wala na silang takas kahit may Cyclone Eye. Ashi is the only woman left. GPX Basreng, gusto yata nila simutin lahat bago nila isigurado ang kanilang pagkakampiyonato. Pero the Lord right now, medyo naging delikado yung mga posisyon nila doon, Burger Kim.
Napaaga siguro yung clash doon. I think Krish wanted to go for the initiation, but unfortunately, nasa ibang kanto pa yung mga members ng Bren Victress. Now, GPX Basreng, they get this second Luminous Lord. Mapapa-up na yung mga ibang members ng Bren Victress. Now, they are on the full active mode, pero the minions are also slowly pushing in the lanes. It's a very even ball game. GPX Basreng now with the 3K gold lead up against Bren Victress after that almost wipeout.
Nag-gets ng GPX Basreng na ang kailangan nila is pick-offs, not team fights. Napansin mo, nung dalawa ang nakasalubong nila, they didn't hesitate to go for the kill. Meanwhile, Bren Victress, mas malakas sila kapag sama-sama. And this is the final Lord na nga ba? Or will this be the Lord na kailangan lang nilang tunawin to go for the comeback that they need against GPX Basreng? But this is it. For our viewers, kapit lang na matatag. Going in for the final push dito sila Fumi with the Dragon Form. But the Lord diretso na sila dito. Ang GPX Basreng, lumalaban. Nagtatower lang. Sinisimoto sa pinakalikod si Krish. Pilit na lumalaban para sa pangarap. Pero hindi na nga yata sila pagbibigyan. As Chinchao goes in with a good luck. And GPX Basreng secures their slot towards the Grand Finals.
Napakaganda ng laban na yon, pero hindi rin naging madali para sa GPX. Nakita mo yung mukha nila, it was a very tight game for both Bren Victress and GPX Basring. They themselves couldn't believe it. And honestly, I think yung clash na yun, doon sa bandang huli, masyadong napaaga. Kaya naman nabigyan ng opening doon ang GPX Basring.
This is MLBB. And
At
I
its
saw,
finest.
and I also saw how well they want the crown. There are certain tears, there are certain moments that for Bren Victress that they could have got it. And this is a very emotional day as well. But still, a great job, well done for Bren Victress for reaching this far onto the Women's Invitational. And for GPX Basrang for securing the grand final slot. Waiting kung sino ang mananalo for Bigatron Era and Kara. Pero going back, that was so close, Burger Kim. So close.
So close. Actually, ako rin hindi kami makahinga dito. Even the production team here, we were so excited. That was a very good game. Beautiful Mobile Legends at its finest. And ako, sa tingin ko, yung sabi mo nga, Athena, na they need to get pickoffs. And that is what GPX did in that game. Yung sa mga bandang huli, sa late game, they got the crucial pickoffs and then they went in for the Lord. And right after that, nung nag-tower lock na si Chinchao with the necessary items like the Malefic Roar and BOD, yun na yun para sa GPX Basring. Pero hindi naging madali para sa kanila.
This is the empowerment. Bren Victress give their best.
Yes.
Hindi nila pinadali ang naging journey rin naman ng GPX. But still, I would like to hear the emotions and the analysis on that recent game number 3 to our lovely analyst, Brigida. Take it away.
Tanong ni Athena ang aking emotions. Okay. Welcome to the Analyst Stand. Hindi natin na pwedeng sabihin na napadali talaga ang buhay ng GPX regardless of them winning the series. Napakagandang laban ang pinakita sa atin ng Bren Victress. Ako po si Brigida at muli nating babalikan ang mga nangyari sa napakainit at intense na laban na iyon. Unang-una sa lahat, moving to our drafting phase, nagkaroon agad ng mind games sa simula pa lang na same things or the same situation was presented to Bren Victress. Open ang Valentina for them, but then with what happened during the second game, apparently they chose not to go with the Valentina anymore, and kapalit noon ay nabigay nila ito instead sa GPX. They were able to secure the Eve, however, pero comparing the Eve and the Valentina na pwede rin naman kopyahin ang ultimate ng Eve, it seems like quite na medyo luging trade, especially as the cooldowns as compared ng Valentina as compared to the Eve will be at an advantage din dito for GPX. Moving on, kailangan din nating bigyang pansin dito ang kanilang XP lane matchup, which is the Edith and the Yu Zhong. First things first, of course, the early game, they need to be a lot more careful. Nakita naman natin yon. There were just some engages from Krish onto this Edith na kinailangan din niya sigurong gawin for the Avaries. But then again, comparing the speed in rotation, lalamang din si Fumi sa Yu Zhong. However, Bren Victress, they did have quite the difficult time or the harder time pagdating ng early game, but that is also because it is mainly affected then by the recent adjustments na ginawa kay Beatrix. Meron siyang special patch na ginawa just for, it's not really a patch, parang pahabol na adjustment na ginawa sa kanya, and with that adjustment, medyo mas naging scaling si Beatrix in itself, which is as to why we saw in the early game na hindi siya naging mas or as aggressive as the usual Beatrix would do up against si Chinchao on this glint, and rather nakita natin na medyo mas nagiging safe ang kanyang playstyle dahil nga mas kinakailangan na ngayon ng Beatrix ang scaling, at yun naman ang nakita natin dahil when the 14-minute mark came, nakita rin at naramdaman naman natin na sumasakit na talaga dito si Taro. Actually, dealing the damage then later on whenever there came up a team fight or an engage set up dito by the Frost. Speaking of the Frost, nakita natin dito kung gaano niya tiniis at tinanggap lahat ng damage talaga na ibinato with a 130 36,000 total damage taken. Talagang pinangatawanan niya ang pagiging tank, and it did not stop there because a lot of the miracle setups came really from that I am offended setup dito ni Defrost, actually allowing Bren Victress to bounce back regardless kung talagang medyo lumalamang na talaga ang GPX dito, as we will be seeing in our highlights later on. And apparently, napakaganda rin ng kanyang ability or pag-execute at pag-timing ng skills niya to hold the necessary members para mabagsakan ng mas madali dito ni Lexa on the real world manipulation, as well as ma-shred lang dito ni Taro with Nibiru and as well as the other weapons. But we cannot deny the fact that it was really GPX who was able to manage the overall game. Our MVP of that will be Chincho on this Clint, who did not die at all during the entire game. Nakita naman natin na during the most crucial moment din, kahit na siya na lang ang natitira at hinahabol ng Brent Victress, hindi pa rin siya namatay, and she was able to survive. She was able to position herself exactly where she needed to be, at talagang na-deal niya yung damage at yung lane niya ay hindi niya napabayaan just the same. This was yet another beautiful game coming from Chincho, and it did not stop there kasi maging ang kanyang mga kakampi, lahat sila ay talagang nagsanib puwersa at ginawa nila ang kanilang makakaya para talagang mapakita sa atin na eto kami, and we came hungry to really redeem ourselves dito sa MWI after the recent tournament din na pinanggalingan nila, which was the WSL. To be honest, napakaganda talaga nung mga counter engages nung Brent. Dumating din sa point na bumaligtad na ang gold lead. Nag-celebrate din ang ating mga casters as they saw that the 50k gold dito ng GPX ay nalamangan na ng Brent with a 51k gold lead. But then again, we cannot disregard talaga na when it came to executing the crucial team fights, talagang ang GPX ang nagpakita ng mas mataas na mastery there. One more highlight dito sa laro natin was of course the positioning na pinakita ng Brent Victress during the latter portions toward the end of the game. Doon sa bandang orange buff dito ng GPX, that was quite dangerous position. Kumbaga, makita din yung area at naliparan agad sila ng Black Dragon form. Looking at it right now, this was the exact scenario. They lost 3 members. If it weren't for Ashi on this Hayabusa, who was able to move or cut the minion waves and talagang inangat niya. Kumbaga, if it weren't for that, talagang maasahan natin na yun na sana ang magiging katapusan ng larong iyon, pero hindi pa at nakapag-hold on pa ang Brent Victress. Sadly, however, with the disadvantages that they were put at, sabay-sabay na yung minion waves, and Beatrix as well, Taro was not able to equip talaga yung Bennett's Rage or even the Nibiru's Passion. Was there was a misclick as well. They were unable to maximize the wave clear potential that they had, eventually leading to the end of that game. And let us not forget to check out our free exclusive supplies on weekends ongoing from January 29 to 30 and February 5 to 6. Kailangan nyo lang mag-login at i-claim ang mga prizes na yan. And you know, who knows kung ano ang inyong makukuha doon sa supplies na yan. Kudos to both teams. That was a spectacular game as mentioned by our casters. We have to emphasize the efforts of both and all of the teams who reached up to this point, the semifinals of our first ever MLBB Women's Invitational, and I'm sure this will not be the last. At marami pa tayong aabangan, hindi lang sa susunod na mga laban, kung hindi sa future din natin, dahil this is just the beginning of the female pro scene. With that, kailangan din natin marinig kung ano nga bang masasabi ng ating winning and first team to ever get to the grand finals. Kaya ibabalik muna natin sa ating mga casters.
Ibang klase ang pinakita natin and even on our teams, Brent Victress and GPX Basray moving forward closer to the crown. Meanwhile, a good game well played. Women empowerment is defined in different ways. And nabasa ko yon, even the supporters for Brent Victress, kudos pa rin naman.
Napakaganda ng laban na yon, Athena. I honestly couldn't breathe for a while. Sobrang push and pull between two teams, which really goes to show kung gaano kataas ang kanilang mga micro and macro plays. But GPX will be moving to the Grand Finals.
Grand Finals.
Grand Finals.
And while we are waiting for the interview na maya-maya lang makikita natin na actually curious kung ano nga ba tumatakbo sa isip ng GPX and what are the key points as well na kinonsider nila for that game. Kasi when you're in the moment, you tend to overthink or you tend to be more focused and the emotions are running.
Yeah, yung emotions nga, I feel like GPX has a lot of emotions. Nakita natin dun sa player cams din, di ba? Parang yung iba, parang naiiyak na rin. Because of either stress or yun nga, overthinking, as well as the pressure na binigay nga ng Brand Victress. Pero tayo. Oo nga tayo rin Ramdam namin
Pero both GPX and Brand Victress, yung ganong klase na rush and adrenaline as well. Diba? Pag nandun ka, nanggigigil ka na talaga And imagine the screams as well, the commands.
Honestly, that point, alam mo yung tipong lahat kami dito sa studio, honestly, we are so proud of you, Brand Victress, for making it this far actually in MWI, in an international tournament at that. Napakaganda ng pinakita nyo. And I'm sure you will come back stronger. Pero ngayon, syempre, we have to give it hands off to GPX of Indonesia. We'll be hearing from them, Athena, in a little bit. Pero ako, kung ganito nakainit ang laban, unang match. By the way, unang match
pa lang natin.
Unang match. Pero Athena, alam mo ano yung tama? Ako lang yung tama dito Mali yung prediction mo teka lang. Mali tayong dalawa na Bren. Pero tama ako dun sa 2-1. Yun lang yung tama.
Okay. But it's okay. That's life. And the game is a game. But still, you can learn from that experience for the next season. And MWI, mabigat talaga. Being invited as a representative for your region, ibang klaseng achievement. And of course, iba yung nakaka-proud yun sariling atin na lumalaban on a world stage. International to, guys. Kaya naman for the girls, the best is yet to come. At kitang-kita natin that they will be going to show us kung ano pa nga bang thoughts sila for the recent game.
Congratulations, you are going directly to the Grand Finals here. But
thank you, Chifela.
It's a pleasure. Okay. The voice makes my heart melt away. Okay, but I have this question. Like, what is actually happened in the first game? Like, you guys playing as individual player in the first game.
I think we had miscommunication sih. Just miscommunication when we want to rush their buff, but the others didn't hear gitu kan.
Okay. It's okay. So the others is not following the movement coming from the 1Q here. So there's some miscommunication that is happening in the GPX bus rank.
Okay. That makes sense.
That makes sense because the movement is just like scattered, but directly they are making up. And in the second game, I think like before the draft in the second game, you guys are discussing a lot, especially Earl. See Earl, like you guys like discussing a lot over the things, and they are able to play really well in the second game.
Yeah.
But in the third game, it's not an easy task to do to win that one.
Yes.
What is the thing that make it hard for you guys to finish the third game?
I think all of our heroes is countered by Yiffy,
okay.
We got countered by Yiffy.
Okay, so Yiffy is
so
the main
it's hard
problem
for us to win the war.
Okay, so
we need to pick off one by one.
Yeah.
Okay, so they directly knew what their strategy was coming into the game. They couldn't win the team fights with the real world manipulation, so they opted for a pick-off type of strat, and it worked out really well. But I also want to ask for your opinions, Earl as well as Funi. What do you guys think about your mid laner competitor in that previous matchup, Lexa? Lexa is known as the greatest of all time of the Philippines. And how do you think, what's your opinion on her gameplay?
Ciwin katanya kita disuruh kayak opini kita buat mid laner mereka yang brand tadi.
I think Lexa is a really good player sih.
Okay. Her macro and micro is just so, and also the mechanic is just so high level, right?
Yes, her positioning very good.
Very good positioning. I do agree with that one. 100% of that one. Okay. Now between Bigetron and Kara, we know that it's only one slot left for the grand final.
Yeah.
Between them, which one do you want to compete with in the grand final and why?
Dari antara BTR sama Kara, Ciwin mau siapa di grand final? Dan kenapa?
BTR, because Indo Pride. And I think we still want to try to beat them.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, because from their history, they're usually the runner-ups from Bigetron. So now it gives them a chance, right, to take it for the championship slot against Bigetron.
Okay. What is your preparation if and only if Bigetron is ready in the grand final? Do you have any some strategy that is prepared for that one?
No, see. We haven't prepared anything.
You haven't prepared anything?
Just go by our luck lah.
Relying
if
on
we're lucky,
their
then
luck.
we win.
Okay.
Fair enough. Now, for the last question, Earl as well as Funi, you guys are known as the Dangerous Duo. Now, does the Dangerous Duo have any messages for all your fans out there in the audience?
Ciwin, kan kita katanya Dangerous Duo. Ada pesan-pesan untuk para fans di luar sana?
Yeah, thank you for supporting us. Keep supporting till we pensi, till we retire.
Till we
Okay?
retire.
Keep supporting us until we retire. Okay, I hope it's not gonna be very soon, yeah? Earl and also Funi, we really love your gameplays and we will see you guys in the grand final. Congratulations, but yes, see you very soon. Good luck next.
Good luck and congratulations.
That was the interview for GPX Basreng na secure na slot nila towards the grand finals. And again, to Athena together with Burger Cam here on the caster's desk, konting adjustment lang daw ang ginawa nila on for match number 3.
Actually, sabi rin nila hindi naging madali yung laban na yun. Yun naman talaga yung maganda or what's beautiful about ML. Yung talagang hindi mo alam kung anong mangyayari sa susunod. And that's why I really, really love the game.
But let's see, dahil Game 1, Series number 1, the best of 3 na nasulit talaga lang palang yan. So what more towards the grand finals later on? But next is Bigetron Era versus Kara na isa rin sa pinaka-inaabangan. At actually, inaasahan ng GPX sana daw na makalaban nila. Pero papayag kaya ang Kara? Makikita natin yan. Pero before all of that, we will take a short break na lang muna. Kaya wag kayong aalis, magbabalik kami.
What? Go away! Hey! That's not polite! What? Phew. Out on top again! Legendary! Watch out! I cut quick and deep! Huh? Who's there? False alarm!
I can imagine how happy our lives will be after it's all over.
Tawag mo pag here na yun. Padala dito, padala doon. Ang liit ng item pero ang laki ng kahon.
Huwag mo na paabutin sa beast mode. Alagaan mo with Petron Sprint 40.
Kalma ka na, kalma ka na with TCS formula para laging chill mo sa road.
Only love and night are everlasting.
Feel the bloody embrace.
You have slain an enemy. Killing spree.
Bloody embrace.
An enemy has been
Only love and night are everlasting.
That's not polite! What? Phew. Out on top again. Legendary! Watch out! I cut quick and deep. Hmm? Who's there? False alarm. I can imagine how happy our lives will be after it's all over. Tawag mo pag here na yun.
Padala dito, padala doon. Ang liit ng item pero ang laki ng kahon.
Huwag mo na paabutin sa beast mode. Alagaan mo with Petron Sprint 40.
Kalma ka na, kalma ka na with TCS formula para laging chill mo sa road.
Only love and night are everlasting.
Bloody embrace.
You have slain an enemy. Killing spree.
Bloody embrace.
An enemy has been
Only love and night are everlasting.
私の後ろに隠れていいわよ。正義を執行するわよ。強い真理は絶望を断ち切る刃となる。最後は人類が勝つ。当たり前でしょ。
What? Go away! Hey! That's not polite! What? Phew. Out on top again! Legendary! Watch out! I cut quick and deep! Huh? Who's there? False alarm! I can imagine how happy our lives will be after it's all over.
Tawag mo pag here na yun. Padala dito, padala doon. Ang liit ng item pero ang laki ng kahon.
Huwag mo na paabutin sa beast mode. Alagaan mo with Petron Sprint 40.
Kalma ka na, kalma ka na with TCS formula para laging chill mo sa road.
Only love and night are everlasting.
Bloody embrace.
You have slain an enemy. Killing spree.
Bloody embrace.
An enemy has been
Only love and night are everlasting.
Become brave 時を超え明日へ really life opens 今希望の旗を立ててこの全てがただの悪夢だったらいいのに準備はできた？ゲートが始まるよ。怖いなら私の後ろに隠れてもいいわよ。正義を執行するわよ。強い信念は絶望を断ち切る刃となる。最後は人類が勝つ。当たり前でしょ。
What? Go away! Hey! That's not polite! What? Phew. Out on top again. Legendary!
Watch out! I cut quick and deep. Huh? Who's there? False alarm.
I can imagine how happy our lives will be after it's all over.
Tawag mo, pag-here na yun. Padala dito, padala doon. Ang liit ng item, pero ang laki ng kahon.
Huwag mo na paabutin sa beast mode. Alagaan mo with Petron Sprint 40.
Kalma ka na, kalma ka na with TCS formula para laging chill mo sa road.
Only love and night are everlasting.
Feel the bloody embrace.
You have slain an enemy. Killing spree.
Bloody embrace.
An enemy essence.
Only love and night are everlasting.
Cold 心は心に縛 ジレンマに潰されそう。自分じゃわからないリアルで確かな強さは弱さを認めることでその扉開き出す。僕ら未来のために誓う全てこの切ないだけで放ってWe are believers その光掴んで for century もう迷ったりはしない立ち止まりはしない Never lose Become braver 時を超え明日へ really life opens 今希望の旗を立ててこの全てがただの悪夢だったらいいのに。準備はできた？ゲートが始まるよ。怖いなら私の後ろに隠れてもいいわね。正義を執行するわよ。強い信念は絶望を断ち切る刃となる。最後は人類が勝つ。当たり前でしょ。What? Go away!
Hey! That's not polite!
What? Phew. Out on top again. Legendary! Watch out! I cut quick and deep. Huh? Who's there? False alarm.
I can imagine how happy our lives will be after it's all over.
Tawag mo, pag-here na yun. Padala dito, padala doon. Ang liit ng item pero ang laki ng kahon.
Huwag mo na paabutin sa beast mode. Alagaan mo with Petron Sprint 40.
Kalma ka na, kalma ka na with TCS formula para laging chill mo sa road.
Only love and night are everlasting.
Feel the bloody embrace.
You have slain an enemy. Killing spree.
Bloody embrace.
An enemy has been
Only love and night are everlasting.
What? Go away! Hey! That's not polite! What? Phew. Out on top again! Legendary! Watch out! I cut quick and deep! Huh? Who's there? False alarm!
I can imagine how happy our lives will be after it's all over.
Tawag mo pag here na yun. Padala dito, padala doon. Ang liit ng item pero ang laki ng kahon.
Huwag mo na paabutin sa beast mode. Alagaan mo with Petron Sprint 40.
Kalma kina, kalma ka na, kalma kina, kalma ka na. With TCS formula, para laging chill mo sa road.
Only love and night are everlasting.
Feel the bloody embrace.
You have slain an enemy! Killing spree!
Bloody embrace.
An enemy has been slain!
Only love and night are everlasting.
What? Go away! Hey! That's not polite! What? Phew. Out on top again. Legendary! Watch out! I cut quick and deep. Huh? Who's there? False alarm.
I can imagine how happy our lives will be after it's all over.
Tawag mo pag here na yun.
Padala dito, padala doon. Ang liit ng item pero ang laki ng kahon.
Huwag mo na paabutin sa beast mode. Halagaan mo with Petron Sprint 40.
Kalma ka na, kalma ka na with TCS formula para laging chill mo sa road.
Only love and night are everlasting.
Feel the bloody embrace.
You have slain an enemy. Killing spree.
there, try to help. What in the front, we are seeing that Sky getting the mega kill and even gonna take the double kill here, Shared Hog. You are gonna be the third kill, I think, for that. Oh, ho, ho. Sky with the best of execution. Here we go. They wanted more. They shut down Shared Hog. Well, the base is being exposed and I think will be taken directly by Team GPX Basrank without any hesitation. And congratulations, GPX Basrank is moved to the next bracket. Precise, and the first is able to be stolen by Team Osmar Omega Empress, but we see that Amor actually receiving so much damage from the beginning over turn. It remembers that it's very low, but Lexa, Taro, and also T-Bros is focusing on that one, and 2 for 1 so far. I think for Team Brand Pictures, because Mirai will be the next target for Team Brand Pictures, even though that shutdown happens, but the base is not gonna stay longer because Lord is still there and Brand Pictures able to secure their second point in this.
Very interesting, but it will be Benelufa being able to zone the members in the backside. But look at the damage coming in from Cheesecake, being able to take a double kill as well as a shutdown. And the damage coming in from the Kagura is there as well. Mira.
The Koopa is down, the Popo is still there, but the Sarah. Oh my god, this is gonna be the end of Team On Air, people, because Team Kara already finished this game by 2-0. Taking longer to be more painful towards Angel's Princess, but with the Genius one, it will be enough, and it will be very good for them. But look at this movement in pro play. They are taking the current, but the dispersion rotation, able to get one member along with the kill is being ejected to the back line, but beyond.
Ayok is the next one on the chopping board. Kemsa Blades has been opened up, and look at that, and Chell is insane. 4 members taken down just like that with Sakura off the board first, and a 2-4-0 game for Bigatron Era.
Kami nagbabalik at nanonood pa rin kayo ng first ever Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's Invitational 2022. Nakita na natin ang iba't ibang lakas, sanib puwersa, at pati ang mga skills and tricks ng ating mga teams. Kaya naman, let's check out kung sino nga ba ang 4 na teams na natitira. At kasama nyo pa rin kami for this match number 2. My name is Athena and with me is Brigida.
Hello, Athena! Salamat at eto na tayo. Nakikita na natin na we are down to our last 3 teams. Makikita natin na naghihintay na sa Grand Finals ngayon ang GPX ID after yung nail-biting series kanina with Bren. Nail-biting talaga. Kasi napapagano na rin ako, buti hindi tayo nakikita yun eh. Pero,
parang nagiging sign na rin siya ng nervousness and at the same time, sobrang intense. Diba? And nakita mo yung reactions then for both teams. And for this round, it will be Bigatron Era versus Kara. Kanina in-interview si GPX Basrank. And eto talaga sinabi na, sino sa dalawang teams na maglalaban ang gusto mong makaharap? Straight to the point, sabi nila, Bigatron Era para makabawi daw sila.
Ramdam mo kasi na pagpasok pa lang nila dito sa MWI, parang yun na agad ang intention nila dahil gutom na gutom sila at ramdam natin yun sa tuwing sasabak sila sa laban na very, nang mamama talaga yung parang, yung gusto nilang target, andun, tapos lahat ng nakaharang sa harap nila, gusto nilang daanan at
talagang
hawiin
kumbaga dadaan ako. Tatabi! Ako ang paparada.
Yun.
Tapos bababa ako ng Lolita. Masaya pa rin yung Lolita rin
pwede rin. Tsaka ganun talaga kasi sila eh. Nakaganon sila. Diretso lang. Yung target nila, yun pala ay makabawi talaga sa BTR Era. At kung mangyari man yun, very similar ang magiging story dito ng ating MWI sa recent M3 natin, hindi ba?
And para naman sa Bigatron Era, yes, they are on a 100% win rate. Magandang highlight din yan. But meanwhile, Kara, ang dami nilang pambato pabalik. And before all of that, kilalanin natin and let's take a closer look sa ating hero and player lineup for Team Kara.
Team Kara, meron tayong si Yan, Bunny Lofa, Sci-Fi, Cheesecake at Erin Kara.
Si Erin maglalaro.
Maglalaro si Erin
for Kara. Meanwhile, for Bigatron Era, they're still sticking for the main 5, Chini, Valanier, Shell, Vival, and Vivian. Pero going back, Erin Kara, parang good. Guess who's that? Women.
Unlockable character. Tignan mo naman at parang yung Kara ngayon, hindi pa enough na yung performance nila mismo, panggulat na siya sa atin dahil lahat tayo hindi natin in-anticipate na ganito ang magiging laro nila coming into MWI. Meron tayong little background lang about them pero ginulat talaga nila tayo. Tingnan mo naman yung signature picks nila ngayon. Very much yung similar talaga sa mga meta na nakikita natin madalas. And yung isa talaga sa madalas nilang nakukuha which is yung Sicilian. Kita nga natin dito kay Sci-Fi. Alam natin na napapagana nila yan. Pero,
paano nila papaganahin now that Erin Cara will be playing with the main 5? Signature pick is an Estes. Wala pa man siyang percentage and even on the average assist. Pero, ito yung tricky eh.
Yun na nga.
When you don't know who you're facing, there's a mystery and unlockable character pa siya dito. May quest na na-unlock na agad dito ang Team Cara. Meanwhile, with a 70% career participation for Yan. Yan yung gusto ko. Yan yung lagi ko sinasabi ng mga pasok niya. Saktong-sakto. Heading on naman sa player stats for Bigatron era. Chini with 69%. Meanwhile, let's focus also on Vival and Vivian. The double V na dikit on kill participation and even on the turtle rate, mataas din ang advantage nila against the enemy team kada may nakakaharap sila.
Very much early game din kasi madalas nagiging early game centric ang nagiging laro dito ng BTR era. And we see kasi na kumbaga yung mastery nila in playing the game from each phase, paglipat pa lang or yung transition kumbaga, and para na-perfect talaga nila yung execution, especially kapag kapangkapa nila yung lineup na nabigay mo sa kanila. So it's very tricky to allow them to get their hands din dito sa kanilang mga signature picks. Kaso as you mentioned, ang mas magiging tricky rin talaga dito is that hindi rin nila alam kung anong i-anticipate nila sa bagong player ng Cara na papasok dito ngayon.
Which is true naman. I like it kasi naman napa-perfect nila. But for this time, will they go for a perfect win yet again knowing that this is the best of 3? Semi-finals round, marami ang nakasalalay, marami nakatutok. And let's take a quick look on the team head-to-head. Pagdating sa average game duration, as you've mentioned, early game nakukuha agad do ng Team Bigatron era with a 93% tower rate, objective rate of 89, and a 100% win rate. Meanwhile, for Cara, we have a 75 for the win rate.
Oo, tama ka doon. Tsaka kitang-kita natin dito sa average game duration talaga na ang bilis ng BTR madalas na nakakatapos ng mga laro. Most of the time, in less than 15 minutes, ang mga nagiging laro nila. So, it's very tricky talaga to challenge yung early game aggression ng BTR era. Kasi at the same time, if you want to go for that early game lineup and hindi mo masabayan yung execution nila, ang hirap nun na snowball reliant kayo parehas tapos lalamangan na kanila agad.
Gusto ko yung sinabi mo yung challenges and nakita mo naman up for a challenge si Cara, lalo na kailangan nilang unlock. Yung lock character kanina na si Erin Cara. So, sakto din that they're facing against a huge challenge ahead of them. But these are the keys to victory for Cara. Be ready with surprise pick from Vival. Shut down BTR side lane movement. Secure Cheesecake's Lancelot and beware with aggressive playstyle from Vivian. Ito yung kanina ko sinabi na Vival and Vivian. Medyo delicate talaga pagka nagkakaroon ng Sunny Puersa.
Actually, makikita mo pa lang na Bigatron era na agad ang iyong katapat. Parang ang una mo na talagang may isip, this team has been undefeated for this entire tournament. This team came from a fresh championship dun sa previous nilang tournament.
Back to back.
So back to back pa. Yun na nga. At parang alam na ng Bigatron era at sanay na sila sa pagiging kampiyon. So talagang yung aura nila coming into this tournament at yung maging yung mga napakita nila sa atin, parang isa na malaking challenge in itself yung pag-overcome pa lang dun sa fear or sa pressure na sila ang iyong mga magiging kaharap. So, very interesting for me ngayon itong surprise na pagpasok ni Erin Cara dito kasi ano kaya ang madadala niya?
Yung dadali nila, pwedeng kontrahin din at the same time ng Bigatron era as we head on the keys to victory for Bigatron era. Respect signature heroes of Cara. Volunteer rotate and flank in early game. Optimize playmaking potential from Vivian na hinhighlight din for the case of victory for Cara. Meanwhile, contest, yan, Skagora. Yan ang kailangan nilang tutukan.
Oo, at ramdam na ramdam natin yan dahil madalas sa kahapon talaga hindi biro yung paggamit niyan on this Kagura. We don't often see a Kagura na early into the game nakakapag-snowball na siya. And it's very threatening to see it after nga ng medyo nabawasan kasi talaga ang damage ng Kagura. Pero yung pagkapulido ang dami nating terms pero kasi hindi talaga enough yung mga yun para i-describe yung linis ng laro ng BTR.
And mas malinis, mas chill ka gumalaw. Syempre, dito sa MWI, chill lang tayo. Parang motor na naka-Petron Sprint 40, kalmaki na ang motor mo with Petron Sprint 40 dahil it controls heat, protects the engine, sustains power, and provides a smooth ride with TCS formula. Don't forget to follow and share the Facebook and Instagram page for Petron Sprint 40 for more updates. Para laging chill mode sa road, use Petron Sprint 40 na.
Alam mo, kailangan talagang isabuhay natin yung pagiging chill natin ngayon before tayo pumasok sa larong ito. Kailangan medyo kalmahan muna natin ang ating sarili. We all don't know what to anticipate, just like how we did not anticipate Kara's performance in this tournament. Pero looking at our talent predictions right now.
Oh, that's a surprise actually for our talent predictions. For the majority of the casters, this is a snowball Kara vote naman. Believing in the power of the dark horse.
Yes!
Romeo, save me.
My name is Juliet. Huh?
Oh!
Ay, iba yun.
Ay, sorry, iba pala yan.
Teka, pero yun, at very surprising indeed dahil nga with the 100% win rate dito ng BTR era sa tournament na to, it's very surprising to see na ayun pala.
Pero syempre, tinignan lang namin kung attentive kayo. Very important na talagang attentive din tayo. And this is actually the truest form na natin for the talent prediction. And for the talent prediction, snowball naman talaga na Bigatron era basing on the stats for us as casters and even off-cam, dinidiscuss din natin yan. But ito lang yung pagkakaiba. Ako, yung 2-0. Meanwhile, tatlo kayo na talagang tingin nyo makakasapak ng isa pabalik ang dark horse of the tournament, which is Kara. Why do you think so?
Well, again, going back sa sinabi natin kanina talaga na Kara was one of the teams that we did not really expect to perform this well. And the fact that they did, and they actually beat a lot of the teams from which we expected actually na mag-perform well. And now that they are in the semifinals, it's not really entirely impossible na once na makatapat din nila itong BTR, ay makakasapak at makakasapak sila. Pero right now, what I'm really interested to see is Erin Kara na nakasalang na.
Tignan natin kung paano magiging reaction mamaya ng Bigatron era. But for now, kailan natin, chill muna sila. Ayan, tinuturo niya na. Uy, game na. Game na, dito na tayo.
Umupo na kayo.
Okay, let the party start na muna. Pero going in with the quick player head-to-head tayo.
Cheesecake and Vival dito sa ating player head-to-head. Ang very similar sila actually with this average kills and even GPM. Nagkaroon lang ng slight difference, and this is where we see na it's really a must na makita na natin against each other ang dalawang teams na ito kasi performance-wise, parang hindi rin sila nagkakalayo. Medyo may slight difference talaga dito, especially when it comes to yung pagkapulido, kumbaga, ng execution. Kasi mas mahaba yung average game time dito ng Kara as compared to BTR. Pero ang audience predictions natin ngayon, ang pinaka-interesting makita.
For Indo, 89%. Diba? Kita mo, full force pa rin naman. Although there's a slight 11% siding with Kara, followed by dito for Malaysia and Singapore. Nakita naman natin for Malaysia. And even sa undercountries, talagang full force pa rin. 100%. Buo din naman ang loob nila na talagang magpakita ang gilas. But going back, na parang pwede, safe to say, majority talaga is siding with Bigatron era. Pero gusto ko yung part na they believe. Parang tayo, diba? Keep on believing, keep on supporting. Kasi iba talaga yung magiging galaw mo kapag alam mo yung mga tao sa paligid mo or even your home country has backed you up all in talaga.
All in na. Nakita natin 100% ang boto ng Malaysia dito sa Kara, and that just goes to show talaga yung suporta na ibinibigay nila. So I feel that Kara, they should really hold on to this yung kanilang tiwala talaga na binibigay sa kanila and na hindi dapat sila marattle dito sa kanilang opponents regardless kung kilala natin talaga ang BTR era as very much well-versed when it comes to tournaments at alam na alam talaga nila kung paano laruin regardless kung sino yung katapat, regardless kung ano yung draft. Nakakagulat talaga na yung hero pool nila, ang lawak at na alam ang marami silang playstyles na naipakita na. So, it will be a very interesting match. Sigurado ako dyan. Dahil nga naman, this is the dark horse, di ba? Kara, the dark horse. Kumbaga, siya yung very similar doon sa Team BTK, doon sa recent M3 tour na natin. Aminado tayong lahat na nagulat din tayo sa kanila. Pero one thing na medyo interesting para sa akin ngayon is parang hindi magkakasama ngayon ang BTR era, no?
Oo, nakita mo, in the previous matches, sila yung team na nakaupo sa may trophy pa sa gilid. Diba, actually, yun yung naging parang trademark na tumatak sa akin for Bigatron era. But this time around, will it be a hindrance knowing na kahit solid, iba yung magkakasama kayo eh? Diba, as a team na sigaw lang, real-time feed talaga.
Yes, yung communication na nabibigay, the body language din as well, it's different. At may possibility rin kasi na maging may mga challenges din na ma-pose ang online lang na communication. Pero we've seen it as well sa IDNS. Ganun din sila, especially as magkaibang countries sila magkasama. But as we've seen it, hindi naman naging much of an obstacle din. Kaso nga lang ngayon, this will be the first time na we will be seeing BTR era not together when it comes to this tournament. At actually, today pa, no? It's the last day. So, I think it's very crucial. Pero tignan natin dahil nandito na tayo sa ating drafting phase.
Let's check it out with the pans and picks. That will be a ban of Patilda and Paquito for Kara. Ang agad-agad nilang pinuputulan agad ng pakpak dito. Ang side ng Bigatron era. Meanwhile, the Valentina and Eve, we've seen this on the semifinals previously before this match. And that was very explosive pag napapakawalan. So, hindi muna natin siya makikita for match number 1. Meanwhile, for Kara, ito yung Paquito tune na tinutukoy ko rin kanina kay Burger Kim na meron nang sipa. Meron pang suntok. Medyo bugbog ka talaga pag nagsabay.
Kumpleto nga eh. At parang ayaw nila ng ganong klaseng sapakan. Kaya tatanggalin na muna yan ng ating team, Kara. And just the same, eto rin kasi yung talagang bans na madalas nilang tinatanggal. Although, signature picks din sila as shown kanina doon sa ating stats. Parang yun na nga eh. Signature pick nila yon. So, alam nila yung capacity ng hero na yon. Kung hindi nila makukuha dahil ibang prayo nila ngayon, tatanggalin na lang muna nila.
Basta okay din na tanggalin mo muna. But very curious ako Kasi ang cute tignan, diba? Who's that hero na lang mamaya na makikita natin for the fifth player for Kara. Kasi si Erin, nilabas na nila up to the very last moment Hanggat kaya nila na hindi ipakita, talaga pinilit nila. But surprisingly, for Kara, Erin Kara's favorite pick kanina na nakita natin is shown right now as the priority against Bigatron era. Say to say, Ube?
Yes.
Nandyan na naman yata.
Oo, and again, Erin Kara, for those who may not know, is actually the manager din dito ng Team Kara natin. So, to see her play talaga, hindi namin ma-contain yung aming sorpresa na nandito siya ngayon participating in the tournament in its most crucial part. So, there might be a possibility na medyo mga parin somehow, pero if they prepared well for this, balay mo, ito pala ang trump card nila, especially as nilabas lang nila ito against Bigatron era. Who knows kung ano yung ating makita. Pero this is again the signature pick ni Erin Kara as shown kanina. At maganda na na-secure nila agad ito regardless na napakita na agad siya.
Gusto ko yung na-surpresa rin tayo sa tally predictions. Kasi nga naman, nilabas si Erin Kara. So that's a different card to be played for Kara. That is why for Bigatron era, parang nagkaroon din tayo ng questions. What can Erin add up to the whole team? Lalo papasok sila sa grand finals. They are this close to closing the gap between them and GPX naman na waiting. Pero for Bigatron, diba, eto pwede natin mag-consider na pagbibigyan kaya nila. But starting it off with a fresh and hot pick, that will be a Lilia together with the Yuzong. Paano nila kukontrahin to ngayon for Kara?
Nako, ito ay very straight to the point, kumbaga, because they are directly attacking the possibility na magsama-sama dito ang Kara with this Estes pick nga. And one thing na naisip ko rin kasi is, again, Erin Kara is the manager, so it's possible na she has this unique or ability to really keep the team together, and yung calls o yung shot calls niya pwedeng mapaganda lalo yung laro ng Kara, lalo na ito yung point na kailangan mo talaga maging pulido sa bawat galaw against Bigetron era. And now they will be securing the Esmeralda ni Banilofa as well as this Brody. And as we all know, Banilofa sa XP lane, kailangan talaga ma-secure mo sa kanya yung hero na makasasabay sa kalaban niya.
True to her name, Bunny, nagja-jump talaga siya in the line of danger. And I like it na sabi mo, kailangan pagdikit-dikitin together as a team. And Erikara, sakto yan sa isang Estes. Talaga magiging dikit-dikit kayo mamaya with the healing galing na pwede nilang maibigay. And I saw the smiles as well for Erin Kara and with the rest of the gang. The members, nagtitinginan sila. Parang naaayon actually sa kanila. But with the Lilia, for him, parang nagiging kontra din kasi siya at the same time for marksman heroes. But going in for kontra, Kagura, Nian. Sabi kasi sa keys to victory, yan ang kailangan nating tanggalin.
Oo, nakita kasi nila na you have to contest this Kagura pick from Yan, and luckily enough, hindi pa ito sinecure agad ng Kara kasi isa talaga ito sa mga alam natin na comfort talaga niya. And going back, ngayon medyo nagkakaipitan na tayo sa mages, to be honest, and it might cause quite the struggle din kung sa Kara if they don't or really find themselves comfortable with the other kind of mage picks na hindi rin pa natin nakikita naman galing sa kanila. Ngayon, titignan natin si Chini. Alam mo, etong si Chini, nag-shine talaga siya kahapon. Kung naalala mo yung kanyang Cho mid, hindi biro yun. Nakakainis at the same time. Yun yung tamang term pag ikaw yung napipick up ni Chini. But at the same time, for this round, Kara successfully eliminating the risks for gank, eliminating the risk for isolation plays, and at the same time, tinanggal nila yung Lolita na napakakulit na nakakapag-stop talaga on your tracks. Literal. Kasi kapag dinamaan ka na Luminum Blast, tapos yung linear damage kasi ng isang Brody na ka-cancel out lang din halos yung torn apart memory, sasaluhin lang ng bulwark sasalagin lang talaga siya. Yep, and we are now seeing the first Florin of this game. Pero as you said kanina, maganda ang pagtanggal nila actually dito sa Lolita. As we all know, Kara talaga, sinusubaybayan din nila yung mga MPL teams. So hindi malabo na alam nila na etong picks na ito, tong Lilia pa lang, it's a threat na sa kanilang possible Ube strat. So yung pagtanggal nila sa Lilia, pag-recognize din yun ng tandem nila na magiging sagabal sana. Pero wow!
The Florin pick for Bigetron era. Then right now, pinapakitaan din, before we focus on the Florin, there's also a Kadita na first time din natin makikita for MWI. So medyo napapa-forward kami sa seats namin kasi we're watching closely. Excited kami na ito yung Florin na ang tagal na, ang dami nag-aantay kasi mostly support heroes na nakakuha na is Angela, Estes, Rafaela. But this time, a Florin with the Soul Sprout and Blue.
Yes, and that is one of the surprising parts ng draft na to. Pero another is yung Kadita nga ni Yan. So first time natin makikita mag-Kadita si Yan. Pero Kadita again, isa siya sa mga heroes na mag-combo So if she can do the same thing with her Kagura dito, nakakatakot yan.
Ayan yung nag-ride with the wave, literal.
Oo, literal.
Diba? Go with the flow of the water. Pero dito, sino kaya ang makakakuha ng tamang flow as we head on to game number 1? Both teams have shown us their great camaraderie, their great support, and of course, their great strengths from the group stages. Right now, nasa semifinals na tayo. Magtutuloy-tuloy kaya ang 100% win rate for Bigetron, or will Kara surprise us with another spectacular performance as we head on to the land of dawn?
Now we are here, pero we will be moving on for a quick pause. hindi kinaya ng mga teams na ito ang agad-agad na pagpasok sa
Pinakalma din
Land of
nila yung sarili nila.
At kinailangan siguro din nilang pag-usapan ng maigi ang kanilang mga game plan, especially with the team manager right now na nakasalang. So ngayon, very interesting ang nakikita nating picks. Aminado tayong dalawa.
Yes.
Maraming picks dito ang both Kara at Bigetron era na ngayon pa lang natin makikita. Pero para sa akin, siguro, ang pinaka gusto kong makita ay ang paggamit nila, paggamit ng Bigetron era dito sa Florin dahil bukod sa first time pa lang niyang gagamitin, it's not really considered as a meta. Siguro, pwedeng gusto nila ito pansabay sa sustain na mo-provide ng Estes, no? Pero ikaw ba, ano yung pinaka-interesting na pick para sa'yo dito na nilabas ng dalawang teams natin?
To be honest, yung Florin din. Pero gusto ko rin siyempre i-highlight yung Kadita eh. To be honest, isa to sa parang underrated as of now eh. Kasi you want explosive mage heroes na may pang-escape and meron din pantago sa pader. Diba?
Oo, pantago.
Pwede kang bumitaw sa wave na yon just like that one. Kitang-kita, real na real as we head on back to the game.
Alright, now we are looking at quite the calm early game as of the moment. Vivian, grabe, medyo tinatapangan, getting vision lang. Pero looking at our XP lane matchups dito, let's go to our gold lane dahil parehas crucial yan for both teams considering na marksmen ang kanilang piniling gamitin. Pero wait lang, Erin Kara, medyo napalalim yata.
Medyo napaka-question yata si Erin Kara doon. Tinignan niya lang kung attentive yung members ng Bigetron era. Subok lang daw kasi she needs to hold for the whole team. Meanwhile, for Kara, surprisingly, hindi sila masyado nararattle sa Florin na pick eh. Very evident that they're still sticking to their lanes and as well as yung pagpa-farm din dito ng main hero nila. But yan is being on a close watch for Bigetron era. A new Kadita, pero hindi pa rin nila talagang pwede maging kampanya na, ay iba kasi yung gamit niyan, pwede nang magbitawan muna, ganon.
Pero ang pinaka-kailangan nating tignan dito was that medyo na-delay doon si Cheesecake. Nakuha pala dito ni Vivian on this Florin ang purple buff niya. So kanina, level 3 na si Vival, siya level 2 pa lang. Pero nice out dito kay Yan. Pero Erin Kara, second death na niya.
Another one. These are the certain kills na kailangan mong iwasan. Lalo na early game talaga ang laro ni Bigetron era. What they can do, pwede rin siguro dito na iwasan muna nila yung team fights. And mostly focus on protecting Cheesecake as well as si Erin Kara on position. What do you think?
Tama ka doon. And especially as parang hindi pa natin nakikita yung early rotations talaga galing sa both teams natin. And going back sa sinabi natin kanina, very crucial yung gold lane for both of these teams. At ngayon, medyo nabubuli si Sci-Fi on this Brody talaga doon sa bandang itaas. Dahil yun talaga madalas natin nakikita sa isang Popol and Kupa na lumalamang sa range. Pero maagang ikot.
Ang ganda ng Ocean Oddity doon with the rough waves roughing it up on the early against Shell. One dash hit will not hit Shell at all. Hindi pa siya naka-count out of Shell. But kidding aside, Vivian and Chini yet again with the hand-in-hand combo. And Vival with the last hit with an off-cam kill. Meanwhile, Chini as well with a kill. Pero dito si Cheesecake, Black Shoes already activated. Aabutan dito with the Lycan Pounce. But still, Flicker is there and Bigetron era. Lumamang pa sila pagdating sa ganong klase ng pick-off.
Ang kinagandahan talaga sa nangyari doon, hindi na dapat mabubuhay dito si Chell, but umabot talaga yung ultimate ni Vivian. Ngayon, there will be another kill. Cheesecake, babawian dito, and Sci-Fi as well. So, 3 members ang nawala sa Kara, 0-7 na ang kill score. And going back, ang ganda ng timing ng Bigetron era na nasasaktong nakukuha nila yung level 4 nila to aid their teammates even from afar. At yun siguro ang naging kalamangan ng Florin sa Estes ni Erin Kara.
Exactly. Kasi ang maganda rin kasi sa isang Florin is that she actually, nakikita natin na pinoposition niya yung sarili niya in a part na hindi siya ganoon maaabot. Squishy siya eh. Kasi she is still considered as a support. Same goes for the Estes of Erin Kara. Nagkakataon lang na she is unreachable. Even though na early game pa lang to. And look at that, nasa pinakalikod siya habang pumuposition dito sila Shell and Vivian. Rough waves equalize into a kill. Pero yung pagtalon doon sa pinakalikod will result naman into a double kill for Chini. Bigetron era staying a fact na pinapakita nila na this is our stage, this is our moment to shine. Meanwhile, Kara, hindi pa rin naman bumibitaw.
Nakakatakot si Chini ngayon. 6-0-1 na ang kanyang score and we are less than 5 minutes into the game. So isipin mo, talagang na-maximize nila ang paggamit ni Vivian on this Florin, pati sa Lilia, talagang nanghaharas sila sa abot ng kanilang makakaya at si Sci-Fi babagsak na naman. We said that gold lane is very crucial dito sa laban nito para sa Kara, pero 0-2 na siya. At 0-4 na si Erin Kara. So this is a very difficult situation from them. And right now, wala na naman silang purple buff and another one, ika nga.
And look at the jump from Bunny Lofa. Pag-jump niya, simple lang. Gawin natin, sabayan mo ng Dragon Form. And after that, no one is there to save Cheesecake from the clash na gustong mangyari ng Bigatron era. The Biga 3. Ito si Vibal, Chini, and Bibian. And if we could look closely, na halos lahat ng kills ni Chini, support na meron sa KDA ni Vivian. Hand in hand, and at the same time, they're actually using the same strategy over and over again against Kara. Hihiwalay si Erin Kara, go in with the burst. Simple lang.
Nafo-force na agad ang ultimate dito ni Erin Kara sa damage pa lang na napoprovide ni Chini on this Lilia. Hindi pa yan 5-on-5 situation pero napakasakit na nila. Ngayon, very much felt yung gold lead. Tingnan mo naman, isang We Are Angry lang, sundan mo lang ng glooms ni Chini. 9-0-2 na dito si Chini. Hindi ko na alam mararamdaman ko, guys. Sobrang sakit na ng Bigatron era.
Which is true naman. And Bigatron era on the other hand, most of the kills dito, galing pa lang yun kay Vivian and even Chini. Pero right now, on the middle lane, as we've said, on the clock, on the mark, on the spot din talaga dito ang Biga 3. On the other hand naman, for Kara, nakita nila kung anong kayang gawin dito ng Bigatron era. They just need to hold on and pack up with their arsenals. Pero what is happening right now? Agad-agad silang ina-assassinate isa-isa with the mega kill as well. For Vival, this is a spectacular performance. But for Kara, malaki ang nakasalalay sa kanila. They are the only Malaysian team left for the region to fight for the crown.
Tamang-tama ka dyan. And right now, we are seeing a 3-level gap at most dito sa dalawang core. Pero ang sakit na pala nung rough waves niya. But Bunny Lofa is very low right now, Athena.
They're chasing it down even inside the turret. Phantom execution bago pa mag-exit. They secure the kill. Very graceful even under pressure ang Bigatron era. While Kara right now hasn't touched even one turret against Bigatron era. And the way we see it, Bigatron era, pinapakita nila on why they are called one of the strongest opponents for the crown.
Grabe. Tignan mo naman, 1:17 na ang ating kill score and checking the items right now. One core item pa lang ang hinawakan dito ni Cheesecake on this Roger habang si Lancelot, as we can see, meron na siyang Bloodlust Axe at Hunter Strike. So ramdam mo na yung difference in Magic Pen. Pero tignan mo naman, ang sakit na din!
The difference in the damage output, ramdam na ramdam. That was just one Thorn Throws, pero dito sasawayan pa nila on the middle lane si Bunny Lofa trying to jump out of the way of danger. Ocean Oddity with the rough waves will do nothing as Bigatron era secures a 10,000 gold lead.
Grabe, pa 8 minutes pa lang tayo and eto yung sinasabi natin kanina. Bigatron era, malinis na malinis, pulidong-pulido yung early game nila, which is exactly what Kara should have been very careful of. Not doing what Erin Kara did a while ago. Kasi kapag ka nabigyan mo pa ng ganong opportunity si Bigatron era, given na yung malinis ang laro nila at nagbigay ka pa ng ganong opportunity, talagang eto yung maaasahan mo sa kanila. Ngayon, tingnan mo naman pati si Bunny Lofa, hirap na siya.
Aasahan din nila na another free hit for Bunny Lofa for Bigatron era. Big movements, big strategies, and big clashes ang gusto nila mangyari. They go together as one talaga in every clash. Nakita mo, kahit ng early, kahit dalawa, papalag with this kind of example. A Cheesecake doing nothing but respectfully, kita naman natin na sabi niya, that's it eh. So let's just retreat back, regroup on their strategies while Bigatron era. Hindi nila binibitawan yung thread na nakakapit na agad sa mga kamay dito. Nila Bunny Lofa, Yes, there is a heal, pero anong magagawa ng heal kapag yung damage naman sumusobra pa sa kinakaya nyo? With a Tornos yet again, and the puncture, Chini delivering the final blow. Bunny Lopa trying to run away, but still, it's not enough as Chini goes in with a double kill, and Cheesecake right now, wala magawa. Yung taong lobo natin with a godlike kill for Viva going in on the back as Bigatron Era Luxie decides onto the base turret of Kara. What happened?
What happened? Okay, una-una sa lahat, sinabi natin kanina na hindi magkakasama ngayon ang Bigatron Era. Pero parang hindi natin ramdaman na magkakalayo sila sa napakita nilang coordination kanina. Tingnan mo naman, diretso scroll agad yung isang, napaka-relax lang niya at maging, etong nakikita natin, ay, hindi ko mapaniwalaan yung nakita ko kanina. That was less than 10 minutes lang, Athena. Maybe even the fastest game na nakita natin sa kabubuan ng MWI. Bigatron Era, handang-handa sila sa araw na ito.
There are so many surprises on our way to the Grand Finals and even on the picks. Oras na nga ba para ilabas sa RG din si Florin? Diba nakita natin, ganito pala siya gamitin. And ganito rin pala yung lakas niya kapag yung mga members mo as well, meron ka lang specific na sinusuportahan. All throughout consistent, but meanwhile for Kara, for the picks, do you think they could have gone more on their favorite picks? Kasi parang lumabas talaga sila sa comfort zone nila.
I feel that first things first, nakuha naman nila yung pinaka-comfort pick for their new player na hinalang nila ngayon, which is si Erin Kara. We just saw parang a lack of execution talaga. Pero I agree din with you kasi medyo tingin ko hindi lang sa atin unfamiliar yung Kadita pick na inilabas kanina niyan. Siguro hindi rin niya masyadong gamay at nakita naman natin sa performance nila kanina na hindi nila masyadong na-maximize at na-coordinate yung skills talaga nila. Sadly, yung early game talaga nila, if it were better, siguro hindi din gaging ganun yung sitwasyon.
Exactly. Ang bilis kasing naputo nung Wiso. Medyo mahirap, no? Parang na-action ka lang nun. And the Roger as well. Nakikita mo yung like and pounce and yung part kasi sa Roger, pwede mong i-take advantage yung invisibility mo. Pero let's see what are the invisible spots na na-miss out natin. And let's check it out at sabay-sabay nating dinggin at tawagin ng ating napakagandang analyst, Chantal. Take it away.
Gamit nila to against for their arsenal against Team Kara. Ate mo Chantel at ating himayin ang ating nangyari during that game. For Team Kara, it was somehow a different play style considering that they have a new player. So Erin Kara was a part of that roster pero hindi nila masyadong nagamit or hindi nila na-maximize yung pwedeng ibigay na bago dito ng kanilang player or manager na bagit ni Brigida kanina. So ang ating lineup is more on very blue pala tayo ngayon. Grabe. Ating lineup for the side of Team Kara, it is somehow not the same type of Kara na nakita natin on day 1 and day number 2. They brought in a Kadita surprise pick, yes, but at the same time, hindi ito yung talagang comfort zone nila, which is more on the sustain na literal na sustain. Because with Arya Grande on their lineup, pwede silang gumamit ng Kufra. Pwede silang gumamit ng Cho. But again, for Team BTR, napakaganda na kanilang hero composition. Meron silang Lilia and Vivian with the Florin. Ito yung surprise pick na hindi nabantayan dito ng Team Kara. And again, for Vivian, ang ganda na zone out niya early part of the game. And imagine for Chini, meron siyang Genius 1 agad, 8 minutes of our game time or almost patapos na nga ng ating laban. So, ibig sabihin, nandun na sila, ready na sila para tapusin agad yung larong yon. So, with that as well, yung hero din dito ni Vivian actually, which is the Florin, sumakto din with the Purify as to why hindi din ganun kadali para dito kay Yan na instant i-burst agad siya. So, with the sustain of Team BTR, not actually sustain, pero continuous na pagbalik lang ng buhay nila for every team fight, nahirapan agad dito ang kanilang kalaban. So sinabi natin, Team Cara, this is the dark horse, or this is the team that is the dark horse of our game. Pero kung titignan natin sa ating team stats for that match, napakalayo ng difference in terms of the damage to tower. So kung titignan natin, Team Cara dito, 874. So ang dami mga moments, particularly on the almost 2-minute game time, as to where kamunti ka na sana makakuha ng objective yung Team Cara, but at the same time, nakatakas pa rin si Chell, kaya naging dire-diretso, naging turnaround kill for the side of Team Bigatron era. So tingnan nyo naman, for Vivian, total assist is 23 out of 27 kills of Team BTR. So saktong-sakto, yes, she was always there for every team fight, as to why Team BTR won that game with a very dominating performance. Team Cara, they need to find their groove. They need to have this kind of same strategy that they placed and they used sa ating playoffs. And speaking of Lilia, na nabanggit natin kanina, she is our MVP, Chini, with a 14 09 KDA match kill participation of 85%, gold per minute 878. So imagine, meron kang Florina naka-front on your lineup or for every team fight, and at the same time, merong follow-up damage from Chini. Saktong-sakto, napakahirap, napakadali na lang para sa kanilang jungler to force a kill or to secure a kill for the team. So for Chini, nandun yung kanyang presence of mind na kailangan niya ma-burst agad yung Estes or Erin Cara of Team Cara. So it is all about the synchronization of skills as well ng Team Bigatron era on that match. Ang ganda ng mga casters natin. But anyway, going back to our thought, again, Team Bigatron era, this is the Indonesian champion of WSL 2022. At may kita natin dito sa ating highlights kung gaano naging kaganda ang kanilang performance. Ito yung sinasabi natin sa top lane. Actually, ito na yung moment ng turnaround kill ng side ng Team Bigatron era. And ang ganda sana ng pasok niyan. Pero, nandun kasi yung health kupa, dito na nga Popaling Kupa of side of BTR, kaya hindi nakakatakas yung mga players ng Team Cara. Even for Bonnie Lofa, there were moments maganda sana yung mga pasok niya with that Falling Star Moon. Kaso nangyayari kasi, continuous na nagiging damage. Meron sustain ditong sarili yung mga heroes as well ng Bigatron era, kaya nahihirapan sila. Ang sakit-sakit nung Phantom Execution ng Lancelot during that time, and even the sustain from the Estes, hindi na kaya ng Team Cara. And it goes to show for this match that Bigatron era, talagang pinag-aralan din nila ang kanilang kalaban. Speaking of pinag-aralan ng kalaban, I believe that for Team Cara, kailangan din nilang pag-aralan kung paano nila gagamitin yung kanilang mga bagong players or kanilang mga heroes na gustong i-gamitin during that game. But anyway, speaking of gamitin, pa rin yung gamitin at abangan ang ating anime-themed skin ngayon. So we have the Aspirant Skin promo. It is available from January 22 until February 25. So meron tayong skin for Layla, and we also have a skin for Fanny. So going back to our game, this is a best of 3. Sino kaya ang mananalo this time? Will this be a 2-0 for Bigatron era, or will this be a stretch game para sa ng Team Cara? Malalaman natin yan as we head on to our game. Ipasa na muna natin sa ating mga casters. So Brigida and Athena, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Chantal. Pero syempre, we're back. Athena and Brigida delivering hottest of the matches for today. Pero semi-finals round, nasaksihan natin Bigatron and Cara. Yes. As we've seen, they adjusted to the heroes and even the players. But very crucial, lalo na ang Bigatron is 1 point away to the grand finals.
Match point na for Bigatron era at never pa talagang sila natalo. Wala pang isang game na iniisa talaga, as in 100% up until now. So isipin mo yun, eto na ba ang magiging una nila o tuloy-tuloy na lang talaga?
Dahil very chill yata rin sila eh. Parang tayo sa MWI, chill pa rin tayo. Parang motor na naka-Petron Sprint 40. Kalmakina ang motor mo with Petron Sprint 40 dahil it controls heat, protects the engine, sustains power, and provides a smooth ride with TCS formula. Don't forget to follow and share Petron Sprint 40's Facebook and Instagram page para updated kayo lagi. Para lagi chill mode sa road, use Petron Sprint 40. Pero no chill ang Bigatron era sa naging laban nila against naman sa side ng Kara.
Ay, nararamdaman ko rin yun na parang regardless kung sinong kalaban nila, wala. They're not giving any room talaga for an opportunity dito sa kalaban nila. And going back sa Alting Talent predictions, kitang-kita naman dito na si Athena yata unique siya. Kahapon pa natatama at nasasapul yung mga predictions niya. Kailangan tingnan natin kung hanggang ngayon magkakatotoo siya.
Athena Baldwin? Ay, para ganon, diba? Pero syempre, kung on point kaya. Pero syempre, for the casters as well, Brigida, you predicted at 2-1. But for other casters as well, 2-1. Ako lang yung 2-0. Would you think for match number 2, will Kara directly attack na lang for respect bans para kahit papano malimit nila yung meron na hero pool na napakadami ang Bigatron era?
Well, that is possible, especially if na-pinpoint na nila kung ano yung mga pinakaayaw nilang picks at pinakaayaw nilang makalaban dito. Pero what makes things talaga really difficult is that you can never ban out Bigatron era kasi ang dami nilang picks na pwedeng ilabas at nakita naman natin yung kanina na despite them using the Florid, walang pinagkaiba.
Parang the players itself, no?
Oo, yun eh. You can't ban the players. Hindi talaga yun mawawala. And what is actually the biggest surprise siguro for us right now talaga is that no one expected na we will be seeing a new player in for Kara. And we might have seen quite the adjustments pa kanina para medyo nangangapa pa sila, honestly. So right now, if they will be proceeding with this same lineup with Erin Kara on their lineup, they might want to really change things up agad-agad. Kailangan nakapana nila kung anong gagawin nila.
And very limited kasi yung naging galaw nila.
Yes.
Yes, you have the Estes. Pero there are certain places na hindi ka pwede pumasok knowing that you have to be on the back lines.
Tama.
Yung pan-check nila dito, na-checkmate agad for the side naman ng Bigatron era. The problem as well is that Dark Horse konturingin.
Yes.
But is Bigatron era a queen naman in this chess map na nakikita natin. Certain moves na kayang-kaya nilang gawin besides the chess move.
Sila talaga They're actually crowned right now the most dominating, the most terrifying team right now dito sa ating tournament. With that still 100% win rate na hindi nababahiran. And right now, makikita pa rin natin Erin Kara on the lineup, kaya we will be moving on to our drafting phase.
Erin Kara, mukhang gusto niya talagang bumawi. For game number 2, this might be it, or this might be the way to game number 3. Let's see as we head onto the bands. Bigatron era. They are 1 win away, but this draft, 50-50 pa rin tayo.
Napapaganon na ako.
Talagang kapit lang na matatag, kapit lang na maigi on the chairs as well. But for Kara, would you think na yung pagkatalo na for match number 1 would greatly affect their emotions for game number 2?
That will depend on you, especially as a player. It is a must na you don't let any prior game affect your next one. Talagang dito pumapasok yung tinatawag nilang mental reset, and as much as gasgas na siya kasi we often say it all the time, it is just really that important na hindi ka nadadala, that you know when to bounce back, and na kailangang bawi lang ng bawi ang mindset talaga. Ngayon, we are seeing Kara with the respect bands, as you said.
They're actually laughing and smiling. So,
yung mata, no?
Mukhang matindi na. Even your Erin Kara, parang siya yung nandun sa pinakadulo talaga. Talagang umawat siya. Oy, wait. There's actually a command. Okay. Nag-agree.
Okay.
Naman yung other members dito. Actually, siyan nga yata yung nag-agree as well. So niya, inatake tayo. But let's stick to our grounds and ban out one of the heroes na nagpahirap din ng laning nila. Yuzang against Bigatron, but a glue again For Kara, any predictions na pwede nila iprayo? Unahin naman nila siyan?
Well, as Kara, we all know that they actually are really fond of the Sicilian pick. It's one of their signature heroes. So knowing their drafting patterns, then for the past few days, they might want to go with that. Or yung Estes ulit ni Erin Kara. Kaso kung gugustuhin nilang kunin yung same hero na yon, they might want to step up on their utilization of it, especially during the early stages of the game. Again, hindi mo pwedeng bigyan ng mas magandang early game ang Bigetron era sa magandang early game na kayang gawin na nila.
Totoo, lalo na first pick kayo, there's actually a chance for them to steal away very explosive heroes. Yes, Bonnie Lofa with the Esmeralda this time around. That is actually a statement game. Okay lang na hindi nila piliin yung SS because Bigetron era, they are really not that dependent on support heroes. Kanina naman, yes, parang support lang talaga na pandagdag, pang complement onto their lineup.
Pansabay,
but still, Bigetron era wants to go explosive agad-agad.
Chinny on this, Selena, we've seen her perform with the Cho, with all the heroes na ginamit niya, talagang nag-shine at hindi siya nag-disappoint. So, what can we expect from this Selena if not Abyssal Arrows hitting every now and then?
Kalikutan! Na-check na agad ang Bigetron era. And actually, isa to sa naging favorite pick din nila. Isa sila sa teams na nakauna na magpakita ng solidang movements against their opposing team. And for Grand Finals, parang ito na yung pang, kumbaga, pag longgong competition, may change costume pa ulit.
Parang ikaw.
Nag-change costume pa ako. Remember, this is the biggest day for MWI. But I like it na nakinig sila kay Brigida. Let's get it with the Sicilian partnered up with the Rafaela.
Yeah, this is really what you also said kanina, that they might want to stick with their comfort picks na talaga. At hindi lang ako yung pinakinggan nila, maging ikaw actually, dahil they opted to go with the Sicilian na, as we all know, comfort pick talaga nila yan, signature pick, so they know how to play around with it. Kaso one of the disadvantages of this is that as much as this is one of your signature picks, kanina pa natin sinasabi, I guess this will be the 5th, you are up against the team who has almost nearly perfected their execution of the early game. So you really have to watch out for that. And with this Rafaela, at least they have the ability to survive the harassment na pwedeng ibigay sa kanila.
Exactly. Speaking of harassment, the harassment na pwede manggaling sa isang PNK, even though they were the ones that use that kind of hero, hindi nila gugustuhin din na mapunta on the opposing team. That's the strength of Bigetron era. They're not afraid to admit kung ano yung certain points na pwedeng maipanglaban sa kanila or pwedeng maibato. Meanwhile, for Kara, actually, I'm liking this lineup more than their match number 1. Parang mas naging comfy sila and nakita ko yung performance nila eh. They won 3 straight games even on the tiebreaker. So for a best of 3, parang sanay na sila. Diba?
Pwedeng ano ba yun? Pwedeng yung game 1 nila was testing the waters with their new player muna. Kasi that is really possible if ganun sila ka-confident na kahit ibigay nila yung game 1 na once na matest na nila yung waters, they already know how to swim in it. Oy!
Gusto ko yun
Pero yun, now we will be seeing a link pick from this BTR era. And this is really scary for me kasi they're really sticking with the early game heroes.
Hindi nila pinapakawalan yung early game. Parang ang gusto maging gawin nila, or rather, let me put it in this way. Gusto nila maglagay ng world record for the fastest game. Kasi sa nakikita ko, ang Bigetron era, in every game that they play, laging bumababa yung segundo, yung average game duration nila.
Oo nga. Oh my. Now that you mentioned it, for the past few days, we don't see Bigetron era normally really exceeding the 15-minute mark. Pero again, they do reach the 10-minute mark. Kaso nga lang, sobrang accurate na sinabi ni Athena rito. Pababa siya ng pababa. And it's a huge threat to see that the first game of this series ended in less than 10 minutes. It is very likely na they want to stick with this same scenario talaga because this is their specialty. So, Kara, right now, I feel that they have to, kumbaga, mas pondohan yung early game nila para ma-hold nila kasi delikado kung magtuloy-tuloy dito ang Bigetron era with tingnan mo tong Ruby pick na to, agad-agad parang ninegate nila yung pwedeng pang-counter.
Another pull and pick strategy na pwedeng gawin ng Bigaton era. Napapaano ko sa kilay ko kasi parang dito ang Kara, medyo masakit sa ulo na there are certain heroes. May Selena na nga na kailangan nilang bantayan. Tapos may hatak pa out of nowhere, the flicker hatak strategy na pwedeng gawin sa kanila ng isang Ruby. But going back, Bigatron era, nakita natin kung paano sila lumaro. Meanwhile, while Skara, they have their current strengths, which is they want to go na on the less defensive style. Pero this time, with the support na pwede rin namang umupensa, bumabagay ito sa game style nila for Bigatron era. Ganoon nila kagusto na ma-secure yung early game para ma-secure yung last game dahil one step na lang talaga.
Yes, and with that, Kara, with this Kagura niyan, finally securing a lot of their comfort picks. So we are seeing it right now na this Sicilian is likely to be on the gold lane and yan will be the mid laner dito for Kara. Very comfortable agad ang lineup na nakikita natin sa kanila. All they have to do right now is to fight and to actually proceed in this tournament even if right now, semifinals pa lang, they're up against the biggest threat agad.
Both teams na secure nila yung favorite picks nila or comfort picks kung tawagin. Dito, magpa-play out na talaga not only Lady Luck but also the team's confidence, pati na rin yung suporta ng bansa nila. Ramdam na nila na ganito na sila kalapit sa Grand Finals. Ibigay na natin yung best natin, the best of the best from all other regions down to 3 teams na naglalaban-laban for the crown. As we head on onto the game number 2, will Bigatron era finally secure 2-0 win or will Kara surprise us with an all-one tie score?
Nako, very interesting laning matchups agad ang nakikita natin dito because we are seeing a Claude up against the Sicilian as well as a Ruby against an Esmeralda. Nice poke agad. Same situation kanina, bawasan na agad si Erin Kara. Pero going back, no, it is a Sicilian who is much more ranged as compared to a Claude. There is quite the mobility from this Claude pero level 1 wala pa yung BMI so hindi yan na natin ma-anticipate. On just the same, Sicilian, wala pa yung masyadong mana na pwedeng pang spam ng skills niya. So they are really both very much scaling heroes talaga. But it will be now a matter of who will pull off the better early game and who can rotate more. Kasi knowing na very much scaling both heroes ngayon sa gold lane nila, napaka-crucial na hindi sila pareho magpabaya.
Exactly. Yung pagpapabaya nila, not only because of that, but also Bigatron era, very attentive sila and at the same time, they're asserting na eto kasi kami maglaro. And for Kara naman, binabasa nilang pilit sumasabay sila against Vivian. But look at that quick kill against Sci-Fi. Even though hawak nila yung favorite picks, but this is a Selena that we're talking about. Escape, mobility-wise, and burst. Instantly, nandyan agad.
Grabe naman to. Selena ni Chini and Chini, she does not fail to disappoint regardless kung sino pang hero ang gamitin niya. Talaga namang kahit mapa-true mid lane pa siya, hindi niya nabibitawan yung role niya and what is expected of her is always delivered. Ngayon, napakagandang first blood nun again. Tinanggalan mo ng opportunity makakuha ng early stacks ang Sicilian dito ni Sci-Fi again. And look at this Vivian. Look at this Edith post 5. Talagang nananakot
na naman.
Oh my, if it weren't for that sustain, Erin Kara would have been dead on that spot.
For Bigatron era, pansin natin na minsan kapag favorite ka, or at the same time ikaw yung pinakamalakas, the pressure is real. And you're trying your best to meet the expectations. But as of now, ini-exceed pa nila yung expectations na meron sa kanila. And look at that, diba? Going in with the kill against Yanimo, Tempest of Blades, ang ganoon lang sila tumakas. Vivian, kayang-kaya i-sustain. Meanwhile, Valanier to the rescue. Another arrow will hit from the back. And that will be the end for Cheesecake. Buddy Lofa with the jump will hit no one. Vivian is just buying enough time for other member to secure big jungles and even the Lito Wanderer earlier. Nakita natin to And we've seen that Bigetron era, gusto talaga nila yung full head talaga na clash kahit na mag-isa lang yung member.
Nakakatakot yung nangyaring trade na yon dahil in exchange of their tank, in exchange of Vivian on this Edith, Bigetron era, nakuha lahat ng gold plating sa top lane dito ni Chell on this Claude at nakuha rin nila ang 3 members dito ng Kara in less than 3 minutes into the game, which explains why we are seeing a 3k gold lead immediately. Ngayon pa lang, wala pang nangyayari, wala pang kumukuha ng turtle, pero ganun nakalaki ang kalamangan nila. What more if they are able to secure it once more? Kaya Kara, they really need to be extra careful as look at this. Wala pang 4 minutes, DHS agad si Chen.
Hindi sila takot na mag-engage yung mga pang-night game na pick-up. But looking at this one, Erin Kara pumapalag. There will be a passive, pero that will not be enough to go with the kill. BTR Chell goes in with a blazing duet, double kill for Vivian. Cheesecake tried to roll away, but Chell will make it a piece of cake with a clean pick-off. And Bigetron era, before getting the turtle, nanagasa pa sila.
Unbelievable. Chell was there to produce the damage. As we've mentioned, looking at the items right now, less than 4 minutes, he already had his DHS. At anong gagawin niya sa early DHS? Agad na niyang pinaramdam agad dito against Sakara by immediately rotating dito sa may turtle pit, allowing for Bigetron era to get an upper hand as they were able to take down several members dito sa Sakara, not enabling them to actually contest that turtle anymore. Ngayon, tingnan mo naman, paubos na at pabagsak na yung unang torre ng laban na ito doon sa bandang itaas. Chell has been doing extremely well in trying to zone and delay the minion waves here for Sci-Fi. So we can now see na hirap talagang kumuha ng stock ngayon at gold.
Nako, holy baptism will connect, but look at the poke around by Vivian, and with the double V strategy, actually another arrow will hit with a blazing duet sa pinakalikod. Cheesecake will not survive. And with that said, Chini with a double kill. Sci-Fi, makikita niya yan, pero what can she do kung merong kasama na badi-badi talaga na pwedeng umariba sa pinakaharap mo?
Ay, naku.
The turrets of Bigetron era, kompleto pa dito.
Oo, ito yung difference talaga if you know that you are extremely well in handling the early game. Kaya mong kumuha at mag-pick up ng isang very much scaling hero as the Claude. And thanks to the recent adjustments, mas madali na siyang i-handle sa laning phase ngayon. Pero look at what's happening right now!
Chini is handling Kara in the palm of her hands, pero another arrow nag-i-equalize agad sa kill. Parang naging equation siya. Naging formula na ginagamit na agad dito ng Bigetron era. Meanwhile for Kara, slowly but surely nagiging galaw nila. But I think they are playing it too safe. With that said, dito si Bunny Lofa nag-i-initiate naman siya. May bottom side natin against Valenier. But Valenier, that's a Ruby. May lifesteal. And kayang-kaya niyang umatras.
Tama. And with the passive talaga na nakatatalon siya from one side to another, it could provide an advantage, especially as napakalikot talaga ng isang Esmeralda. Pero tingnan mo naman si Yan. Mahatak siya doon!
Tore lang yung kakampi niya. Ganoon siya katapang. Pero dito si Vival mas matapang pala. Going in without the Tempest of Blades being activated. Just at this moment, tinawag niya naman yung mga girl best friends niya. Girl best friends, gumanon siya. And with that said naman, sila Vival, sabi nila, kontrolado naman na ulit natin ito. Nakawin na natin. And even Cheesecake falls down that easily against Chell. Yung Claude natin dito, well-equipped na yata din.
Grabe naman to kabisal araw na ito. Ko-connect na naman. And look at that combo. This exactly reminds me that we've already seen this combo yesterday. This Edith-Selena combo in the mid lane. And as you mentioned, ang hirap nito for any engage na gustong gawin ng Kara. And just the same, it can really show a lot of initiations dito as we've been seeing kanina pa. Abisal araw, ko-connect na agad dito. Pero look at that! Ayan na naman!
Sci-Fi will fall. Bunny Lofa going with the jump, pero wala siya makukuha dito. Instead, si Vivian going in yet again with Abyssal Trap. Sumunod dito si Chell with a blazing duet sa pinakalikod. Yung mga Kara members dito nagsisi atrasan. That was just one blazing duet. What more kung sumama pa sa clash na yun si Vival?
Hindi ko na ma-imagine. Wag ko na ako itanong kapag sumama pa siya kasi kung ako yun, ayoko na siyang sumama. Ang sakit-sakit na dito ng Bigetron era. And right now, looking at the items, look at just how much core items ang nakumpleto na rito ng Bigetron era as compared to Kara. Roger right now, Windtalker pa lang ang meron siya, pero Ling with the DHS and pabuo na talaga ang second item niya. This is a very threatening situation for them. They have to avoid all of the abyssal arrows. They have to avoid the engages dito ni Vivian and be wary of that.
Another pull coming from Vival, pero dito sa pinakalikod, Blazing Duet, kahit na stagnant lang siya doon, ang bilis ng dami na nabibigyan niya. This is the prowess na tinanong kita kanina, paano kung pumasok pa si Vival?
Yun na nga.
And with that, wala pa rin napipitas from Bigatron era with a recent clash. Well, Kara is being forced na umuwi na lang muna mag-quarantine sa sarili nilang base, pero mukhang hindi papayag si Vivian go in with the jump, trying to survive. Pero hindi magiging enough yung kalmot-kalimot strategy dito na gustong gawin ng Kara against Bigatron. Will this be a push na pipilitin nila? Pero basing on their attitudes, gusto nila mas sigurado nila.
Oo, grabe, hindi ko na makita na Kara is able to set up a clean play because they feel or they seem very rattled right now by the lead na hinahawakan ng Bigatron era. Kailangan na talaga nilang iligtas at ireserba ang kanilang mga sarili at yung mga skills nila dahil hindi biro yon kapag ka na-force ng Bigatron era and if they choose to go in for the engage knowing na this is the lead na hawak na nila. Look at it, Athena! This is an 11k gold lead.
That is a huge gap, ha? Ilang core items, ilang turtle, at ilang mga tore na takedown mo to get that kind of lead. Na 9 minutes pa lang.
9 minutes pa lang.
Nakikita, down, even before nakita na natin to for game number 1, pero dito parang mas pinakita nila na ganun sila kagigil against Kara. Even with the turrets, that is a 0-0 takedown for Kara, as well as big objectives such as the Lord. As we're speaking, ganoon kabilis lang kinukuha ng Bigatron era. Another arrow will hit out of Bunny Lufa. And that is Bigatron era's most precious strength.
Yun ang sinasabi na natin. And right now, with that Abyssal Arrow, wala na agad purify si Banilofa for the Lord push that is about to come here from Bigatron era. So napakalaking kawalan na agad nun because she is the front and her loss to actually purify herself from any of the crowd control na ilalabas ng Bigatron era is a huge disadvantage na agad-agad in itself. Right now, Kara, they need to hold on. But with the lack of wave clear that they have, with the lack of damage that they have, will they be able to hold it any longer? Pero kailangan natin yan pagkatiwalaan at tingnan natin dahil paparating na ang Lord nasa bottom lane na at ito na ang initiation nila.
Naku, si Bonnie Lupa, masyado siyang napalabas doon sa base nila. Thankfully though, she could absorb the energy shields dito na manggagaling for Bigatron era. The Lord on the bottom inhibitor turret of Kara. Mukhang papalag pa rin naman, pero si Shell onto the front lane. Look at the Blazing Duet. Sabay-sabay nagsiyatrasan dito ang Kara para synchronized swimming. Ang ginagawa dito ng Bigatron era, pero susunod na naman another Abyssal Arrow Shell with a normal attack. Talaga lumalakad lang siya habang matatag pa rin at nag-game formation nila with another Tapis of Blades double kill, and that will be a double mega kill naman for Vival. And ladies and gentlemen, makikita naman namin that Bigatron era will finally secure the slot towards the Grand Finals where GPX Bastreng is waiting for them.
Look at the faces ngayon ng Bigatron era. Hindi mo kababakasan na talagang nahirapan man lang sila because it is what it is. Look at it. It's a clean game. It was a clean wipeout towards the end of the game, and we did not see that Kara was able to really bounce back in the situation that they were put in up against Bigatron era.
Nilagay sila sa isang controlled space ng Bigatron era. Meaning na they all have it planned on the palm of their hands. Lahat ng multiverse na pwedeng makabawi ang Kara, covered lahat yon ng Bigatron era. And with this said, they really are programmed to win.
Tama. At dito nila nabakita na perfectly created ang kanilang program, and that all they need to do really is to execute it. And that is what they showed us once more dito sa ating naging laban up against the dark horses of this tournament. We ourselves, we predicted a 2-1 standing, but look at what BTR showed us. At isa na naman ang napapatunayan yan na meron talaga tayong Athena Baldwin dito sa ating casters table na kasama.
With that 2-0 for Bigatron era, well, Kara That was a nice fight, a nice run indeed. To
Tama.
be a representative for your region for the first ever Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's Invitational is such a great honor. And in fact, gusto ko rin marinig kung ano nga ba masasabi sa fast games na yon ng ating analyst na si Chantel. And let's zoom it out and zoom it in to her.
Saktong-sakto, magzo-zoom in na rin tayo dito sa ating Analyst Dome. Again, Team Kara, they took the risk. But at the same time, yung reward ay yung hindi nila inaasahan. For Bigatron Era, they just maximized kung ano ba talaga yung strength nila as a team and proving that they are the champions of the WSL 2022. Ate mo, Chantel, at ating pag-usapan at himayin ang nangyari dun sa laban na yon. So actually, for Team Kara, yes, it was a decent type of draft for them. Pero kung titingnan kasi natin, they have the Kagura, they have the Esmeralda, Cecilion, and the Rafaela. Pag titingnan natin yung may heroes na yon, isa lang ang mabubuo natin na word dyan, magic. For Team Kara, it is all about the magic damage. Gusto mo kapag ka meron kang magic type heroes, as much as possible, is ikaw ang lamang pagdating sa early game. Kaso, yung dalawang heroes na Esmeralda and even the Cecilion ay more on the late game. Kaya naging mahirap para sa kanila. And also, this Rafaela, nahirapan sila na maximizing this one because of the Selena of the side of Bigatron Era. Kasi if you have the Selena, if you're up against the Selena as much as possible, gusto mo na merong sasalo ng damage, merong sasalo ng arrow, and after nun, sustain lang siya. So with the Rafaela kasi, as much as possible, ang gusto mo mangyari is, ikaw yung nasa gitna ng team fight at ikaw yung magbibigay ng sustain. Kaso, for Team Kara, pinik nila si Rafaela at the third pick at habang kinuha nila yon at saka ibinataw yung mga ibang heroes din ng Bigatron Era like this Ruby and even the Edith. So with that, ang daming pang front for the side of Bigatron Era kaya nahirapan na dito makita ng Kara kung saan ba manggagaling yung mga arrows na pwedeng ibigay ni Chini during that game. And even for Kara, yun yung sinasabi natin, they took the risk. Ginamit nila dito yung Rafaela. They changed their strategy into a more sustained type of lineup. Gusto nila na nga somehow ube strategy, but at the same time, yung ages din ni Erin Kara hindi naging proven effective during the team fight. Even if magkaroon sila ng initial sustain, hindi nila kayang patagalin kumbaga yung team fight na ibibitaw dito na Bigatron Era. And also, during that game, ang naging magkatapat sa goal lane ay yung Claude and even the Cecilion. So these are scaling heroes. Si Cecilion, yes, meron siyang crowd control. Pwede niya ditong pwede siya magkaroon ng sanguine cross against the Claude of Bigatron Era. Kaso kasi, in terms of mobility, lamang dito yung side ng Claude. So looking at the team head-to-head on that game number 2, napakalaki ng kalamangan ng side ng Bigatron Era. Namumula dito sa side ng Team Kara dun sa may bandang damage taken. So dun pa lang, saktong-sakto at pinakita na agad ng Bigatron Era na lahat ng mga items, lahat ng mga skills ay nagamit nila ng tama against Bigatron Era. Also, with the Ling, yes, sitting at 20k damage against Kara, naging maganda kasi para sa kanya na pumasok kasi every time there is a nice setup play from Selena, automatic, binaburst na agad nila. So with that, Bigatron Era just proved that they are the better team against Kara. Lahat dito ng kanilang mga naging call against Team Kara ay nabitaw nila ng tama. And the perfect term for Team Kara during that game is they are really a squishy type of lineup against Team Kara. And Bigatron Era, iba yung kanilang pinakita at iba din yung pinakita na ating MVP na si Chell. So Chell with that 4013 KDA, 77% kill participation on that match, and wow, 912 gold per minute, almost close to completing the item dun sa laban na yon. And kinailangan lang niya ng Athena Shield para ma-counter yung sinabi nating magic type of heroes or magic type of a lineup dito ng kanilang kalaban na team. Meron siyang Maleficor as well and a Demon Hunter Sword. So ang pinaka-tanky lang talaga na hero for the side of a team Kara was the Rafaela and the Esmeralda. So, ang hirap para sa kanila pumasok, pero si Shell dito, naging madali ang pagpasok para sa kanya, knowing na ganon ang kanilang kalaban or mga katapat na players. Dahil dyan, again, Bigatron era, hindi nila tayo binibigo sa panggugulat dito sa mga nanonood sa MWI 2022. Ang dami nilang ibinibitaw ng mga bagong heroes. And speaking of binibitaw, sakto din dito sa highlights ang pagbitaw ng Bigatron era, specifically Chini, on that kill against the players of Kara. So this is the moment, yes, Team Kara, gusto nilang pumalag pagdating sa team fight, but since there is no crowd control on the lineup of Team Kara, sakto lang lagi si Shell with that blazing duet. Napakasarap kung ikaw ang Claude na gantong klase ng lineup ang iyong katapat dahil automatic, either it's low life output para sa kanya, pwede niyang i-secure agad. Samahan mo pa dito ng mga damage na pwedeng ibigay and even the knock-up ng Tempest of Blades ni Ling. So again, Bigatron era, napakaganda ng kanilang performance, very dominating during that game, and even the Don't Run Wolf King ng side ng kanilang Ruby ay sumakto dito for every team fight, giving space to all the players and eventually winning that game. Again, Bigatron era, sobrang laking threat nila knowing na ang ating finals ay magiging rematch. GPX Basreng laban sa Bigatron era para sa ating Grand Finals of the MWI 2022. At huwag niyong kakalimutan na habang nanonood tayo dito sa mainit na laban, meron din tayong ongoing na Aspirant Skin promo. So this is available simula nung January 22 hanggang February 25. So the Aspirant Skin is the first ever anime-themed skin para sa Mobile Legends Bang Bang. So kuhanin nyo na yan. Merong Layla and merong Fanny as well. So mga gumagamit ng mga heroes na yan, napakaganda. Even the promotional video na nakikita nyo sa commercial ay ang ganda din ng tunog. Actually, kahit ako ay na-LSS. But anyway, aabangan natin ang pwedeng sabihin later ng mga players ng Bigatron era. Pero ngayon, pakinggan muna natin ang pwedeng sabihin na ating mga casters. Athena and Brigida, sa inyo na muna.
Thank you so much, Chantel, na mag-zoom in na muna sa amin mga caster. Muli, kami ni Athena. Ako, kami ni Athena. Pinanggan na. Ay, ikaw naman magpakilala.
Okay, at dahil dyan, nakipag-swap siya sa akin. Welcome back sa Caster's Table. Ako po muli si Brida at kasama ko si Athena. At tama ka dun, papakinggan natin anong masasabi ng BTR. Kasi parang gusto ko rin marinig ano yung naiisip ng most dominating team.
And I'm curious kung sino yung magiging spokeswoman
for
the whole team. Lalo na, di ba, hindi nga sila magkakasama, but still, talagang rekta pa rin yung communication nila. Walang naging, pwede na sabing obstacle, hindrance, but instead, mas naging ganado pa silang maglaro. To the point that they're racing against their own times na na-finish nila in different matches that they play dito sa MWI.
Grabe naman to, parang nararamdaman ko to eh. No? Pero ito na, malapit na tayo. Tunoorin muna natin ating interview at anong masasabi kaya ng BTR.
Very good.
Once again, big fall for taking this and congratulations going to the grand final. Okay, she's saying thank you if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
She's saying thank you. Are you muting the call or not? Vival? And we are gonna see, we cannot hear you yet. I think like there is some technical problem right here for this call. But yeah, I think congratulations to FIFA. I think okay.
Finally, her beautiful voice. Thank you, Vival.
Congratulations for the win. But it's back again to meet Gepex Basreng, turns out.
Yeah, we meet again, Gepex, yes.
Okay, you guys will meet again, but we are seeing that a lot of things that you guys doing and you got a lot of win streaks so far. If I'm not mistaken, it's 12 tournaments that you've been doing, and this is gonna be, this might be your 13th champion. How are you guys being so consistent about this one?
First of all, as like yesterday, we focus on ourselves, consistency and all. Even though like just now we play against Kara, like we are not in one place, right? All of us are in separate places, but we still tried our best, like communication through Discord and all. Yeah. Especially later for the grand final, we have to play separately, unfortunately.
Okay, so they're not in one area. They have to communicate through Discord. Now, Vival, I also want to ask you, the next team you'll be going for is GPX. Do you have any key players that we need to watch out for from the side of GPX that you feel might be a threat for you in the next match?
We may have to look out for their roamer, Earl, yes.
Okay, why?
Because according to us, she's the one that really, like, the best in GPX, like that. She controls the game and all like that. And her hero pool is also very, very huge, yes. So yeah, we have to take caution of her.
Okay, so Earl is the key player that Vivian feels that needs caution against.
Yeah, so FIFA is really need to make sure about Earl's movement here. Need to be careful over that one. But will we see another kind of hero that you will pick, like Vanny previously? Or maybe you will try to pick another kind of hero in the grand final later on. Can you just spill a little bit? Will it surprise us?
Since it is a best of 5, unique heroes may come out. In case my heroes are banned, so yeah, we have prepared.
Oh, they're ready for any kind of hero that is being banned or whatsoever inside of that one. Okay, but you're meeting GPX for a lot of times already, right? You know how strong they are inside of the Land of Dawn. But if you can rate them from 1 to 10, what are you gonna rate them?
10 out of 10, yes.
10 out of 10.
Okay, but how about your confidence out of 10?
9.5 out of 10 since we're playing separately, yes.
Okay, so if they were together, it would have been a 10.
But because they are not in the same place, it's 9.5. It's a little bit lower. A little bit lower.
Okay, it's great to see that you guys are confident going against GPX here, because track history is that they've always won against GPX. So the question remains, will GPX be able to finally get a win? But for you, Fifal, in particular, do you have any messages for GPX for the next match?
Good luck to both of us. Let's see who's strong enough to hold the champion title of MWI.
That is spicy. Who is strong enough to hold it? Okay, but can you give this some shout out to all supporters that always supporting Bigetron era?
Thank you for supporting us, Biget Troopers. We are stepping into the grand finals against GPEC Bus Rank. Keep on supporting us until then. Thank you.
Okay, congratulations, Vivan, once again, and thank you for having the conversation with us. Good luck, next.
Good luck.
And that was Vival from Bigetron era na nagpapasalamat sa kanilang mga Biget Troopers.
Ang makaganda ng tawag sa kanilang fanbase pala, Biget Troopers actually. And again, ito na yun Ito na yung sinasabi natin magko-complete sa storyline na parang it's a remake of what happened back then sa M3. And this is yet a rematch between the two Indonesian prides, Bigetron era and GPX Basren.
And nakita ko sa interview, very chill sila papasok sa Grand Finals. Parang dito sa MWI, chill lang tayo. Parang motor naka Petron Spain 40. Kalmaki na ang motor mo with Petron Spain 40 dahil it controls heat, protects the engine, sustains power, and provides a smooth ride with TCS formula. So don't forget to like and share Petron Sprint 40's Facebook and Instagram page for more updates. Para laging chill mode sa road, use Petron Sprint 40. Kaya naman kami, together with the rest of the casters, is very excited sa paparating na Grand Finals natin na muling magtatapat ang GBX Basreng and Bigatron era. And before all of that, we will head on a very short break, kaya huwag kayong aalis, sabay-sabay tayong manood at sumuporta for the Grand Finals. Back to you, and see you later.
Only love and night are everlasting.
What? Go away! Hey! That's not polite! What? Phew. Out on top again! Legendary! Watch out! I cut quick and deep! Huh? Who's there? False alarm!
can imagine how happy our lives will be after it's all over.
Tawag mo pag here na yun. Padala dito, padala doon. Ang liit ng item pero ang laki ng kahon.
Huwag mo na paabutin sa beast mode. Alagaan mo with Petron Sprint 40.
Kalma ka na, kalma ka na with TCS formula para laging chill mo sa road.
Only love and night are everlasting.
Feel bloody embrace.
You have slain an enemy. Killing spree.
Bloody embrace.
An enemy has
Only love and night are everlasting.
What? Go away! Hey! That's not polite! What? Phew. Out on top again! Legendary! Watch out! I cut quick and deep! Huh? Who's there? False alarm! I can imagine how happy our lives will be after it's all over. Tawag mo pag here na yun.
Padala dito, padala doon. Ang liit ng item pero ang laki ng kahon.
Huwag mo na paabutin sa beast mode. Alagaan mo with Petron Sprint 40.
Kalma ka na, kalma ka na with TCS formula para laging chill mo sa road.
Only love and night are everlasting.
Feel the bloody embrace.
You have slain an enemy. Killing spree.
Bloody embrace.
An enemy has been
Only love and night are everlasting.
We are believers その光掴んで for century もう迷ったりはしない立ち止まりはしない Neighborhood Become braver 時を超え明日が really life opens 今希望の旗を立ててこの全てがただの悪夢だったらいいのに できた？テストが始まるよ。怖いなら私の後ろに隠れてもいいわよ。正義を執行するわよ。強い信念は絶望を達する刃となる。最後は人類が勝つ。当たり前でしょ。
What? Go away! Hey! That's not polite! What? Phew. Out on top again. Legendary! Watch out! I cut quick and deep. Huh? Who's there? False alarm. I can imagine how happy our lives will be after it's all over.
Tawag mo pag here na yun. Padala dito, padala doon. Ang liit ng item pero ang laki ng kahon.
Huwag mo na paabutin sa beast mode. Alagaan mo with Petron Sprint 40.
Kalma ka na, kalma ka na with TCS formula para laging chill mode sa road.
Only love and night are everlasting.
Feel the bloody embrace.
You have slain an enemy. Killing spree.
Bloody embrace.
An enemy has been
Only love and night are everlasting.
We are believers その光掴んで for century もう迷ったりはしない立ち ち止まりはしないネイバール Become believer 時を超え明日が really life of friends 今希望の旗を立ててこの全てがただの悪夢だったらいいのに準備はできた？ゲートが始まるよ。怖いなら私の後ろに隠れてもいいわよ。正義を執行するわよ。強い信念は絶望を断ち切る刃となる。最後は人類が勝つ。当たり前でしょ。What? Go away!
Hey! That's not polite!
What? Phew.
Out on top again! Legendary!
Watch out!
I cut quick and deep!
Who's there? False alarm.
I can imagine how happy our lives will be after it's all over.
Tawag mo, pag-here na yun. Padala dito, padala doon. Ang liit ng item, pero ang laki ng kahon.
Huwag mo na paabutin sa beast mode. Alagaan mo with Petron Sprint 40.
Kalma ka na, kalma ka na with TCS formula para laging chill mo sa road.
Only love and night are everlasting.
Feel the bloody embrace.
You have slain an enemy. Killing spree.
Bloody embrace.
An enemy has been
Only love and night are everlasting.
貫いて手放ってWe are believers その光掴んで for century もう迷ったりはしない立ち止まりはしない Neighborhood Become braver 時は今夜明日へ Really life of friends 今希望の旗を立ててこの全てがただの悪夢だったらいいのに準備はできた？ゲートが始まるよ。怖いなら私の後ろに隠れてもいいわよ。正義を執行するわよ。強い信念は絶望を達する刃となる。最後は人類が勝つ。当たり前でしょ。What? Go away!
Hey! That's not polite!
What?
Phew. Out on top again! Legendary!
Watch out! I cut quick and deep. Huh? Who's there? False alarm.
I can imagine how happy our lives will be after it's all over.
Tawag mo, pag-clear na yun. Padala dito, padala doon. Ang liit ng item, pero ang laki ng kahon.
Huwag mo na paabutin sa beast mode. Alagaan mo with Petron Sprint 40.
Kalma ka na, kalma ka na with TCS formula para laging chill mo sa road.
Only love and night are everlasting.
Feel the bloody embrace.
You have slain an enemy. Killing spree.
Bloody embrace.
An enemy has been
Only love and night are everlasting.
その光掴んで for century もう迷ったりはしない立ち止まりはしない Never lose Become brave 時は今夜明日へ Really life of friends 今希望の旗を立ててこの全てがただの悪夢だったらいいのに準備はできた？ゲートが始まるよ。怖いなら私の後ろに隠れてもいいわよ。正義を執行するわよ。強い信念は絶望を助ける刃となる。最後は人類が勝つ。当たり前でしょ。What? Go away!
Hey! That's not polite!
What? Phew. Out on top again. Legendary! Watch out! I cut quick and deep. Huh? Who's there? False alarm.
I can imagine how happy our lives will be after it's all over.
Tawag mo, pag-clear na yun. Padala dito, padala doon. Ang liit ng item, pero ang laki ng kahon.
Huwag mo na paabutin sa beast mode. Alagaan mo with Petron Sprint 40.
Kalma ka na, kalma ka na with TCS formula para laging chill mo sa road.
Only love and night are everlasting.
Feel the bloody embrace.
You have slain an enemy. Killing spree.
Bloody embrace.
An enemy has been
Only love and night are everlasting.
自分じゃわからないリアルで確かな強さは弱さを認めることでその扉開き出す僕ら未来のために誓う全てこの切ないにかけて放て We are believers その光掴んで for century もう迷ったりはしない立ち止まりはしない Never lose Become braver 時は今夜明日へ Really life of friends 今希望の旗を立ててこの全てがただの悪夢だったらいいのに準備はできた？映画が始まるよ。怖いなら私の後ろに隠れていいわよ。正義を執行するわよ。強い信念は絶望を達する刃となる。最後は人類が勝つ。当たり前でしょ。What? Go away!
Hey! That's not polite!
What? Phew.
Out on top again! Legendary!
Watch out! I cut quick and deep. Huh? Who's there? False alarm.
I can imagine how happy our lives will be after it's all over.
Tawag mo pag here na yun. Padala dito, padala doon. Ang liit ng item pero ang laki ng kahon.
Huwag mo na paabutin sa beast mode. Alagaan mo with Petron Sprint 40.
Kalma ka na, kalma ka na with TCS formula para laging chill mo sa road.
Only love and night are everlasting.
Feel the bloody embrace.
You have slain an enemy. Killing spree.
Bloody embrace.
An enemy has been
night are everlasting.
What? Go away! Hey! That's not polite! What? Phew. Out on top again. Legendary! Watch out! I cut quick and deep. Huh? Who's there? False alarm.
I can imagine how happy our lives will be after it's all over.
Tawag mo pag here na yun. Padala dito, padala doon. Ang liit ng item pero ang laki ng kahon.
Huwag mo na paabutin sa beast mode. Halagaan mo with Petron Sprint 40.
Kalma ka na, kalma ka na with TCS formula para laging chill mo sa road.
Only love and night are everlasting.
Bloody embrace.
You have slain an enemy. Killing spree.
Bloody embrace.
An enemy has been slain.
Only love and night are everlasting.
What? Go away! Hey! That's not polite! What? Phew. Out on top again! Legendary! Watch out! I cut quick and deep! Huh? Who's there? False alarm!
I can imagine how happy our lives will be after it's all over.
Tawag mo pag here na yun!
Padala dito, padala doon. Ang liit ng item pero ang laki ng kahon.
Huwag mo na paabutin sa beast mode. Halagaan mo with Petron Sprint 40.
Kalma kina, kalma ka na, kalma kina, kalma ka na with TCS formula para laging chill mo sa road.
Only love and night are everlasting.
Bloody embrace.
You have slain an enemy! Killing spree!
Bloody embrace.
An enemy has been slain!
Only love and night are everlasting.
What? Go away! Hey! That's not polite! What? Phew. Out on top again! Legendary! Watch out! I cut quick and deep. Huh? Who's there? False alarm. I can imagine how happy our lives will be after it's all over.
Tawag mo pag here na yun. Padala dito, padala doon. Ang liit ng item pero ang laki ng kahon.
Huwag mo na paabutin sa beast mode. Alagaan mo with Petron Sprint 40.
Kalma ka na, kalma ka na with TCS formula para laging chill mode sa road.
Only love and night are everlasting.
Feel the bloody embrace.
You have slain an enemy. Killing spree.
Bloody embrace.
An enemy has been slain.
Only love and night are everlasting.
What? Go away! Hey! That's not polite! What? Phew. Out on top again. Legendary! Watch out! I cut quick and deep. Huh? Who's there? False alarm. I can imagine how happy our lives will be after it's all over. Tawag mo pag here na yun.
Padala dito, padala doon. Ang liit ng item pero ang laki ng kahon.
Huwag mo na paabutin sa beast mode. Alagaan mo with Petron Sprint 40.
Kalma kina, kalma ka na, kalma kina, kalma ka na. With TCS formula, para laging chill mo sa road.
Only love and night are everlasting.
Feel the bloody embrace.
You have slain an enemy. Killing spree.
Bloody embrace.
An enemy has been slain.
love and night are everlasting.
What? Go away! Hey! That's not polite! What? Phew. Out on top again. Legendary! Watch out! I cut quick and deep. Huh? Who's there? False alarm.
I can imagine how happy our lives will be after it's all over.
Tawag mo pag here na yun. Padala dito, padala doon. Ang liit ng item pero ang laki ng kahon.
Huwag mo na paabutin sa beast mode. Alagaan mo with Petron Sprint 40.
Kalma ka na, kalma ka na with TCS formula para laging chill mode sa road.
Only love and night are everlasting.
Fear, bloody embrace.
You have slain an enemy! Killing spree!
Bloody embrace.
An enemy has been slain!
everlasting.
What? Go away! Hey! That's not polite! What? Phew. Out on top again. Legendary! Watch out! I cut quick and deep. Huh? Who's there? False alarm.
I can imagine how happy our lives will be after it's all over.
Tawag mo pag here na yun.
Padala dito, padala doon. Ang liit ng item pero ang laki ng kahon.
Huwag mo na paabutin sa beast mode. Alagaan mo with Petron Sprint 40.
Kalma ka na, kalma ka na with TCS formula para laging chill mode sa road.
Only love and night are everlasting.
Feel the bloody embrace.
You have slain an enemy. Killing spree.
Bloody embrace.
An enemy has been slain. んじゃわからないリアルで確かな強さは弱さを認め合うことでその扉開き出す僕ら未来のために誓う全てこの切ない手で手放ってWe are believers その光Never think to leave もう迷ったりはしない立ち止まりはしない Never lose Become braver 時は今夜明日が really life of friends 今希望の旗を立ててこの全てがただの悪夢だったらいいのに準備はできた？ゲートが始まるよ。怖いなら私の後ろに隠れてもいいわよ。正義を執行するわよ。強い信念は絶望を断ち切る刃となる。最後は人類が勝つ。当たり前でしょ。What? Go away!
Hey! That's not polite!
What? Phew.
Out on top again! Legendary!
Watch out! I cut quick and deep. Who's there? False alarm.
I can imagine how happy our lives will be after it's all over.
Tawag mo pag here na yun. Padala dito, padala doon. Ang liit ng item pero ang laki ng kahon.
Huwag mo na paabutin sa beast mode. Alagaan mo with Petron Sprint 40.
Kalma kina, kalma ka na, kalma kina, kalma ka na with TCS formula para laging chill mo sa road.
Only love and night are everlasting.
Feel the bloody embrace.
You have slain an enemy. Killing spree.
Bloody embrace.
An enemy has been
everlasting.
What? Go away! Hey! That's not polite! What? Phew. Out on top again! Legendary! Watch out! I cut quick and deep! Huh? Who's there? False alarm!
I can imagine how happy our lives will be after it's all over.
Tawag mo pag here na yun. Padala dito, padala doon. Ang liit ng item pero ang laki ng kahon.
Huwag mo na paabutin sa beast mode. Alagaan mo with Petron Sprint 40.
Kalma na, kalma ka na, kalma na, kalma ka na with TCS formula para laging chill mo sa road.
Only love and night are everlasting.
Feel the bloody embrace.
You have slain an enemy! Killing spree!
Bloody embrace.
An enemy has been
Only love and night are everlasting.
What? Go away! Hey! That's not polite! What? Phew. Out on top again. Legendary! Watch out! I cut quick and deep. Huh? Who's there? False alarm.
I can imagine how happy our lives will be after it's all over.
Tawag mo pag here na yun. Padala dito, padala doon. Ang liit ng item pero ang laki ng kahon.
Huwag mo na paabutin sa beast mode. Alagaan mo with Petron Sprint 40.
Kalma ka na, kalma ka na, kalma ka na with TCS formula para laging chill mo sa road.
Only love and night are everlasting.
Feel the bloody embrace.
You have slain an enemy. Killing spree.
Bloody embrace.
An enemy has been slain.
Only love and night are everlasting.
What? Go away! Hey! That's not polite! What? Phew. Out on top again. Legendary! Watch out! I cut quick and deep. Huh? Who's there? False alarm.
Deg-degan iya ada, berharap juga iya, pengen bawa pulang championnya.
Rasanya seneng banget, puas, bersyukur banget, pengen juara lah dikit lagi.
Look at that, and Chow is insane. 4 members.
All out aja, main happy, senyum, no pressure, jadi biar nggak ada beban.
But look at them go. It will be Ramela taking out.
Pengen ngasih sesuatu yang beda gitu, sesuatu yang unexpected.
Udah ganyang-ganyang, hajar, musuh hajar, udah.
Tetap fokus, mainnya rapi, disiplin, nah kita pasti bakal juara.
Mau kita menang, kalah, dukung kita terus sampai kita bisa mengkoleksi banyak piala-piala nanti.
Tetap dukung kita dan jangan hujat-hujat tim lain gitu.
Jangan bosan-bosan ya, ketemu kita terus di Grand Final.
Coba tunjukin gameplay terbaik dari tim kalian ke kita.
Two teams are ready. Who will claim the MWI crown for the first time? Let us see. Only on the MWI 2022 Grand Final.
Wala tayo sa 9 teams. Now we're down to 2. Pero isa lang ang pwedeng maging kampiyon. Isa lang ang pwedeng hirangin na pinakamagaling na female team sa ating scene. Welcome to the Grand Finals of the first ever Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's Invitational 2022. MWI is powered by Moonton Games, organized by One Esports, and supported by Petron, our official partner. Tagapaghatid ng mainit na laban, Ate mo Chantel, at kasama natin ngayon si Burger Kim. Burger Kim, Grand Finals na intense!
Kaninang umaga pa actually intense, Chantel. Rinig ko rin sa boses mo. You know what? Minsan naririnig mo yun sa tono ng boses ng tao. Kung gaano siya ka-excited, kung gaano ka-intense ang laban.
Sobrang intense, ramdam na ramdam natin. Pero syempre, nabanggit natin intensity, chill lang muna tayo dahil dito sa MWI, syempre chill lang. Para motor na naka-Petron Sprint 40, kalmakin ang motor mo with Petron Sprint 40 dahil it controls heat, protects the engine, sustains power, and provides a smooth ride with TZS formula. Don't forget to follow the Facebook and Instagram page of Petron 40 para lagi kayong updated. Of course, para chill mode sa road, use Petron 40 pero isang mabilis. Ito ang nangyari sa huling araw ng ating playoffs. Ang tindi ng laban for GPX and Bren on our first match on this playoffs. Pero, Grand Finals, Best of 5, GPX and Bigatron.
Chantel, itong dalawang koponan na to, naglalaban na sa iba't ibang tournaments at ngayon, isa pa sa kanilang listahan. Gusto nila makuha ang unang corona. First ever nga na MWI crown. Mas matindi to actually yung labanan na to. Lalo na itong dalawang teams, you have so much info about each other.
Yes, ang ganda na nga nabanggit dito ni Burger King, so much info. And speaking of information, meron din tayong information na ibibitaw dahil based on our reviews as well, ito ang naging talent prediction natin. 3-1. All Filipina casters. 3-1. Bigatron era ang ating naboto. Bakit?
3-1, siguro unahin ko na lang yung 3-1. Kasi kadalasan sa mga tournaments nila, it always, more or less, ends up with a 3-1. Pero Bigatron, consistent sila when it comes to their rotation. Tapos mukhang, ewan ko, based on their interviews, mukhang kilala na nila yung isa't isa.
Mahirap talaga kapag kalaban mo yung taong kilala mo na. Kumbaga, since meron ka na kayong idea on the other team, ibig sabihin, nandun kayo sa point na kailangan nyo maglabas ng bago. Pero kasi, doon sa kanilang tournament sa Indonesia, 4 na season na. And matagal na silang kumbaga nagababakbakan. And I know that you're familiar as well doon sa dalawang teams natin.
Ang hilig ko kasi manood ng mga bods yan. Pero alam mo, yung masasabi ko lang sa dalawang teams na to, Chantel, consistent. Sana all. Sana all consistent. Sana all consistent. Pero ito yung meron sa dalawang teams na to. Consistency when it comes to their gameplay, when it comes to their plans. Pero let's also expect na maraming pwedeng magbago in terms of the drafting phase. But let's take a look at the teams, Chantel. For GPX, Fumi, Chinchao, Sky, and Earl.
Same lineup for GPX ngayon sa ating Grand Finals. Para naman sa Bigatron era, same as well. They have Chini, Valanier, Shell, Bibal, and Vivian. For Vivian, she is the MVP of the recently concluded WSL 2022, and she is one of the players for Bigatron era na nagdi-dictate ng laban kumbaga for the team. When we say dictating, kitang-kita naman dito sa ating tournament na ang dami niya mga heroes na nabanggit. But speaking of GPX, ito ang kanilang player stats.
Based on their stats dito sa MWI, medyo bumaba nga yung turtle rate dito for Sky. They have been very consistent sa pagkakuha ng objectives. Si Funi and Earl yung key players dito for GPX. They are rotating most of the time together. So we can say, kung may bigotry, meron din Funi, Earl dito sa side ng GPX. Most of the time, sila yung nakikita mo na bumibisita sa lane ni Chinchao, bumibisita sa lane ni Fumi. So, it just goes to show their average KP percentage is quite similar.
Oh, kumbaga meron silang specific connection with each other that brings success para dito sa GPX. And take note that we have average assists for Earl at 9.9. This is very high considering na ang kanyang role talaga is the roamer. So, ibig sabihin, siya yung nagsaset up ng play dito sa side ng GPX. And nakita natin yung kanina sa laban nila against the Bren. It was a 2-1. Yes, very close fight. Pero, with that performance, lumabas kumaga yung strength nila as a player and as a whole team.
And speaking of team, we also have Bigatron era. Wow! The stats, Chantel, halos. Tingnan mo yung KP percentage ni Chini and ni Vivian dito. Just like GPX, the roamer, and the mid laner, halos patas lang. Pero mas mataas dito yung average assist ni Vivian, which goes to show na siguro siya yung more aggressive. And you did mention na MVP nga siya for the recently concluded WSL.
Yes, and speaking of, same pala ang ating magiging trend dito. Dalawang players na nabagit natin, Vivian and Earl para sa GPX. Both players has high average assist on their stats, and these players are the roamers. So ibig sabihin heavy relying dito ang ating mga teams in terms of initiation. But tamang-tama, Bigatron era and the GPX, dito natin may kita yung kanilang differences in terms of the objective rate. Turtle rate for Bigatron era is 81%. Almost the same. Kumbaga, matagal na kasi nila kilala yung isa't isa eh. So, most probably, yung kanilang strategy dito, na-adapt na nila yung pwedeng kuhanin nila. If you're Bigatron era, magandang ginagawa ng kalaban nila, why not gamitin natin? At ito ang ating team head-to-head stats.
Chantel, pati yung stats natin, they don't lie. They don't lie. Pula lahat. And actually, all of them are actually the same, similar stats, pero Bigatron wala pa silang talo. Yung GPX naman, yun nga, natalo sila sa isang game, not a series, against Bren Victres kanina ng Philippines. And in terms of average damage, almost the same as well. Pero yung objective rate, mas lamang sa GPX. Pero yung tower rate naman, BTR. Interesting. Ang daming naipipinta agad nitong team head-to-head stats natin. Pero ang makikita natin dito, average game duration, almost the same. Ranging around the 12-minute or 13-minute. So, more on the objective side, ang mga players natin or mga teams natin, Indonesian teams, and nabanggit nga natin, for the objective rate, ibig sabihin, si GPX dito, since mas mataas ang kanilang objective rate, sila ba yung mas gusto nila ng split push? Mas gusto nila ng pagkuha ng mga tore instead of the bakbakan? Sa tingin ko kasi, Chantel, based on the interview as well from the players, na sinabi nila kung may chance daw, this is from Earl sa GPX, sabi niya, kung may chance daw sila mag-invade ng enemy jungle, gagawin talaga. And speaking of GPX, here we have the keys to victory for GPX. Ban or contest, Selena? Uy, ito interesting. Same na nga yung stats nila, pati yung mga hero pool or comfort picks.
Parehas lang din.
Ewan ko ba? Itong dalawang teams na to, susunod naman, shutdown Vivian's movement from the beginning. Ito rin, halos the same. For Earl, ganyan din yung kilos niya.
Gawin niya.
Kailangan din nila gawin. Babysit Chinchao to ensure she wins the laning phase. Alam rin naman natin yung side ng BTR. Si Shell, also dominates her lane. At last but not the least, be ready for a 4-1 setup from BTR. Sila rin actually nagpa-4-1 eh. So, halos lahat ng keys to victory na meron sila, I think BTR also needs...
Almost the same.
Almost the same talaga.
Feeling ko for BTR, makakita din tayo ng mga specific players na babanggitin para sa kanilang keys to victory. But yeah, GPX Basreng, take note na ang isa sa mga nabanggit dito na hero ay si Selena. So most probably in this game, hindi natin talaga makikita si Selena at all. And at the same time, babysit Chinchao. So for Chinchao, for GPX, napakalaking factor sa kanila na magkaroon ng farm si Chinchao. But speaking of, etong kanilang mga kalaban, Bigatron Era, at ang kanilang kailangan gawin para manalo is kailangan nilang mabigyan ng importansya dito yung Popol and Kupa. Also, they have to be aware of the surprise pick from GPX. Valanier should give pressure to GPX's XP laner and win the mid lane matchup. Burger King talk to me about this mid lane matchup.
Alam mo, Chantel, you mentioned the Popol and Kupa, you mentioned the Selena. Napakaraming heroes dito na, alam mo, sabi nga dito ng GPX sa isa pang interview, sana hindi daw magsawa yung BTR na kalabanin sila. Kasi halos sila lang.
Lagi na lang.
Lagi na lang. Parang CR body. Yung kung pupunta ako sa CR, oh, ikaw na naman.
Oo. Parang nakita na naman tayo.
Ikaw na naman.
Kaya the next time na pwede mag-CR, tara CR na lang tayo.
Sabay.
Kasi magkita. Mateo, ewan ko ba't napunta tayo sa CR. But, yan, tama yung nabanggit mo dito. Itong dalawang teams, lagi na talaga sila nakikita. I believe that this game is not entirely, alam mo yung super intense sa yes, pero pagka kasi matagal na kayong nagkakalaban, may friendship na nabubuo. I don't know, parang ganun yung feel ko kapag ka yung love-hate relationship.
Hate sa laro, pero
hate
love.
sa laro, pero love mo. Parang ang galing ng team na to.
Wow.
But yeah, very, very, very nice example dito yung dalawang teams natin. And I know that they are really familiar with each other. But take note, kanina pa natin nababanggit yung Women's Star League Season 4 na natapos recently, January 23. Kaya natin nalaman na GPX at Bigatron Era ang maglalaro sa ating tournament for MWI. Ang naging score nila with the best of 7 is 4-1.
4-1 ba?
4-1.
Oh, alright.
And ang nanalo doon is Bigatron Era. Napanood natin yung performance ng dalawang teams. Anong pinagkaiba ng dalawa?
Honestly, yung Bigatron, pag si Vivian, nakita naman natin sa mga laro niya na aggressive siya. Si Earl, aggressive din. Pero for me, pag kinompare mo, si Vivian, yung confidence niya pagka-invade. Kung pwede siyang pumasok, papasok talaga siya eh. As compared to Earl, medyo calculated. Yun yung based on my observations lang.
Oh, tama kasi kanina din, nung laban din ng BTR against Team Cara, si Vivian, parang part siya nung kabilang team. Kasi magkukuha pa lang ng jungle.
Kinuha na niya.
Siya. During the time, ang gamit niya pa was Florine. Hindi siya talaga really tanke na hero. Kumbaga napaka-crucial na kanya magiging positioning. Pero nandun I believe we have this kind of aura. Kahit sa normal na buhay. Na kapag nakita mo isang tao na yon sa malayo, pwede din dyan. Sa malayo, pwede rin doon sa likod natin. Doon pala, pwede pala magpagas doon sa likod.
Ay, oo nga, yung Petron, medyo gumagalaw rin yung natin.
Pero I believe we have this kind of aura na kapag nakita mo isang tao, may nasa-sense ka na this person has a very, very strong personality.
Strong personality or at the same time, may dating. Parang ganon. Yung si Vivian kasi kanina, you mentioned na nag-Florine siya. Pero at the same time, nung nakaagaw nga niya yung purple buff doon, imagine mo Florine siya, tas naagaw niya. It's kinda like yung movement niya as an Angela actually in one of the games. Nakalimutan ko na kung sino yung katapat nila. Angela yung gamit niya na naka-collector skin. So sobrang cute, diba? Pero yung galawan niya parang Jawhead.
Oh! Angela yon, take note. Pero ngayon, player head-to-head, we have Phony and Chini. Dalawa sa mga players na talaga nababanggit at somehow nag-aagawan in terms of MVP. Mas mataas, dalawang sector or dalawang factor for Chini on this match. Kill participation, 74% and average assist, 8.6 Actually, almost same
Almost the same. Pero yun nga, kasi sabi nga ng Bigetron na isa sa mga keys to victory nila is to win the mid lane matchup. And Chini, being a mid laner, talagang binibigay yun ni Vivian or yung mga ibang members or yung Bigetry actually kay Chini para nga makarotate siya sa ibang lane. Which actually explains why mataas nga yung kanyang average assist. It's because she's able to rotate to the EXP lane and the gold lane as well.
And speaking of, again, yung dalawang teams natin ngayon pumasok sa ating araw or the last day of our tournament, iba yung pag tinitingnan natin sila ngayon, iba yung feeling. Parang they are ready, sanay na sila doon. And this is our audience prediction. Magkahiwalay. Merong mga ibang countries leaning towards BTR. Ang ganda tignan, no? Parang literal na naging ganun siya. So, may mga ibang countries na naniniwala sa Bigetron era. May ibang teams or ibang countries na naniniwala sa GPX Basreng. Kasi yung naging run nila sa MWI is very, very, very strong.
Parehas sila, very strong. Pero Indonesia daw, 62% pa rin. Siguro based rin ito sa mga previous stats nila. Syempre, yung mga iba, probably from the family, the supporters of GPX. Katulad nga ng sabi ng GPX, continue supporting them hanggang retired na sila. Siguro yan din sa isip na mga Bigetron.
Agad na retirement plan nila.
Yun na yung naisip nila. Sabi na itong dalawang teams, baka kami rin yung magtapat hanggang retirement. Sana, hopefully.
Feeling ko next year, next season, iba na. Hindi na namin sasabihin na Pilipinas yung mananalo next year, pero tahimik lang tayo dito as we head on to our draft. We have GPX and Bigetron. Again, dalawang teams na to, matagal na sila magkakilala. Nabanggit kanina, keys to victory is the Selena.
Popolen
Kupa as well. So pwedeng, is it an option or maganda pa para sa isang team na i-prioritize dito si Popolen Kupa?
Ngayon naman kasi GPX yung my first pick. So, kadalasan kasi yung ban dito ng BTR, always the Valentina and the Eve. So, ngayon yung malaking tanong ko, kung na-ban either yung Eve, actually both of these teams ayaw nila yung Eve. So, either they ban out the Popol and Kupa or take the Eve. Parang ganun kasi first pick naman yung GPX eh. So, malaking tanong yun eh. Still the Eve closed out. Ngayon, isa pa sa mga heroes na pwede i-contest dito. Actually, Popol and Kupa, I also have to point out the Lilia and the Sicilian na ginagamit nitong dalawang teams na to.
Kung magaling dalawang heroes kasi nabanggit mo, ito yung mga heroes na biglang nang gulat para sa atin. To be honest, hindi natin masyado nakikita talaga yung Sicilian. Tapos nagkaroon tayo ng evolution in terms of the draft. But for the Indonesian teams, isa sila sa mga teams na nag-introduce sa atin dito sa MWI. Right. So, pwede, isa din combo siya eh. It's either Sicilian Matilda.
Yes,
Cecilion
Matilda.
Cecilion Lolita.
Yan.
Yun. Kumbaga combo yan eh. Buy one, take one. Pagka kinuha mo yung isa, automatic dapat makuha mo rin yung isa. So possible makakita tayo yung ganun ban, but si
Lilia.
Nice point. For Burger King earlier, Lilia has been banned by GPX. And one observation actually for our female pro players, talagang pinag-iisipan nila yung kanilang draft. Ramdam natin yon. Parang lahat ng hero ina-explain mo na, kasi ganito ganyan.
Napakaraming pwedeng sabihin. Kasi itong dalawang teams, halos lahat na linabas nila. And, D-Glue, for the side of GPX, maganda to kasi kadalasan BTR tinatanggal nila since they want Valenier to dominate or win her lane matchup. Pero ngayon, BTR going with the Sicilian, wala nga yung Matilda, but they can go with the Lolita Sicilian na binanggit mo.
Pwede. Kasi hindi din lang, Nakita ko na to.
Paano to? Dapat may yata, rewards.
Dapat checklist tayo dito eh. Nabanggit natin yung mga iba, but yeah, kidding aside for Bigetron era, napakaganda na naging trade nila dito for GPX. Since nakuha na nila si Glue, di na advisable for them to take the Esmeralda because most probably this Glue will be on the XP lane. For Bigetron era naman, pwede na lang kuhanin yon. Although, minsan kasi, gumagamit sila ng mga XP lane that also has the crowd control if ever they have the Lolita. Kasi diba si Lolita parang gusto mo panggulat, nanominon blast, galing sa mga bush. But Jawhead, for GPX.
Grabe, yung initiator dito. I was actually thinking na pwede sana Johead kung iba yung kinuha dito na hero ng side ng BTR. But it's a Lolita, already given na si Vivian yung gagamit nito. Nako, yung GPX, napakaraming sagot sa Sicilian pick. It actually, sobrang heavy kasi nitong Sicilian pick. Actually, to be quite honest, ito yung lineup ng BTR in their last match sa WSL na napanalo nila.
Oo, tandang-tanda ko yun. At ikaw rin nagsabi noon, for Belletron pa sila during that time. Belletron pa sila bago sila maging Bigatron era. Nabagit din yung Barats. Aside from the other heroes na nakikita natin ngayon. So parang literal na rematch. But look at the smiles on the players of GPX. No pressure at all. Iba yung feeling kapag ka una sa lahat, since Indonesia ang ating finals ngayon. Tapos, naglaban lang sila nung 23. So, that was 7 days ago.
Isang linggo lang. Isang linggo lang yung agwat.
Parang, oy, parang nakita na kita.
Siguro sabi nitong dalawang teams, paano to? Tayo na naman magtatapat dito. Pero, Chantel, I'd also like to point out pala yung band dito ng BTR, the Loi. Magandang band ito since ginagamit rin ito ng GPX. At the same time, magiging mahirap rin for this Barats to move forward with this Loi, the rotation, diversion combo. Ngayon, malaking tanong, is it Vival's hero yung Barats or is it Valinir? Kasi, yun
pwede
din eh. Lahat pwede. Pwede.
Gana siya kahit saan eh. Ganun yung kinagandahan dito ng lineup din ng Bigatron era. Kasi nakita natin on some games as well na yung Cecilion minsan nilalagay din sa gold lane.
So, possible.
Pwede pa nilang paikutin. Parang pwede sila maging Doctor Strange doon. Na basta, ewan ko kung ba't naging Doctor Strange, but parang ganun kasi yung movement natin.
Si Chantel, gusto na yatang magnet. Ewan ko. Pero, you know what? GPX, actually, ina-expect siguro ngayon ng GPX na this Barats will be under the hands of Valinir since tinanggal pa nga nila ng hero dito si Vival. So, it goes to show a clear picture kung gaano nila kaalam yung draft dito ng BTR. So, which means, Vivian on this Lolita, Chini on the Sicilian, and the Barats kay Valinir. Pero still, like what you pointed out, Chantel, I like it na pwede rin nga gold lane Sicilian. Malalaman natin later, pero lahat to flex
pick. May Pakito pa. So, pwede din, Barats or Pakito ang maging jungler. Pwede din yan na mangyari. Pwede rin explain Barats or Pakito. Basta flexible. Very flexible lineup ang ibinibitaw dito ng Team Bigatron era. No, for GPX, since naban nga nila dito si Lancelot and Ling, ibig sabihin, alam nila na pwede magpalit to. But considering that meron na nga pwede magpalitan, isa na dapat yung jungler for the side of Bigatron era. So, mas okay for me, mas okay sana for me kung nagban sila ng mga ibang heroes aside from the assassins kasi most probably
comfort pick siguro kasi yun ni Vival. Pero looking at the matchup here, pwede sana Kagura for the side of GPX to go up against the Sicilian. Pero they just goes to show na gusto nila yung AoE, yung range, the Farsa for the first time for GPX, I think, in this matchup. Kasi nakita natin yung Kara, ginagamit to. Pero GPX, meron silang full-on aggression sa first 3 picks nila and meron din silang range. The marksman for Chinchao, Clint, as well as the Farsa naman for Funi.
Napakaganda na yung binitaw na heroes dito ng GPX Bastreng. To be honest, ang sakit na mga heroes nila once na nag-level 4, even the Hayabusa could go for a gank on any lane. But Popo Kupa for Bigatron era, ang ganda nung ibinitaw din nila dito. So I suppose for Bigatron era, this might be a gold lane Popo Kupa, knowing na napaka-effective nung need help Kupa na skill niya.
Yeah, sabi nga dito ng both Bigatron and GPX that they have to contest this Popolan Kupa na napunta nga sa BTR.
Ngayon, may kita natin ang matagal na nabubuo na rivalry for our teams Indonesia. Laban sa Indonesia, we have GPX Basreng versus Bigatron era. Ang tagal na nagkita before. Ang tagal na nilang nalaman kung ano ba ang strategy ng isa't isa. Pero sinong aangat at sinong mas lalamang as we head into the Land of Dawn.
Nako, Chantel, alam mo, nalilito na nga ako ngayon sa hero. Sabi ko, teka lang.
Familiar.
Si Vivian ba to? Hindi, si Earl pala. Actually, alam mo, sa sobrang flexible nitong dalawang teams, pati yung lineup nila pwede rin. Sobrang flexible din. Magpalitan kayo, pwede rin eh.
Actually, totoo yung sinabi mo kasi pag yung GPX at saka Bigotter Era kasi almost same nung strategy nila as well. Tama nabanggit mo, same with the heroes. Kaya parang malilito ka. Baka minsan naiisip ng mga ibang viewers natin na si Vival pala ay nasa GPX or vice versa. But looking at the laning setup, Burger Kim, ano dito yung pinaka gusto mong makita?
Si Chin Chao and Shell. Kasi yun nga, kailangan nila i-win yung gold lane. I think GPX did mention this. Tapos yung contest pa sa Popol and Kupa na nakuha ng BTR. So I think in terms of laning phase, hindi ko alam kung sino mas lamang sa pokes eh. I would say Shell with this Popol and Kupa. Since meron siyang vision, meron din siyang traps as well. Pero si Earl medyo napalalim dito.
Nako po, bottom lane. Mapipilitan na gamitin ng flicker doon. Pwedeng habulin ang side ng Bigotter Era, but it is all about the pokes. Again, kapag ka nakakapag-poke ka at the early game, napakaganda nun. Dahil ma-force ka agad na may mapauwi and at the same time, madedelay mo sila.
Malaking delay na to for Chin Chao sa kanyang lane since napa-atras nga siya dito ng GPX Basreng. Valenir, also on low HP, pero nandito rin si Vival sa bot side. Nag-aabang pa level 4 si Fumi dito. Actually, both lanes gusto nga nila i-solidify. Kaya medyo slow start tayo. Kumbaga, nagtatansyahan.
Kumbaga, nagtatansyahan talaga sila even on the top lane considering that we almost have a turtle in 3-second time. Again, GPX Bastreng and Bigatron Era, napakaiba na kanilang pinapakita ngayon. Kasi from the previous games, they are very aggressive. Pero pag nakikita mo sila na nagkakasilipan, hindi sila nagbibitaw na skill. Napakaingat nila. Kumbaga, yung pulsuhan dito, harap-harapan na nagaganap. Even Earl, zino-zone out lang niya si Vivian dahil po pwesto dito ang Basreng to try and start this turtle objective knowing that Bigatron Era is on the place. Is on the area. Vival will take that first blood. Tapos habang nangyayari yon, makukuha pa nga sa may gitna. Naku, nakuha nga ni Falconi. And again, Vival with that double kill. Palitan ng mga skills. Habang nangyayari yon, Fumi again with another objective for GPX Basreng.
Grabe, pati yung score nila, yung trades nila equal. But I would just like to say that BTR definitely got the better one. 2-0-0 na ngayon si Vival on this Pakito. And syempre kung Pakito gamit mo, ayaw mo mag-landslide Pakito to eh. So ngayon, objective base itong dalawang teams are going for the turtle, Chantel.
Speaking of turtle, sinisimulan ngayon ng GPX Basreng, masasecure na Vival. Naagaw pa nga, pero nga sa Bragedi, napakagandang third airstrike para kay Funi. At habang nangyayari yun, si Fumi naman ang gustong kumuha ng kill. At Valenir ang kanilang masesecure for GPX Basreng. Nice start for both of our teams. Napakainit ng tensyon doon sa may turtle pit.
Uy, pero dito sa mid-side, it seems like BTR gusto nila i-equalize ito. Pero taking a look back at our laning phase, Chantel, medyo na-highlight ko yung gold lane na mananalo nga doon si Shell when it comes to the trades and the pokes. Pero sa top side, I'm gonna be expecting BTR to rotate there more. Since glue nga yung katapat dito ni Valenir, magiging mahirap sa kanya. Nakita mo naman na isang split-split or isang ultimate lang from the glue. Ang sakit, tapos i-isolate lang niya doon si Valenir. Pupunta yung mga members ng GPX and sure kill yun. Ang daming gold plating nakuha doon sa top side.
Oo nga. Yung story doon ng Bigatron Era sa may top lane, halos wala ng shield. But again, Vival on the aggressive side for Bigatron Era. This is a Bigatron Era na nagpapakita ngayon ng kanilang dominance against GPX Basreng, zoning out 2 players sa may bottom lane. So, yung laban natin ngayon, ramdam natin na merong intensity, but at the same time, hindi sila nagbibitaw agad ng mga skills as there is a skirmish sa ating bottom lane. Fumi ang masazone out at nakikill dito ni Chini of Bigatron Era.
Pati yung score natin, Chantel, but Bigatron Era getting a 1K gold lead. It's a given fact na nakakuha sila ng turtle. Ngayon naman, syempre, kung nakakuha ka ng objectives like the turtle, you wanna win your lane. Yun naman yung sabi ng dalawang teams, you want to win the trades sa lanes. Pero ngayon, mostly, BTR letting Shell have a great time to farm, to poke, kasi ilang beses na pauwi dito si Chin Chow, ilang beses siya dito na sa stock, hindi nga siya makapunta dun sa first tier tower.
Oo, kumbaga, tapos ang bilis pa nila na nakakuha ng turret doon against GPX Basring. Yung sinasabi natin, Bigatron era, inantay lang nila na magkaroon ng chance for them to set up the tempo against GPX Basring. Kanina pantay ang ating gold at 13K, ngayon meron ng 1K discrepancy. At Sky Guardian helmet for Valanier, napakabilis, but here comes the Retonas, welcome. Again, kinukuha niya lang dito, pinipilit niya lang ma-force ng GPX Basreng ang kanilang mga skills. And Bigatron era, eyes on the prize. They want to take this turtle. Here comes Funi on the better air check. Val again with the secure of this objective. Habang nangyari yun, split kill again for Fumi. But again, Valanier kanya mazuzone out habang mga players ng Bigatron era pausbong or padiretso ng padiretso dito sa mga players ng GPX Basreng.
Grabe talaga yung pagka-zone nila, and at the same time, yung BTR, yung galawan nila parang GPX rin. If they want something, gusto nila na tower or ng objective, apat yan. Sabi nga nila kanina, the 4-1 rotation na manggagaling sa Bigatron.
Oo nga pala, 4-1 rotation for Bigatron era. Ngayon yun ang kanilang ginagawa. Pero makikita natin, si Chela gustong kuhanin ng GPX Basreng, but here comes the backup. Chini with a kill. Habang nandito na ang Bigatron era, may feather air check pa sa may bandang gitna. Earl ang mapipitigan doon ni kumaring Chini, habang si Ching Chao ay gustong suntukin ni Vival and a disengage for our players, for our teams, as we are now into our almost 7-minute game time. 4-6 and ang lalim ni Vivian, pero nandun yung sustain. Still, Bigatron era, sila yung nagdidictate ng laban natin. And si Vivian, ang layo na ni Vivian. Nandito na si Fumi, and here comes Sky as well of
Detonas welcome.
Detonas welcome. And still Vivian is still alive.
Grabe dito yung Bigatron, no? Kahit Bigatry, talagang pinoprotektan nila lahat ng members. Even though it was Vivian, pwede nilang iiwan nung nag-ultimate doon si Fumi. Pero they really chose to protect Vivian here. Chini, napapoke lang dito si Sky, not too low, Chantel, but it's still Bigatron era with the control. Dalawang towers, dalawang turtles, and they have a 3K gold lead. Pansin mo ngayon kung gaano ka-free yung rotation ni Valanier. Since nakuha na nga nila yung top side, pati na rin si Shell na umiikot na rin sa mid side.
Actually, napakaganda na banggit mo dito. Kasi for Bigatron era, kanina pang zinozone out ng GPX Basreng ni Fumi, specifically si Valanier. So sabi nila, teka lang, parang kanina pa napupuntahan si Valanier sa top lane. So bigyan natin siya ng space. And speaking of space, nagkakaroon sila ng space ngayon to take this turtle.
They're going for the turtle, but let's take a look at what Bigatron era has already secured. BOD for Shell and Chini. I would like to highlight the Sicilian on the mystery shop emblem. Nakakuha na rin siya ng lightning truncheon on the 8-minute mark. Malaki to para sa BTR. As compared to the Farsa of Funi na Clock of Destiny pa lang, building pa lang yung lightning truncheon.
Oh, since nabagit mo yung dalawang mages natin, take note that Funi is still at level 9, habang si Chini naman is now at level 10. So nandun pa lang, lamang na agad siya dito in terms of the items, experience, and the damage as well para sa side ng Bigatron era. Tapos sa bottom lane, Chao will get a kill, tapos si Ching Chao halos mamamatay na rin. Dominance eyes for Valanier. Tama nangyayari yun kanina. She is being bullied by GPX Basreng, pero another turret down para sa side ng Bigatron era. Napakalinis ng laban natin actually. We could feel the intensity, but at the same time, malinis yung nangyayari para sa Bigatron era.
Yung tahimik nga kanina, di ba? Off to a very quiet start. Pero kung G yung BTR, at talagang alam nila kung sino yung kailangan tulungan sa lane. 4-1 pa rin yung nagaganap na rotation dito. Chantel from BTR. Napakasakit ni Chini.
Naramdaman ko yung damage against Chin Chang. Say goes to the damage dito ni Chell against Fumi. Again, take note, that is a glue. Pero Bigatron era, they have the damage. Meron silang pang zone out dito against GPX Basreng. Kaya nahihirapan din si GPX na dumepensa at gumawa ng play. Ang kanilang initiator dito is only Earl. Ang sakit ng sanguine mo.
Sanguine and Bats Impact. Yun yung combo. Kasi actually, to be quite honest, para alam rin nung mga hindi gumagamit ng Sicilian or quite new to this hero, na hindi talaga yung ultimate yung masakit dito. It's actually the first skill. Bawat bato niya, nakikita mo kalahati na yung buhay dito ng GPX Basreng. Kaya naman, highly contested itong Sicilian as well as the Lilia na nakuha nga ng Bigatron. I think it was a very big win for them to get the Sicilian as well as the Popol and Koopa.
And nabanggit mo kanina yung first kill dito for Chini or for the Sicilian at Bigatron era. Habang tumatama din kasi siya, tumataas yung stacks. So kumbaga mas magkakaroon ng damage. Mas magkakaroon din siya ng mana, hindi siya mauubusan ng mana for every team fight. But again, GPX Basreng slowly nawawala ang kanilang touch dito against Bigatron era as Bigatron era will secure this Lord. Napakabilis. We're just on to our 10-minute game time. Habang masastan pa nga dun si Fumi. Pero Ersa nga lang daw para kay Fumi naman. Para ma-zone out ang players ng Bigatron era.
Speaking of Fumi, Chantel, I would also like to point out the recent nerfs sa Farsa. Kaya naman, mas naging viable ang Sicilian sa meta ngayon. Yung ultimate cooldown time niya bumaba. And at the same time, hindi na rin masyadong nagiging sapat yung wings by wings. So ngayon, lamang na nga sa item si Chini, si Funi, building pa lang, at the same time, yung ultimate cooldown mo pa, parang na-reduce pa. So I really think it was Bigatron era. They're winning on the rotations, they're also winning in terms of the lanes.
Kung mga kailangan muna nila ditong i-take note kung kailan nila gagamit yung mga skills. But speaking of, nagamit na agad ng Farsa ang kanyang Feather Airsec dito para madepensa ng Lord sa may middle lane. Inhibitor turret has been destroyed by Bigatron era on this match. Fumi, mapipilitan na mag-ulti dahil wala na siyang buhay doon. And 4-7, again, here comes the Chichidong. Chini with that kill. What a damage from this Sicilian as Bigatron era will secure this Game 1 win with a tower lock against GPX Basreng.
Chill na chill sila, parang Petron Sprint 40.
Grabe naman, parang sanay na yun. Parang yung appear nila very soft. Hindi, yung appear nila soft lang. Kung nakikita nyo kami ngayon guys, yung appear
soft lang.
Ganun pala dapat para gumaling mag-ML.
Kasi yung iba pag sobrang saya nila, yung talaga, ay! Nakatayo yung malakas,
kasi iba,
nanghahampas.
Ganun pa yun minsan.
Ganun.
Wala pa palang camera, sayang.
Oo nga eh. Yun na yung camera.
Guys, yung mga nanonood ngayon, kung gusto nyo gumaling mag-ML, dapat ganito yung appear. Yan. Kasi yung sa iba, paano?
Yung.
But yeah, for Bigatron era, gaya na sinabi natin, matagal nila nakakalaban. Ito nga GPX Basreng, it was a nice start for GPX Basreng. Pero alam mo yung pag sa Blacklist International, sinasabi natin, they find time to parang unite, tapos ubi time.
Actually, parang ubi time din itong BTR.
Kasi 4-1.
4-1. Kumonek tayo doon. Pero looking at BTR, sa susunod na game, Chantel, I think BTR yung lamang eh. Sabi nga nila, Popol and Koopa, yung Lilia, Selena. Pero yung Sicilian din malaking factor eh. To the point na parang yung GPX, maganda nga pang zone doon si Funi with the Farsa. Pero at the same time, no, ilaban mo sa Sicilian in terms of stacks, I think they should also watch out for that Sicilian.
So parang na nangyayari dito is marami din kailangan i-consider ang mga teams natin. But speaking of consider, ano nga ba yung na-consider na ating analyst na pinakamalaking factor on that win of Bigatron era? So Brigida, sa'yo na muna ang bubong.
Gusto ko na akin na muna talaga itong bubong. And tama ka dyan, welcome to the analyst Dome. Ika nga ni ate mo Chantel. Ako po si Brigida. At ating sama-samang i-breakdown ang mga nangyari doon sa laban na iyon. Napakainit actually for a first game dito sa ating series sa pagitan ng GPX at tinang BTR era. Napakaraming nga naging palitan doon. Pero as we were saying kanina talaga na ang BTR rather ay napakalinis pagdating sa early game at yon ang naging unang labanan nila. Looking at the draft right here, kung babalikan natin kanina, ang ganda ng pagka-secure ng first pick blue dito ng GPX. Actually, as compared doon sa kanyang katapat, wave clear and move or rotation speed talagang lalamang siya. Pero hindi natin yun masyadong nakita when it came to the battlefield itself. Tingnan din natin ng mas maigi pa ang mga items dito ng ating players. Kung titignan natin dito, makikita natin na unang-una sa lahat, ramdam mo talaga yung nerf ng Farsa as pointed out by Burger Kim kanina. And one of the biggest manifestations na kinakailangan talaga siyang remedyohan is the choice to go for the cooldown boots dito, as seen na kinuha ni Farsa dito, na it was an important pickup actually talaga because it was necessary to decrease talaga yung cooldown ng kanyang ultimate. And we see na sabi nga kanina, the wings by wings not as effective anymore kasi whenever you rotate, you would expect to have that skill in your set. Pero once you do, hindi yon masyadong, or hindi all the time makukuha mo na yon because of the increased cooldown during the early game. So this also explains as to why mas nakakasabay na si Chini on this Cecilion. And surprisingly, we see na they are the ones who are able to rotate a lot more despite this being a Cecilion, also explaining kung bakit napakaaga niyang sumakit during the mid-game pa lamang. Ramdam na ang bawat hampas. Yun nga ang sabi rin ng ating mga casters kanina. So this was a huge disadvantage immediately for the side of GPX, explaining also why agad-agad ang daming kinailangang kumuha ng Dreadnought or more, specifically ang ating POS 5, but then and even the anti-kiras pala in-upgrade niya, but then nawalan siya ng magic defense, which was one of the earliest magic damages na naramdaman din natin galing dito sa side ng BTR, because again, ang bilis mag-rotate dito ng ating Cecilio, si Chini, and she was immediately able to get all the necessary stacks para maparamdam mo. So ganun na lang ka-confident talaga ang BTR na they are able to secure even such a scaling hero because they know they're able to pull off the early to mid game efficiently. Looking at our stats right now, ramdam na ramdam talaga ang bawat hampas. Tignan mo naman ang damage taken ng GPX as compared to BTR. Namula at nandito banda sa side nila just simply because the Sicilian became really unstoppable with the amount of support na na-receive din niya. Also going back to our gold lane matchup with the Popol and Koopa against the Clint dito. Apart from the fact na hindi na rin siya masyadong madali i-gank with the Hayabusa considering na meron siyang companion regardless if hindi siya maikutan, it was a lot more difficult to pull that off with, again, another adjustment trade made recently na regardless kung mastan mo siya, he can cast his second skill immediately. They're moving almost the buffs or knocking up your enemies, the enemies trying to engage, immediately canceling yung mga kinakast na skills onto him and giving him an opportunity to escape with all those skills. Napakalinis, and again, parang nararamdaman natin na tuloy-tuloy lang gustong paikliin ng BTR era ang kanilang game time, yung average game time nila, and up to this point, first match natin dito sa Grand Finals, they are still unbeaten. Now, our MVP of the game will be none other than Vivian on this Lolita, allowing her partner sa mid lane, that Chini ni Cecilion, to really strive with a match participation of 100%. Ramdam na ramdam natin na mag-cast lang siya ng Numinum Blast, that would be enough to really force the disengage onto the members of GPX because they themselves know that they won't be able to handle the damage din na ikakast dito. Apart from that, the mere fact na talagang ang bilis mag-snowball din dito ni Chini on the Sicilian made the mid lane matchup a lot more easier, na mismong siya na paminsan pa nga ang nagka-cancel dito ng feathered airstrike na kinakast ng ating Farsa. As you can see dito sa ating game highlights, we were also thinking that it was possible for the Pakito to be on the XP lane and for the Barats to be on the jungler role kasi mas mabilis nga naman mag-rotate ang isang Pakito. Pero the fact that there was a glue talaga sa XP lane, it may have been the safer option. And again, yung mobility naman ni Pakito, nakita natin na na-employ with every pick-off na tinry nilang kunin during the early game. During the early game as well, ramdam naman natin yung attempts ng aggressions coming in from the side of BTR. But then again, we cannot feel it just yet because they don't have as much resources talaga. Katulad na lamang dito sa Bigetron era with all of their members really pitching in to help whenever needed. And talagang they were able to fulfill their individual roles and requirements without any fail, regardless kung matchup man yan or talagang kung pabilisan kumuha ng items. And that is actually true because the lack of items agad dito ng Farsa was unable to be on par with the damage ng Cecilion kanina. Ngayon, Don't forget to check out our free Elite Skin promo. Obtain free exclusive supplies on weekends just by logging in from January 29 to 30 as well as February 5 to 6. Kailangan nyo lang i-claim yung mga supplies na yan and who knows kung anong pwede nyong makuha. Wag nyong palalagpasin ng mga yan. I-mark nyo na sa inyong mga calendars, pero ang talagang dapat na hindi natin palagpasin pa ay ang mga susunod na pangyayari dito sa Best of 5 series natin sa pagitan ng GPX Basreng at Bigetron Era. Kung kaya naman, casters, sa inyo na muna.
Thank you so much, Brigida, at nakabalik na po ang bubong. The roof is on fire para dito sa Bigetron Era. Napakagandang performance for them. Ngayon, Burger Kim, we are on our game number 2 for GPX Basreng. Ano ang kumaga nandun kasi ano yung feeling mo naging malaking factor against that win for BTR?
Taking a look at the draft, sa tingin ko talaga na outdraft dun yung GPX eh. Lahat ng mga picks na gusto gamitin ng GPX nakuha ng BTR eh. The Popalan Kupa, yung Sicilian, even though hindi nila nakuha yung Matilda or the other heroes, they also got the Lolita. So I think sa draft-wise, nalugi lang talaga yung GPX.
It is all about the draft. That was the story of our game number 1. But again, this is our talent prediction. 3-1 BTR. Almost same doon sa naging kanilang ending match score for WSL with the 4-1 for a best of 3 series. Lahat tayo nag-agree that Bigetron Era dito ang mas dominanteng team against GPX Basreng. Pero, bakit nga ba nasabi na yun ang ating mas dominant na team for this match?
Siguro kasi based on the stats, based on what they were able to pick as well. Pero Chantel, point out ko lang seryoso na rin na yung GPX nagtali na ng buhok. Kanina kasi ano yan eh, nakababa yung buhok nila.
Oo, tapos yung
lugay.
Kanina nakalugay, tas ngayon nagtali, mamaya nakatali na silang lahat. Ngayon naman, dito sa mga players natin from BTR, chill muna sila ngayon.
Matutulog yata si Shell?
Oo. Ay, hindi.
Nagdadasal.
Okay. Okay, for Bigetron Era dito, nabanggit natin na kabisado na rin nila yung ganitong klaseng path for them. They know that GPX is also a strong team, but at the same time, ang dami mga moments na nila na natalo. Actually, isa't isa nga eh. Kasi from that recent tournament, yung GPX, sa mga group stage nila, natatalo din nila ang BTR. Pero BTR, slowly but surely won the tournament, and on that game number 1, napaka-dominant. Sobrang gasgas na sa atin yung dominant.
Oo, talagang, yun na talaga yun eh. Dominating, gano'n. It's a very dominating match. Pero, Chantel, yung match na yun, sobrang igsi lang din. I think they broke their own record nga eh, yung BTR. Kasi diba 12 minutes, yung match na yun, mga 30 seconds lang. Pero I mean, they broke their own record dito sa MWI.
I have this feeling for Bigetron Era, yung playstyle nila is, parang ganito siya, nakapwesto sila, may mga sarili-sarili silang lanes, tapos bigla nilang sasakloban.
Oo, ganun.
Parang unti-unti na lang literal na kino-conquer yung jungle area ng GPX. Kaya yung GPX dito, nasa unfamiliar position sila as to where hindi nila alam, naging self-conscious ba kung pwede na bang pumasok sa pwesto na to, kung may mga players ba from Bigetron Era. But this is the game number 2, a total reset for our teams. This is a best of 5 sa ating grand finals. Blue side, BTR, at sa red side naman natin, ang GPX.
Ayan na, yung sarili nilang Lolita binan, which means na Bigetron, they always do this. Kung yari, maganda yung performance nila dito sa hero, alam nila magagamit ng GPX. They actually take it out, yung Lolita na sabi nga natin, maraming pwedeng posibleng combo. Lolita Sicilian, Lolita Lilia, mga ganon. Kadalasan yun kasi yung ginagawa dito ng two teams natin. I'm actually wondering, this time, mabubukas ba yung Selena? Kasi actually marami pwede. Kung naging ganito yung bands, pwedeng actually open yung Selena, open yung Valentina, and yung Eve. Pero ito na naman, katulad yung laban ng Kara kanina na open, yung Bren pala and GPX na open up.
Valentina.
Valentina Eve. At parang mapapaisip, okay, ano muna uunahin natin, the Eve or Valentina? Kasi kung inuna yung Eve, makokopya ng Valentina, di ba? Parang ganun.
Parang yun yung tricky no? So, pwede for Bigetron. Open nga nila yung isa para, sige, kuhanin mo na yan, para meron din tayong Eve later on pagdating sa game or kung anumang hero ang gusto nila makuha for GPX. So, nabasa dito ng GPX Basreng. Sabi nila, wag na lang. Parang mahirap.
Mag-ano pa tayo, mind games kung sino mauna sa Valentina or Eve. Kasi kadalasan ganun, di ba? Ngayon, the only difference is BTR gets the first pick. They always prioritize this Sicilian and I think naging signature kasi yan ng Bigetron na. Bigetron Esports in general. Sila yung nagpasikat rin ng Sicilian in the MPL. Sila yung unang gumamit ng Sicilian even though hindi pa siya na-buff. I believe it was a Bigetron Alpha sa MPL ng Indonesia.
So parang yung trademark ng buong Bigetron organization is Sicilian. So sa lahat ng mga hindi gumagamit or hindi nakakakita ng potential ng Sicilian before, si Bigetron ang
gumamit,
lumabas. Nag-introduce to everyone. And as to why Bigetron masasabi ko sana Bigetron Alpha, Bigetron Era will pick this Sicilian as their priority pick on this draft as GPX Basreng will pick Barats and Pakito. Barats and Pakito, ito yung mga heroes na nagkokontrahan eh. Usually, di ba, pag sa mga draft, pag first pick si Pakito, automatic yung kalaban mo meron na Barats. Ngayon, magkasama sila for GPX Basreng.
Oo nga eh, parang sabi dito ng GPX, wag mo na kami counter, kunin na namin yung dalawa. A little bit too greedy, pero at the same time, speaking of greedy, open pala yung Selena dito, which GPX mentioned earlier that kailangan nila i-contest. So, these two teams, flexible when it comes to picks, flexible when it comes to mga hero pools. Maganda yung Selena dito for the side of GPX. Malaking problema kasi meron din ditong Jawhead. So, in terms of wave clear, mas lamang talaga if ever nagawin nilang pause for Selena.
Interesting. Nabanggit natin dito, Selena is open, yes. Pero kasi for GPX, pwede sana nilang kuhanin. Kasi for BTR dito, if they are to pick the Selena, ibig sabihin, yung Cecilio nila dito ilalagay nila sa gold lane. Or pwede rin, I'm not sure if you'll agree with me, pero may mga napapanood ako minsan ng mga videos na nilalagay din sa minsan gold lane, minsan XP lane or outer lanes yung Selena. Kaso parang hindi yun yung...
Parang ang hirap nun eh. For me, Selena is great. Maganda yung early game potential mo, pero at the same time kasi pagdating sa late game, tapos Cecilion pa yung katapat mo, parang lugi kasi Cecilion yung mid lane, Selena yung kabila. Although mapipick off mo nga yung Cecilion early game, pero pag late game, wala na. Mahirap na talaga. I think something along the lines of Kagura para sa side ng GPX. Actually, na-ban out na nga yung Loy ulit dito for the side of BTR. Magandang pick yung Kagura for the side of GPX. Isa sa mga counters actually sa Cecilion kasi pag na-activate yung kanyang ultimate, pwedeng ma-burst ng Kagura with the yin-yang overturn.
Kumaga dito for GPX Basreng kasi isang game din nila kaya lagi nababan dito ng or lagi binaban ng Bigetron Era yung Loyi is because ito yung panggulat din. Remember the diversion play?
Oh, yun.
Surprise diversion play. Talagang nagulat lahat. Speechless talaga on that play considering na from the back, from behind yung ginawa nila. So interesting for Bigetron Era talagang kabisado nila yung kalaban. Same goes with GPX. Consistent sila on banning these two heroes, Lancelot and even the Ling. And GPX Basreng, pwede silang kumuha ng burst damager since medyo tricky yung kanilang katapat dito na Cecilion.
The Kagura would be great for them, but classic Chinchao with the Kimi, I believe golden. Ito rin flexible pwede, ginagamit rin nila tong Kimi. Ito yung surprise na sinasabi ng BTR, na they can really shift the heroes. Nakita na natin sa first two picks dito ng GPX na the Pakito and the Barats. A little bit greedy sometimes, but at the same time, flex pick rin kasi yan sobrang versatile, pwede mo sila i-switch out. Ngayon, for me, when it comes to the pause 5 naman, I would like to talk about the Rafaela and the Jawhead na mas lamang ngayon si Vivienne when it comes to the invades. Kasi yung Rafaela, meron ngang stunts, pero in terms of aggression, na kay Vivienne. Classic Vivienne yan.
Kung baka kay Vivienne dito for the Jawhead, automatic po yung nakita siya, ejector So imagine, dito guys, look at these three heroes, Jawhead, Granger, and Selena. Pagka-ejector automatic, ibitaw mo yung Rhapsody. Tapos, kapag hindi pa rin namatay, meron pang arrow. So, padiretso lahat, secured kill. So, possible, Bigatron era gusto na dito ng fast game habang nagsiscale dito or nagpapastack yung Sicilian ng ating mga teams as we head again for another interesting and intense match from our Indonesian teams. 1-0 for Bigatron era. Nandito ang MVP of the recent tournament against GPX Basreng that surprised us in their whole run on this MWI 2022. And here we go.
Land of Dawn. Let's take a look at the lineups. Okay, it's a Sicilian gold lane nga under the hands of Shell. Gold, teka lang nga, Chantel. Gold laner ka, naka-mystery shop ka pa. So, ang bilis ng pagka-scale ito. So, they want na makascale up agad itong Sicilian. Pero still, wow, yung aggression talaga nitong dalawang teams in the early game, yung silence, yung pagka-poke nila, talagang mapapa-atras kayo.
Oh, napakaganda na banggit mo, match up Sicilian and Kimi sa may bottom lane. Kasi sakto yun eh, mga 6 centimeters. 6 centimeters yung range dito ng first kill nung Kimi. I-check nyo guys, tama yun, 6 centimeters. Joke lang. Sakto doon with the Sicilian. So, ibig sabihin, mahirap dito for the Kimi na mag-target against this hero on the gold lane. So, tamang kontrahan lang mangyayari doon as BTR again. Ang pinaka-characteristic for this team is lagi nilang tinatry sakupin, pabilog, ine-enclose nilang kanilang kalaban. But GPX, they have the Rafaela. They want a fast game. They also have the Paquito on their lineup.
Funi ngayon na hinahabol ng mga members ng BTR. Napa-flicker out dito si Vivian. Pero the pokes, it's so amazing to watch this early stage, yung walang napipitas, yung poke lang at speaking
narinig
of poke,
ka.
narinig nga ako, fliname shot pa nga ni Funi.
Sabi dito ng GPX Basreng, sabi ni Burger Kim,
poke lang eh.
Poke lang daw eh. Ayun, pinok niya ng flame shot, instant kill for Funi, well calculated paggamit doon ng kanyang spell at si Valanier. Kanina nag-zone out siya ni Fumi. So we have L for GPX Basreng ngayon. Sa ating laban, we have Earl and L. But top lane, here comes the players of GPX Basreng. Here, binanggit natin, it's all about the poke sa third part of the game. Habang meron ng turtle, pero si L dito ang makukuhanan or makukuha ng Bigatron era. Habang si Funi nakatago, alam niya na madali mag-burst dito ng player from Bigatron era dahil ang jungler is the Granger.
It's actually nice na kinuha nila tong Kagura na to, which I mentioned. Pero si Vivian, maganda rin yung vision na binibigay niya sa team ng Bigatron era. Kaya naman, hindi basta-basta napipitas dito yung BTR. I would actually like to point out rin na yung composition ngayon ng BTR, it's a little bit softer as compared to the game 1. Kaya naman, napakaganda nung Kagura pick dito. So, I'm waiting for the place. Pero speaking of, Turtle goes to the side of GPX Basreng.
Pero si Earl dito, napakagandang ultimate para sa kanya. And Vival, mapipilitan na tumakas doon. Ginamit ni Sky ang another skill. Pero nga lang Valanier will get a kill. Habang isa pa, patay din dito si Earl of GPX Basreng. At sa katangin niya yung overturn, Shinny will go down to the hands of Funi. And our score is 3-2. Na Burger King, kausapin mo ko dito na highlight natin si Kagura. Let's talk about Chinchao over GPX Basreng.
Chinchao on this Kimi. Actually, in terms of laning phase, so far, nasusustain ni Shell ang kanyang lane, which means, I'm actually so excited to see yung items later on. Kung ano na nga ba ang nakuha ni Shell. So ngayon, it seems like BTR, kadalasan napapansin mo, it's Vivian, Vival, Bigatri nga na nagro-rotate sa top side. And speaking of Chinchao, may sustain dito. Shell, alam ito ng GPX na si Shell dito tahimik lang.
Tahimik lang. Tahimik lang, pero mamaya rock. Kumbaga kasi continuous yung kanyang pinaka-farming dito, stacking. Sakto yung arrow doon. Grabe naman si Chini, pero nice na pag-counter from Earl with the ultimate ejector plus the ensemble force. Pero Funi will get that kill using the Kagura habang nag-flicker pa. Here comes the Ritonas. Welcome L will secure a kill against Vivian, the MVP, at GPX Basreng, sila naman ngayon ang sumasagot sa ibinibitaw sa kanila ng Bigetron era.
Hindi naman ganun kalayo yung gold lead. Chantel, 1K gold lead para sa GPX, which means na alam nila lamang sila ngayon, even though surprisingly na nakuha ang Selena ng BTR. Valenier, tamang pagka-poke lang, pero medyo masakit rin kasi may sustain pala dito from L. Kaya naman napakabilis yung movement speed. Funi here on this Kagura, napakarami niyang outplays na ginagawa sa BTR. Kumbaga, akala ng BTR na mapipitas na nila si Funi, pero isang yan yung overturn is enough to burst down. Yun nga, sabi ko yung composition dito ng BTR, sobrang squishy.
Kumbaga para dito sa GPX Basreng, kay Funi, pag may nakita siya mga players, bitaw lang agad ng payong. Kasi nga naman, si Funi, rather, is now at 301. So, continuous sa items. Meron na rin siya dito ang additional gold because of the kill that's around 150, 100 per kill plus the assist na pwedeng ibigay dito against against Bigetron era as to why sila ngayon lamang in terms of the gold. Now we have this turtle objective. Naka-ready na yun yung overturn agad para kay Funi. So with ultimate, tapos sakpan Machini will get a kill habang ang Bigetron era may sagot sa GPX Basreng. Napakasakit dito ng Sicilian. Sky nakatago lang doon sa may bush. Chini low on life, pero si Sky sakto with that Rhapsody for Vival, giving her a double kill on this match.
Nakabawi na ngayon ang BTR, closing the gap now sa gold. And now, speaking of gold, it is BTR with a better position dito sa Turtle, and I believe makukuha ito ni Vival. A great trade, a great clash. Napansin nyo na ang daming baits na ginawa ng dalawang teams. The Abyssal Arrow and the Ejector was so on point.
Speaking of boom, sakto doon, mega kill for this Granger. Again, ganun sinabi natin, it's all about how Bigetron era. Kanina, GPX Basreng yung nagdidictate ng laban, pero sabi ng Bigetron era, mga sis, it's time to unite. Nag-unite sila doon on the turtle objective. Dumiretso sila, eventually taking that turtle. And GPX Basreng, medyo nasiseclude sila on their positioning.
Yep, speaking of the turtle, the yin yang overturn was on point, almost catching Chell, pero may flicker pa pala siya. Nag-bat piece, and at the same time, hindi na rin naging sapat doon yung sustain ng isang Earl with this Rafaela.
And that replay was presented by Petron, our official partner. Again, items natin, may kita natin ngayon for Chin Chow.
Already getting the Ice Queen 1, which means na yung linear damage na mas slow down dito yung mga tangkang lumapit sa kanya, like Vivian's Jawhead or even Valenier's Esmeralda. So ngayon, napakarami ng slow, napakarami ng stuns. Ito rin yung ginamit ng GPX up against Bren Victres earlier. But speaking of GPX, mapapaatras with the Purify here from Valenier. Nagpa-4-1 na rin pala dito yung GPX Basreng. But 7-5 ang ating score, Chantel. Vivian on the full aggressive side.
Okay, si Vivian dito, naging aggressive kaya napilitan din siya mag-flicker. Medyo delikado yung naging pasok niya doon against GPX Basreng. Ang sakit ni Vival. Ito yung mangyayari dyan. Vival and Funi, maghaanapan lang sila dito ng positioning. Sakto, possible. Pag tumama yung death sa Nata plus the Rhapsody from Vival, automatic may kill niya si Funi. Pero si Funi naman, pag nahanap niya dito si Vival, yun yung overturn, instant kill. So ngayon, ang mangyayari sa dalawang teams natin is muntika na.
Isa na lang.
Isa na lang. Akala ko sasakto na. Op.
Abot ba ng ay? Muntika na.
At least daw, tinry nila kung if ever na nandun man sa bush. But ibig sabihin, nandun yung presence of mind ng mga players ng Bigetron era. And going back to our thought, Bigetron era ngayon, ramdam nila kung saan manggagaling yung mga players ng GPX Basreng. Same goes with GPX Basreng. Pero in terms of the damage, Bigetron era ang lumalamang ngayon. Pag-usapan natin GPX Basreng, meron tayong Lord, Burger Kim, meron na rin damage, si Funi. Ano ang kanilang dapat na game plan?
Surprisingly enough, I would also like to highlight si Shell here. Golden Sicilian, iba to sa linaro kanina na mid lane Sicilian. Lightning Truncheon going for the Dominance Ice. As compared pala, actually ang sakit dito ni Funi on this Kagura. Clock of Destiny pa lang pala ang na-build niya.
Masakit na siya, pero ganun na agad yung damage na ibibitaw niya. So it's all about the timing. Speaking of the timing, unstoppable na sa mamapagitan ni Valenier with that Esmeralda. Habang sa may nag-deadly Funi with that inyong overturn. Tinaman na Arrow at si Sky gustong habulin si Chell. Nagkaroon ng ejector. Sakto naman doon, mapipitin na lumayo. Makakakuha ng isa. And Sky will kill Chell. Habang Rapsty para kay Vival and Vivian, pipilitin na habulin si Sky. Sky is the limit! Chini bullseye for the Selena of BTR.
Chantel, kung may ruler dito, parang si Vivian and Chini, may ruler din eh. Sobrang sakto nung abyssal arrow sa ejector.
Kumbaga parang habang naglalaro, may ruler din sa kamay nila para alam nila kung saan yung angle. Wind and angle.
Grabe, yung Bigetron, the communication. They also got the Lord. By the way, hindi pa siya Luminous Lord. And Vival on this Granger, surprisingly na hindi natin nakikita ng meta. Ang ganda talaga ng Indonesia, no? Indonesia versus Indonesia. Yung meta nila kakaiba eh.
Oo, sobrang kakaiba. Kasi, hindi mo ina-expect na para mag-workout yung gantong klase na lineup. Medyo squishy kung titignan yung lineup ng Bigetron era. Yung lineup din dito ng GPX Basreng, halo siya ng teamfight-oriented, ng burst, at kung ano pa man na gusto nilang i-pull off. But it's working. And speaking, wow, Chell with that damage, the Sicilian of Bigetron era.
Naka-purple buff na ngayon si Shell, which means BTR, they're ready to take towers, they're ready to push and poke the members of GPX. Meaning, purple buff, alam mo, binigay na nga ni Vival eh. Ang laking bagay nun, malaking tiwala niya kay Shell na they will deliver classic BTR. They get a lot of towers. Sila ang leading yan. Nakasakit na ng pokes dito ni Shell.
Speaking of pokes, magkakaroon din tayo ng poke. Oh! Yun nga lang, Flicker plus Adonis welcome. Mid lane turret may sira na doon, pero Vivian kukuhanin ang mga damage. Pipilitin din na patayin dito Sky. This might be a turnaround kill. Sakto ang sakit ni Chell. Same goes with GPX Basreng. Wala mga buhay dito ang Bigetron era. May pilitan sila na umalis. And GPX, ang bilis nilang dumepensa ngayon against Bigetron.
Shell already securing the Ice Queen 1. Actually, si Chin Chow, itong dalawang gold laners, once again, I would like to highlight Chin Chow and Shell with the Mystery Shop emblem. Napakabilis nila kumuha ng items. Chin Chow on the glowing wand and the Ice Queen wand. But we'd also like to highlight the side laners as well. Napakaraming objective damage ang nakuha ni Valenier, which is something that Bigetron era wanted for Valenier. To get her lanes, to sustain her lanes. Napansin natin, Big F4 na pala.
Big F4 na siya.
Big F4, hindi na Big F3.
Sino yung nadagdag?
Si Shell. Yung nadagdag sa rotation. Actually, kung mapapansin mo, it's actually Valenier na mag-isa parate. Siya yung nagpo-push ng lane. Kaya nabibigay ngayon ng espasyo ang Bigetron era to roam around the map.
So, kumbaga, yung Big 4 nila dito, yung 4-1 play nila is because of the Big 4. And speaking of Big 4, here comes Adonis welcome. Damage as well para sa GPX Basreng. Walang makabuhay ang players ng Big era, pero sila pa rin na makakakuha ng kill as they will take down two players of GPX Basreng. Free para kay Chin Chow. Gusto ka mo rin Sky. Oy, nakutong! Shutdown para kay Vival. Here comes that falling star moon. Sabi dito, teka lang masakit, pero double kill na for this Paquito. 14-8, sagutan lang ngayon ang ating mga teams. Let's talk about again on the Big 4 of Bigetron era.
Vival and Vivian, parehas silang sabay namatay. Actually, nice attempt by Vivian. Na-ejector niya to, pero sakto talaga yung suntok dito ni, yung suntok ni Sky, sakto, nakuha nila. And speaking of Sky, nakapwesto na sila dito. And I think GPX will be able to secure this second Lord after that kill. Maganda. Uy!
Oh my goodness! What was that? Sabi dito ni Chell, ang sakit! Ang sakit na ipinikitang damage dito. Imagine 2 skills lang yun. Yung sinasabi kanina ni Burger King that it's not about the ultimate of this Sicilian, rather the first skill and second skill. Yung effect ng kanyang parang hook yung crowd control niya kasi hindi ka talaga makakatakas, hindi ka makakagalaw. Tapos after kasi naman parang meron ka ng damage. But GPX Basreng, sila nakakalabas ngayon sa kanilang base. They also have the Lord against Bigetron era on this match.
Speaking of map control, and right now, it's slowly looking a little bit more even para sa GPX. May vision din pala actually here from Chini on this Lina na yung Abyssal Traps niya nagbibigay rin vision dito for the side of BTR. Pero Lord still up.
Uy! Na-ejecto dito si Earl pero yun nga lang naka-ready ang kanyang overturn para kaya mapipilitan lumayo dito ang Bigatron era. Again, we have Chell on the damage. Madedepensahan yung Lord of GPX Basreng as Sky will take the hit on that Abyssal Arrow.
May immortality.
The jungler's immortality has been procced and Vival will secure that kill.
Kahit mas nahihirapan ngayon si Vivian with the ejectors, especially with the linear damage dito and the slows from Earl. But speaking of Earl, Chantel!
Speaking of Earl, naitsa dito si Earl, pero nga lang Vivian ang kanilang makukuha dito for the side of GPX. Basreng saktong death sonata, napakasakit naman dito ni Vival. Lahat ng mga bala, talagang walang makukuha dito ang GPX knowing na merong damage dito na ibabot ang Bigatron Arrow. And again, we have the Falling Star with the crowd control. Bala near will secure that kill habang ang players ng GPX Basreng ay mapipilitan na dumepensa as Chinchao now has the Holy Crystal.
Chinchao having the Divine Glaive and Holy Crystal plus, grabe, pretty genius one. Kaya nga napapaatras dito si Valenier. Nakita mo yun, Falling Star Moon, and right after that, she was forced to back away. Wala siyang Radiant Armor dito, but I'd also like to highlight the fact na si Shell, kinuha pala niya yung Athena's Shield kasi nga alam niya, rinerespeto niya yung damage dito ni Chinchao and even ni Funi with this Kagura. But, ang dami na rin immortality spinner-chest dito, Chantel, for both of the teams. They are ready to extend kasi nga, usually 14 minutes, gayon, 16 minutes
na pala.
Eh.
16 minutes na pala, ganun ka-jump pack ang ating laban ngayon. Hindi ko napansin na talagang tuloy-tuloy ang ating laro for Bigatron era and GPX Basreng. And ang ganda na pagkitita ng Athena's Shield for Chell para hindi din siya instantly ma-burst since knowing na meron din siyang flicker on this game. Take note that this is almost 16 minutes and 30-minute game time. Buhay yung ating Lord. This is the third Lord. Kung titignan natin yung mapa na unang makasira dito ng Torres, ang GPX Basreng, lahat ng second, third, nasira na. Si Vivian nga lang dito parang gustong pumunta sa ibang mapa as GPX will take a hit on her. Chinchao ang makukuha ni Chidi. Sakto naman yun as Vival will have a killing spree. At sa mga sa double kill na Earl ang kanila makukuha. Four players down and a triple kill for the jungler. 12-1-6 on this Granger as Bigatron era again will secure a turret and a wipe out for them. And this is a 2-0 for Bigatron era against GPX Basreng.
Chantel, tinaas na nila yung Indonesian flag nila dito sa... Actually, tama naman sila, tama naman. Indonesia naman talaga mananalo kahit anong mangyayari. Pero Bigatron, I would like to highlight that last clash na napakaganda ng pasok doon ni Shell with the Bat's Feast, napa-flicker out. Kaya naman, naubos doon yung GPX Basreng. Napakaganda rin ng initiation ni Vivian. Although nakita mo, napakaraming resources rin na wala sa GPX. The flickers from Chinchao as well as Earl. Yun yung bait na ginawa nila. Ultimately going for a wipeout. Kaya nila nakuha yung tower. Wala na, hindi na, sabi nila wag na mag-lord, diretso na.
Oo, kumbaga, sabi nila dito, meron na naman na tayong damage. Kailangan lang naman natin sa side ng GPX, mapahiwalay sila. Pero nagawa kasi nila yon on that last team fight. Tapos, hindi na nila inantay na madepensahan. Alam nila na nandun na yung damage nila. Alam na nila na meron silang items. And isang team fight lang yon. And it cost GPX Basreng na hindi makadepensa. Kasi, all along, I thought GPX will tie this game in a 1-1. Kasi ang ganda ng bitawan ng kanilang Kagura, ng kanyang mga skills. Kaya hindi din basta-basta nakakapasok dito yung BTR for every initiation that they want to do. Ngayon, GPX Basreng, parang kailangan muna nilang konting pagpag.
Actually, ang ganda sana ng mga pasok doon ng GPX. They got a lot of objectives, yung mga turtles, yung mga towers to the point na nakakuha sila ng Lord. Pero I think in terms of clashes, yun nga, hindi na pala big at 3, guys. A big 4, Vivian, Vival, Chini, isama mo na si Shell. Valenier, ano yan eh, strong, independent woman.
gawin na nating Big 5 era, pero tignan natin kung talaga nga bang Big 4 ang naging dahilan dun sa pagkapanalo ng Bigetron era, as our analyst will discuss to us kung ano nga ba ang nangyari sa ating laban. So, Brigida, sa'yo na muna.
Sa akin na raw muna ulit ang bubong dahil isang bait lang ang kinailangan doon para magwagi sa laban na yon. Welcome once again to the Analyst Stand. Ako si Brigida at sama-sama muli nating hihimayin kung ano nga bang nangyari doon sa second match natin between GPX Buzzrank and Bigetron era. Going back sa ating drafting phase, makikita natin na talagang very similar ang heroes na ginugusto ng dalawang mga kupunan na ito. Actually, both of them are very well versed in trying to make use of this Sicilian as well as the rest of the picks na nakita naman natin dito. But it just so happened na muli ang nakapagwagi pagdating sa pag-execute ng macro plays and even the micro plays dito, which eventually led to the win, was BTR era as opposed dito sa GPX Buzzrank. Isa na namang pagtingin sa draft natin dito, makikita natin na medyo napakaganda actually ng Rafaela pick dito ni Earl up against the lineup here of Bigetron era. We have the Selena, we have the Jawhead. Both of these players, they really want to come in. They really want to engage and go near the members dito ng GPX Buzzrank. But the mere fact that there was this Rafaela with the Holy Baptism, with the speed up na pwedeng pang disengage at pwede rin pang engage, was a huge help. But then it did not really prove to be that effective anymore, especially as nakakuha talaga ng groove na naman dito ang BTR against GPX. Another thing we have to look at was the fact that meron both pull yourself together spells dito ang ating mga pos 5s talaga. So kitang-kita mo rito kung gaano nila kagustong i-maximize ang kanilang flicker spell as well as yung kanilang presence on the map, because they are the main ones who are going to head and support their members as well when it comes to the real fights talaga. As well as the items dito, ang isa sa mga kailangan nating tignan was the necessity for the Athena shield for both of the players or for both of the teams dito sa BTR and GPX. Surprisingly talaga, ramdam natin na maagang nakakuha ng groove ang GPX. Nakalaban sila, nakalamang pa nga actually dito sa BTR era, but just winning the first turtle was immediately able to turn things around and give the momentum sa BTR era. The presence of the Athena shield was very crucial. Hindi nakakuha nito si Valanier. She was the front, but looking at it, regardless if she did not have that Athena shield nor radiant armor to tank the damage dito ni Chincho, why is it so that they are able to go in and win this fight? It was also because of the range na na-execute nila efficiently up against the members ng GPX. The mere fact na we have double mage setups dito and that there was indeed the presence of Athena shield, pero mapakaraming mages na pwedeng mag-proc talaga dito ng passive ng Athena shield, eventually allowing for more burst and more damage whenever there is additional magic damage incoming whenever wala na yung passive talaga ng Athena shield. It made things very difficult as well for the side of GPX. At although nakita natin na hindi yun yung usual game ng BTR era talaga, usually 8 minutes to 9 minutes paubos na ang tore ng kalaban nila, GPX, they really put up a good fight in prolonging the game to the 17-minute mark. Actually 3 minutes more than the average game time usually talaga dito ng BTR era. Looking at our stats right here, regardless of everything that happened, all the skirmishes and all the wins in the small team fights dito ng GPX Buzzrank, damage to towers, looking at it, it was really BTR who was able to secure a lot of objectives. Even looking at their lineup right now, they aren't completely leaning towards a very nice composition when it comes to the push. Wala sila nung talagang mga damage dealers na pwedeng pang spam ng mga push or damage to the turrets such as the Popol and Koopa, unlike dito sa GPX they have the Paquito, they have the Kimi, they even have the Barats, but then their ability to pick the fights that are beneficial for them, as well as their ability to really compromise what is supposed to be in exchange for the bigger objective, led them to eventually winning the game once more up against their rivals GPX Buzzrank. And our MVP for this game will be none other than Vival on this Granger 13-1 6 ang kanyang match KDA. Granger is not as meta as it is anymore, but again, this is BTR era na pinag-uusapan natin. They know very well how and when or where to play the right plays whenever it comes to the early to mid game, at hindi natin nakita na nahirapan sila regardless if they were up against a Paquito jungler who we all know has the better engage as compared to the Granger. She did not work alone kasi nandoon ang kanyang mga setups, nandoon ang Jawhead, nandoon ang Selena ni Chini, and as we've all know, yung Chini, that Chini talaga keeps on shining whenever you give her a comfort hero, whenever you give her a good pick, and she just showed us once more na yung hero pool niya ganun kalawak that even na Selena, ganun kaganda ang paglaro niya. If we are going to look at our highlights later on, we will see a huge number of successful plays, coordinated plays talaga na nanggaling dito sa teams natin, most particularly dito sa BTR era, and they actually really are that kind of team na regardless that they are not completely in the lead, they know how to turn things around and they know when to really answer back and when to avoid the necessary fights. Kung titingnan natin dito, another thing we have to look at is really the efficiency dito ng Flicker Bats Feast combo nga na nabanggit din ni Burger Kim kanina ni Chell onto the Sicilian. Regardless kung nandoon ang burst ng Kagura, it can be really felt, but the ability to flicker out during or even before the second phase of the Yin Yang overturn, as well as to immediately cast yung Bats Feast niya to recover the necessary HP para makatagal pa siya sa mga team fights, allowed him to really join his team regardless of everything that happened. And this was the most crucial part of all, because it was only one huge bait play na pinakita sa atin ni Vivian on this Jawhead, baiting Chincho to really come near na madaling mapatama yung Abyssal Arrow, and eventually Chini was able to burst her down, allowing the rest of her team to follow kasi wala na yung Kimi, wala na silang problema at kayang-kaya na nilang labanan ang GPX Basreng. Napakaganda ng performance na pinapakita sa atin ng BTR era. We have to see more of it. Pero before that, let us not forget to check out our free exclusive supplies on weekends from January 29 to 30, February 5 to 6. Ang kailangan nyo lang gawin ay mag-login at i-claim ang mga supplies na yan para malaman kung ano ang inyong mga makukuha. At going back, kailangan muna talaga nating maging huminga at maging chill, kumbaga. Kung kaya naman bago nating ipagpatuloy ang series na ito, kailangan muna nating ibato sa short break. Kaya huwag kayong aalis, magbabalik ang MWI.
I can imagine how happy our lives will be after it's all over.
Tawag mo pag here na yun. Padala dito, padala doon. Ang liit ng item pero ang laki ng kahon.
Huwag mo na paabutin sa beast mode. Halagaan mo with Petron Sprint 40.
Kalma kina, kalma ka na, kalma kina, kalma ka na with TCS formula para laging chill mo sa road.
Only love and night are everlasting.
Feel the bloody embrace.
You have slain an enemy. Killing spree.
Bloody embrace.
An enemy has been slain.
love and night are everlasting.
What? Go away! Hey! That's not polite! What? Phew. Out on top again! Legendary! Watch out! I cut quick and deep! Huh? Who's there? False alarm!
I can imagine how happy our lives will be after it's all over.
Tawag mo pag here na yun. Padala dito, padala doon. Ang liit ng item pero ang laki ng kahon.
Huwag mo na paabutin sa beast mode. Alagaan mo with Petron Sprint 40.
Kalma na, kalma ka na, kalma na, kalma ka na with TCS formula para laging chill mo sa road.
Only love and night are everlasting.
Bloody embrace.
You have slain an enemy! Killing spree!
Bloody embrace.
An enemy has been slain!
everlasting.
We are heading into our game number 3. 2-0 na ang Bigatron era GPX Basreng. Kailangan na extend ang ating laban. Welcome to the Grand Finals of the first ever Women's Invitational 2022. MWI is powered by Mountain Games, presented by One Esports, and of course, supported by Petron, our official partner. Burger Kim, game number 3 na tayo. Ano nga nararamdaman mo ngayon 2-0 Bigatron era?
Natatawa ako, Shandel. Kasi pinasok na pala yung camera sa atin, pumapaypay pa ako.
Oo, kasi intense sila.
Ang init talaga ng laban. Kaya natatawa na ako nung tinatanong
Nagulat din ako eh. Akala ko, natawa ka dahil sa akin.
Hindi.
Kasi bigla ako nag-do or die. What does do or die? Speaking of guys, itong ating naging talent prediction. 2-0 tayo ngayon, but lahat tayo nag-agree that this is going to be a 3-1 match. For this, knowing that this is our third game, ito yung chance para sa GPX na
matama yung prediction natin.
Na tumama tayo sa prediction kahit isang beses.
Kahit isang beses lang kasi so far mali tayo buong araw eh.
Mali ba tayo buong araw?
Ay, tama ba ako? Ay, hindi. Tama lang dun sa Kara. Yung Kara Bigatron. I think tama yung predictions natin. Pero
parang 2-1 tayo dun eh.
Ay, mali din. So, ito na lang talaga yung chance.
Ay, hindi. Oo, yun na lang yung chance. But speaking of chance, and chill. Dahil dito sa MWI, syempre, chill pa rin tayo para motor. Na naka-Petron Sprint 40, kalmakin ang motor mo with Petron Sprint 40. Dahil controls heat, protects the engine, sustains power, and provides a smooth ride with TCS formula. Do not forget to follow and of course share Petron Sprint 40's Facebook and Instagram page for more updates. Para laging chill mode sa road, use Petron Sprint 40. Ngayon, third match, third game, nakikita natin sa ating mga screens ang players ng GPX Basreng may nakaangat na rin. Nailipat.
Oo, nag-switch position na sila.
Switch position yung tali na buhok.
Hindi, same yata. Same na si, I think it's Funi yata yun. Funi and Fumi, nag-switch lang sila ng position. Pero at the same time, no, BTR, tama naman niya, raising the Indonesian flag. But, this time, I think si Vival yata yung na-interview and siya yung nasa ibang location. Pero, ang galing nun yung communication nila. Sobrang swak kasi sa mga crush.
Nabanggit mo din yung communication. I believe ang beauty dito ng teams natin. Alam ko, Burger King, ikaw din yung nagbaget. Belletron pa sila nun. Ang pinaka-term na, or pinaka-phrase na sasabi mo is ever since, ito yung lineup ng Beletron.
Yeah, actually, hindi naman nag-iba nung nag-transfer sila. They really are fighting under the Bigetron banner right now. So, walang roster. Actually, walang roster change if I'm not mistaken. May umalis pero walang nagbago sa Big 5 nila, yung main 5 roster nila. So, it means na kung hindi nagbago, gumagana talaga. And ang dami nilang napanalunan na championship. So, I mean, why change something na hindi naman, di ba?
Sira.
Oo, kasi usually, di ba, nag-change roster, kung yari natalo, runner-up, syempre gusto nyo mag-explore, mag-grow, di ba?
Oh, tama yung nabanggit mo dito. For Bigetron era, we all said that this is a team that haven't really changed their roster. Kumbaga, merong konting pagbabago, but at the same time, as much as possible, gusto nila yung team na to intact. Minimal changes, but for GPX as well, ganun din eh. Mapapansin ko actually, from the start of our MWI 2022, ito na talaga yung positioning ng kanilang upo.
Oo, parang classroom, naka-designate
nandito
okay.
yung mga players nila, saktong-sakto, si Funi, si Ching Chao, si Earl nandun sa may pinaka-right, si Fumi nasa pinaka-harap, and si El, yung nakatali na buhok.
Oo. Gusto ko lang sabihin, Chantel, na alam mo ba, yung pinaka-maingay daw, yun yung nasa harap. So, pinaka-maingay yata dito si...
Buti na lang parehas tayo nasa harap ngayon.
Oo, maingay. Parehas tayo. Maingay. Naririnig yung boses namin. Maingay kami. We're bringing you action. Talagang, we're very vocal here. Syempre, kasi this is the last match until match point para sa BTR. GPX already respecting the Sicilian. Actually, yun nga, pinaprioritize yun ng BTR. Pero this time, sabi ng GPX, sige, wag na lang. Ang daming open dito. Once again, Chantel, Popol and Kupa, Selena, na sinasabi ng teams natin na they have to contest for it. And speaking of the Selena, tinanggal na nga ng GPX. Popol and Kupa still open. Lilia is finally open para sa mga teams natin.
Napakaganda ng mga nabanggit mo na heroes. Lilia and Popol and Kupa. For Lilian, Popol and Kupa, ito yung mga heroes na talagang pinaprioritize. For some tournaments, hindi kasi siya talagang nakukuha. But for our female pro players, ito yung effective for them. And since we are watching a Indonesia versus Indonesia Grand Finals, ibig sabihin, same lang sila na knowledge about each other, but glue. If I may ask you, dito muna tayo, if applicable ba siya here in our country, is glue really should be a priority pick? First pick.
Actually, I love na nabanggit mo yon, Chantel, na glue actually, kung bakit nagiging priority pick siya ngayon, it's because na-buff up nga siya sa EXP lane, which means actually na ang lakas ng kanyang lane control, nakita naman natin. Actually, to point na binan out nga ng BTR yung glue, but with the recent changes na Barats naman yung tinanggal, it's going to be the glue priority pick. And like what I mentioned earlier, the Lilia is open and up for the grabs. Kinuha na nga ng BTR, pero open rin pala, Chantel, ang Loyi.
OMG, nice adjustment here for GPX kasi yung trend ng ating bans for the Louis na pupunta siya sa may second phase. So ngayon, sabi ng GPX, wag na natin pambutin na second phase. Let's prioritize Louis agad-agad, which is actually a very good pick if you will agree with me, Burger Kim. Dahil yung Pakito dito is more on the melee side. So parang medyo mahirap mag-punch-punch, mag-job-job, uppercut and all. Dahil since melee nga siya, grabe no. Nanonood kasi ako dati ng
sana na ulitin mo yun. Oy, actually, you know what? Speaking of melee, Chantel, I would like to highlight the Pakito and the Lilia. Sobrang na-counter out dito ng GPX with the Loyi. Actually, even yung Lilia 2-point, diba, kung babatuhin niya or switch niya yung mga bombs niya, kailangan niya lumapit kahit papano. So, maganda itong Loyi pick from GPX. BTR answering that really with the aggression. Pakito, Jawhead ni Vivian, classic Vivian. Ngayon, natitira na lang yung gold laner. Wala na yung Sicilian. Maybe perhaps we can see something different from our gold. Popol and Kupa still actually open, not unless i-ban out to either ng GPX or BTR.
Alam mo, yung Popol and Kupa, napakaganda pag maipasok siya sa lineup ngayon ng GPX. Kasi yung kanyang dog dito or si Kupa ay pwede niyang gamitin na pang front to give space for this Louis na maibitaw yung kanyang dispersion actually, and the rotation. So kasi yung lineup ngayon ng GPX,
puro frontline. Pag sinamahan mo ng Popoleng Kupa, parang 6 yung makakalaban dito ng BTR, makakatapat nila, kaya magiging maganda. So para sa side ng GPX, ang binan nila dito is si Ruby. Dahil yung lineup nila, since Mili nga, Esmeralda and Glue, ayaw nila na may hero na parang pwedeng mag-delay ng supposedly play nila.
Actually, Ruby, na pwede rin actually gamitin ni Valenier. Ginagamit niya itong hero na to. Crowd control, given na meron ng 2 crowd control dito. So, Barats, wala na rin for BTR. Yung malaking tanong ngayon is, sino kayang ang makakatapat dito ni Valenier sa kanyang lane? Since Glue, so ano yung pwedeng hero para sa kanya? Lolita, ayan, isa pa sa mga initiator or possible setups. Maganda yung ban dito ng BTR ng Lolita since melee nga yung mga heroes, the Jawhead and the Paquito, sobrang maka-counter out siya. Isama pa yung Lilia dito.
Interesting, kung titignan natin ngayon, 2 heroes ng GPX ay more on nagagamit as the XP laner. We have the Glue and the Esmeralda. So is this a possibility that we will see a Glue roamer? Or gagawin nila na parang playstyle ng alter ego na nakafocus ang kanilang damage doon sa kanilang jungler or either the gold lane, at lahat ng 4 na mga players ay more on the support and the sustain.
Yeah, actually maganda rin na ginagamit rin naman yung Glue as a roamer. Pero yung magiging problema ngayon is the sustain sa lane. Yun nga, speaking of side laners, mukhang gusto ng GPX i-solidify yung side lanes. Kanina napansin natin, si Valenier talagang strong, independent woman in control of her lane. 2 na yung nakuha sa kanya, yung Esmeralda, yung Glue. So ngayon, malaking tanong, Valenier, ano pa yung open for, actually maganda sana yung edit dito for the side of BTR.
Oh, para silang merong, pag nag-edit dito yung side ng BTR, para silang meron 2 taga-itcha. Meron na silang Jawhead, meron silang Edith. Ang difference lang for Edith kasi more on the sustain din siya. But speaking of sustain, we will see a high loss
and Uranus
for BTR. Wow, this is somehow a tricky type of draft for GPX Basreng as they will take another hero.
Magic damage.
That is on the magic damage and sustain. So Glue, Esmeralda, and even the Uranus, pag titignan mo kasi siya, mas sustain para magkakaroon lang siya ng damage at the early part of the game as long as there is a specific hero na tumaba doon sa laning. Or pwede din naman na makakita tayo
Uranus jungle
appear.
Kumonek tayo dun kasi Popol and Kupa yung last pick ngayon, it already made it clear na actually kung gusto mo nga i-throwback, malay mo Esmeralda jungle, but with the composition na meron ang GPX, isa lang yung physical damage dealer nila dito, the Popol and Kupa. Pero I believe na GPX, yun nga, ito yung surprise pick na sinasabi ng BTR kanina. Yung surprise pack na ilalabas ng GPX, Uranus jungle, last pick here for BTR Chantel.
Pwede nga sila mag-Harit
Oo, golden Harit.
Kung wala pa silang jungler at ilalagay nila sa XP lane ang kanilang Paquito dito, or meron silang Joyd, meron silang Hylos. Most probably ang kanilang Hylos dito will be on the XP lane or either Hylos or the Paquito, but Lunox
for Shell.
Pwede din kasi.
Counter sa Esme and Uranus.
Grabe, ang daming nailalabas ng ating mga teams dito. Lahat ng mga hero nila pwedeng ilagay sa XP lane, pwedeng gawin na jungler. But speaking of, this is a test of character for our Indonesian representatives. It is a 2-0 for Bigatron era and for GPX Basreng. Kailangan nilang ma-extend ang kanilang buhay sa ating tournament. Will this be the end? Magkakaroon na ba tayo ng unang-unang kampiyon for the first ever Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's Invitational as we head on to our game number 3?
Chantel, ipo-point out ko lang yung damage output dito ng GPX. Mostly magic, which means ang dali na ngayon i-counter ng BTR with the proper Athena Shield, Radiant, ang dami nun Curse Helmet, Oracle, lahat yun pwede mong i-counter out yung magic damage dito ng GPX. And tama tayo, Uranus Jungler.
Uranus Jungler, tapos makakita tayo ng Malaonic Indonesia na high-loss side lane. But again, nandito nanggugulo si El ginugulo si El dito ng Bigatron era. At saktong-sakto naman, inantay lang na mag-level 2 dito si Funi, and that is going to be a double kill. Plus the TP. Sabi dito ni El, it is our time.
Actually, maganda yung ginawa sana doon ni Vivian and ni Chini. Sobrang na-bait out sila ni El. Actually, hinihintay lang ni El. Kumbaga yung time na, kung wari, kinukuha niya yung buff, sabi niya dito sa GPX Basreng to both Funi and Fumi na, okay, nandito ako. Pinapoke nila ako. Kaya naman niya i-sustain kahit papano. Malambot siya, pero yung bait talaga eh. Kaya nga, nakita mo yung TP with the thumbs up.
Sabi niya, oy, nakuha ka, na fall into our traps kayo. That was all part of the plan. As Bigatron era, makakakita pala tayo ng parang tumatakbo na nagja-job, kumbaga, na boksingero for Bigatron era. Pero top lane natin, Valanier, mapipilitan na mag-flicker out. Hindi daw nila gusto na magkaroon ng casualty as much as possible. Kailangan nila na ma-maximize yun as GPX Fumi is still alive. Mainit ang aksyon for our almost 2-minute game time dahil hindi talaga nag-e-exert, hindi pina-force, hindi nag-e-exceed dun sa mga pwedeng limits ng ating mga teams dito sa ating laro.
Kahit papano, no, na-counter out nitong Uranus yung aggression ng Bigatron era. Kasi yun naman talaga yung ginagawa ni Vivian and Chini. And to the point na ngayon, alam ni El, hindi siya basta-basta mababurst down. Pero I think later on, if you have the items, pwede silang pumalag, BTR, na-reset ngayon yung turtle. Tamang pokes lang sa dalawang teams. Pero looking at our gold, it's a 1K gold lead para sa GPX Basreng after those 2 pick-offs kay Vivian and Chini. Ngayon, in terms of objectives, very objective base ang GPX Basreng.
GPX Basreng, objectives ngayon ang kanilang gustong gawin as they will try to take the turtle habang nag-zone up sila doon sa may middle lane. But take note, yung players dito ng Bigatron era ay pwede rin sumagot anytime. Speaking of sagot, nandun na ang ejector. Pero sakto naman si Earl with a crowd control. Here comes the chaos assault para kay Chell. Earl ang kanilang gustong makuha doon as Chincha will also come in for that backup. Sakto ang spun. Fumi will get a kill pero magkakabayuan lang din. Here comes the diversion play. Fumi for that additional damage. And Chin Chao for 1. GPX Basreng, very, very nice start for them on this third match of our grand finals.
Kahit papano naman ngayon si Valenier nakakuha ng napakaraming gold plating dun sa kanyang lane. Isa rin to sa keys to victory. It seems like BTR nahihirapan ngayon. Actually kasi pag ang ganda, melee hero, si Vivian, si Vival, every time na pumasok sila, may slow kasi dun sa second skill ng Uranus. So kaya naman hindi nila basta-basta mababurst.
Speaking of burst, mukhang makakaroon yata tayo ng burst sa may bottom lane. Kaso yung nga lang napakagandang paggagamit doon ng Brilliance para kay Chell. Nakakakita tayo ngayon ng mga early pokes for GPX Basreng. Nabanggit natin kanina, napakaganda ng kanilang early rotation. But Bigatron era, parang nakita na nila to eh. Parang kailangan din nilang gumawa ng sarili ng play as Vival will try to take down successfully Chinchao on the bottom lane at may sarili tayong laban dito sa may Barangedli as another player of Bigatron era will be down as well. So for GPX, kailangan na lang nila mga tank heroes. Kailangan lang nila ng vision. Kailangan lang nilang mabuhay. Kumbaga, but speaking of buhay, parang masakit mamaya dito para sa side.
Vival.
Again, Vival. Sasabihin pala natin, magiging masakit mamaya, pero masakit na pala siya. As another ejector para dito sa side ng Bigatron era. Fumi will get a kill, pero may bawi lang din naman si Chini at ang mangyayari ang top lane objective para sa side ng GPX Basreng.
12K gold lead ngayon. Na-close na kahit pa paano ng Bigatron era with those kills. And mind you, Vival on this Paquito na naka 3-0-1 na. And in terms of laning, it seems like ang ating Valenier getting the upper hand. Ito yung gusto ng Bigatron era. Kaya naman kadalasan dito sila sa gold lane na nag-rotate. Popol and Kupa, Calling Star Mode for Funi. pero ang nakuha na nila yung gold plating as well as almost 1/4 of the tower.
I like that you mentioned Valanier, but speaking of Valanier, napakakunat niya na kasi. Imagine, hindi na ganun kadali para doon sa Esmeralda to actually burst a high loss later on. Kaya dito, kung ikaw yung GPX Basreng, as much as possible, gusto mo na mapigilan na agad itong high loss. Kasi later on, this will also serve as a tanker for Bigaturn Era and an off-cam kill for the squad. Again, Vival with that 401. Parang parang nag-jogging in the morning. Tapos saktong-sakto, yung mga madadaanan niya, binibigyan niya na agad dito ng possible kill or ine-execute niya na agad for her team.
Parang warm-up lang daw yung kanina, yung hindi niya. Wala pa, kulang daw sa warm-up. Pero ngayon, BTR, position ngayon Chantel sa Turtle, split-split. Nakimit na nga ngayon ni Earl.
Pero yun nga lang, split-split Earl against Chini. Chini will go down. Napakagandang pasok din para dito kay Fumi. Vivian mapipilitan na lumalayo. Disengage. Force dito ang Bigaturn Era na hindi sumilip. Not unless tatry mag-steal dito si Vival. Shell is being zoned out by Earl. Magpo-focus na lang muna dito ang Bigaturn Era to secure their own buff against GPX Basreng as Earl will be low on life. Ooh! What a kill para dito kay Vival on the third objective. Pero nga lang si Earl dito ginamit na or tinawag na kanya mga pinag-glue as Vival will take that unstoppable streak against GPX Basreng. This player, Vival, is on a roll on this game as Bigaturn Era will tie the gold or actually lead the gold against GPX.
Nakuha rin nila yung mid-side tower ngayon. Vivian, medyo malalim. Funi ang nahuli doon, Chantel.
Uy, midalay natin. Nagkakaroon tayo ng konting bakbakan. Vival mapipilitan na lumayo. Pero here comes the Glorious Pathway. Kailangan lang nila ng sariling path. Kailangan nila na mag-lead sa kanila. And Valanier, ibinato niya yun para sa Bigaturn Era.
Ang sakit ng bawat sapak dito ni Vival. Napakaganda nung lapag doon ni Valanier ng Glorious Pathway. You mentioned it, Chantel, na kahit hindi si Vivian yung magiging frontline dito, at some point, magiging si Valanier din. At the same time, ang ganda rin kasi nasustain nila yung lane. Although kahit papano, early game, nakuha ng GPX Basreng, Bigaturn Era with the steal. Ngayon, nasa kanila na ang control. Here we have the instant replay, of course, brought to you by Petron. Nice ejector by Vivian. Nahuli nga nila doon si Funi, but at the same time, yung bombs dito ni Vival, or actually rather Chini, and the Glorious Pathway, nakakuha sila ng 3 kills doon.
Kumbaga, nagkasunod-sunod. Speaking of sunod-sunod ang aksyon at the Glorious Pathway para dito kay Valanier. Earl, wala nang buhay, mapipilitan na gumamit ng ulti, pero medyo malalim yan for the glue of GPS Basreng as Earl will be down. At si Shell, take note, meron na siya ditong Genius 1, additional damage. Sinasabi natin that this is the third game of our grand finals. This is just a best of 5. GPX Basreng, kailangan nilang ilabas ang kanilang inner champion. Kailangan nilang ilabas kung ano ang gusto nilang makuha on this tournament. But right now, Bigaturn Era sa may bottom lane, makakakuha ng kill si Vival. Those are 2 players for GPX Basreng at pinagsusuntok lang sila dito ni Vival. Valanier for the backup. Chichaw and Fumi mapipilitan na lumayo.
BTR and GPX. Ngayon, Bigatron, kanina they were losing by 1,000 gold. Ngayon naman leading sila sa gold as well as the tower takes 3 towers down para sa kanila. Ang Bigatron, they had a slow start. Ngayon naman, pumapabor na sa kanila ang match. Sinisimulan na nila ang Lord Big F4, Big F5 rather here in the Lord pitch and tell.
Pero sakto, Falling Stormwind para dito kay Fumi. Kailangan nila additional damage pero Lord masesecure ng Bigatron Era. Here comes that Glorious Pathway. Valanier, buhay pa rin. Hinawal ng mga players. Napakagandang set para kay Louie on this match. And Chini as well. May sagot ng Chini plate para kay Fumi. Nag-flicker para ma-secure ang kill doon for GPX Basreng. Napaka-intense sa ating laban as Lord will march in on the middle lane. GPX, they want to extend this championship. Kailangan nilang makuha tong laban na to at pinipilit nila yon as they will take down 2 players of Bigatron Era top lane. Fumi! May ejector doon at sakto, legendary
for Vival. Now at 8-0-1, the jungler of Bigetron Era showing to us as to why they are the champions of WSL 2022.
Let's take a look at the players head-to-head. Vivian and Earl, nasabi natin, parehas ang kanilang aggression. And take a look at it, hindi naman ganon kalayo. It's only a 500 difference lang naman.
Pero ngayon, nasasabi natin, Bigetron Era, this is their championship form. GPX Basreng, sumasagot din sila. Ano ang kanilang winning condition on this game?
Si El nakuha na nga ng anticuras sa sobrang sakit ng bawat sapak ni Vival. I think winning condition here is to isolate the members of BTR. Meron naman silang, dami nilang pang zone here actually. Yung malaking problema lang nila is napakaraming magic damage. Nag-snowball na rin dito si Vival. Conceal play dito, Chantel.
Napilitan lang magamit dito ni Chini ang kanyang black shoes. Mabubuhay ba? Oy! Buhay pa rin! Pero hindi, sakto doon na po ni Secure Kill. Yung sinasabi mo. Yung sinasabi mo for GPX Basreng, kailangan nila makakuha from time to time ng mga players. Pero again, Vival! Grabe naman ang kanyang ipinapakita dito as she will take yet another kill against GPX Basreng. At si Vala rin magsusunod ng mga players doon. Earl ang sasalubong sa kanya. Earl will secure the kill. And El, medyo malilate on the team fight. Earl will split. Vivala ka na mahuhuli. Pwede lang palayuin. Pero yung nga lang lumalaban pa rin dito. The Paquito, the jungler, it is shut down by Chin Chow. May damage na ang GPX Basreng. Hindi sila papayag na hindi sila sasagot ngayon sa Bigetron Era as the Lunox of BTR will use the brilliance and actually take down a player. Itcha, napakalayo nun. Grabe tumatalo ng mga heroes natin ngayon as Fumi again. Same goes with Chidi. It is a 14-5, 2-2 for those kills, Bigetron and GPX.
Na-even out na ngayon kahit papano ang goal. GPX Basreng lumalaban pa rin. And to a point actually, I think, bakit nahuli doon si Vival? Kasi nga, medyo nagsisplit push na rin si Vivian doon. Not so much onto the aggressive side, but Chantel, the first Luminous Lord is up for the grabs.
Naku po, habang nangyayari yon, nakakuha ng Lord ang Bigetron Era. Hinahabol dito si Fumi ng mga players. And again, Chini, mapipilitan muna na lumayo. That was a secured Lord for Bigetron Era. This is the second Lord, Luminous Lord. Gaya sinabi ni Burger Kim, will they be able to destroy an inhibitor turret against GPX Basreng?
Ang dami pang towers here. Second tier at the most, siguro hindi aabot sa inhibitor. Maybe the second tier tower pwedeng makuha. And speaking of towers, let's take a look. BTR pa rin ang leading. Hindi naman naglalayo ang GPX Basreng. They take 2 towers. Pero ngayon, BTR with this Lord, they have to maximize this Chantel. They have to either get kills or towers this time.
This time, GPX and Bigetron Era, kailangan nilang ilabas. Ang mga kailangan nilang ilabas because this might be the last game and GPX Basreng, kailangan nilang dumepensa ngayon. Earl masastan doon. Pero nga lang masisiraan, pamamatay dito si Vala ni Vivian, kukuha ng immortality. Lord, madedepensahan ng GPX. Buhay ang mga inhibitor turret as we are almost leading towards our late game. Pagdating ng late game, ito na yung bahala na.
Oo. Alam mo, Chantel, natawa ako dun nag-sticker si Vival at si El. Ito yung love-hate. Yung kailangan manalo ngayon ng GPX, pero friends pa rin kayo. Yung may thumbs up dun, tapos may sticker.
Parang may ganyang kante. Yung, sakit. Uy! Bulaga!
Ayan, yung thumbs up. Yan yung thumbs up.
Parang merong ganyang kante. I hate that I love you so. Ganito ang nangyari ngayon, GPX Basreng and Bigetron Era. Out of the rivalry, nagkaroon sila ng kaibigan sa isa't isa. Pero ngayon kailangan muna nila maglaban-laban para patunayan kung sino bang mas malakas between each other. As Chin Chow will destroy a turret on the top lane. 12 seconds bago mabuhay si Chell. Nagkakaroon na ng crowd control. Valanier, nahigop si Vivian, ejector. Kailangan mag-conceal. Nasa may bandang likod, Chini with black shoes. Ang sakit ng damage ni Pony. And again, here comes the diversion play para makatakas doon. Still, Bigetron Era was able to hold that aggressiveness from GPX Basreng. Road to 20 minutes dahil Valanier ang makukuha nila doon.
Alam mo, Chantel, yung nagdadala dito for the side of GPX is actually down yung mga members ng Bigetron Era. And for the side naman ng BTR, it's mostly Vival, 10-1-1. Siya yung nagdala kung bakit naging mas mabilis yung pace ng Bigetron to be able to get a lot of towers. Pero ngayon, Chantel, sinisimulan na ng BTR ang pangalawang Lord. Nakapwesto ngayon si Vivian.
Ako, ang agang lumabas ni Earl dito with a conceal. Nagamit na yung conceal. Parang gulat doon. Again, nasa dito ni Vival. Ang kanilang Lord. Napakasakit din. Pero Lugi will be down. Killing spree para dito kay Chini. Nagkakabola na ang ating mga players. Ginamit dito ang Falling Starmon. Same goes with Earl. Ginamit ni Chini kanyang flicker para mapilitan na lumamid doon ang mga players ng GPX Basreng. As this will be a double kill para dito sa Esmeralda. And 2 players down for Bigetron Era. Burger King. Meron silang Lord. Anong nangyari doon?
Yung diversion play nga na sinabi mo, medyo napaaga kaya naman nahuli doon ni Chini. Although napatay rin siya, na-shutdown after that killing spree. Pero kahit papano dito yung GPX, nako-contain pa rin nila yung BTR. And speaking of containing, Shell does secure that winter truncheon. So this means na ang hirap kasi dito sa composition ng GPX is nagda-dive dito si L and si Fumi. Hindi ngayon napapansin ng BTR na nasa likod si Fumi na nagtatapon lang. Hindi lang si Fumi, actually, even si Chincha with this Popol and Kupa na may stun, lahat na na-stun eh.
Oh, ito rin sinasabi mo kanina. Kumbaga, si Fumi dito, nandun na sa may likod, tapos meron siya mga taga-lead. Kailangan lang niya na magandang lead. Speaking of magandang lead, Glorious Pathway na gamit na ni Valanier. So, pwedeng pumasok anytime ang GPX Basreng, kanya-kanyang depensa, kanya-kanyang forma as the Lord will march in on the bottom lane. Kung ikaw ang Bigetron Era, kailangan mo itong magamit agad, kailangan mo itong ma-maximize. Pero Vival against Fumi on the top lane, hindi mo na mag-a-asem. Ang kanyang priority dito is to clear the minion wave para magkasabay-sabay. 19-18, we are now on to our 18-minute game time. GPX Basreng, they are holding on to their lives as Earl might go down dito against the players of Bigetron Era. Hindi, pansinin mo, hindi sila nagkakabitawan ng skills. Yung pinaka nagbibigay lang ng damage dito is Phony of GPX Basreng.
Yun yung kailangan ng GPX Basreng. Actually, they have the enough sustain, but the diversion play, nahuli nga doon at na-burst instantly si Shell. Hindi nga nagamit yung winter truncheon niya. So, yung sabi ko kanina, balikan natin, Chantel, na yung kailangan gawin dito ng GPX Basreng is single target pickoffs eh. Kasi kung magkasama itong Big 4 or maybe even Big 5 this time, magiging mahirap para sa kanila.
Magiging mahirap para sa kanila. Pero kung ikaw ay nanonood ngayon at hindi makahinga, tutukan nyo lang ang susunod na mangyayari dahil magkakaroon ulit tayo ng panibagong Lord Valanier now on the Radiant Armor as GPX Basreng. This is now a very, very, very effective type of lineup pagdating sa late game glue. Uranus, Esmeralda, and speaking of late game, Winter Truncheon, hindi aabot doon as Chinchao will secure that kill.
May diversion play!
May sasama pang isa. Ejector dito para kay Earl Puni. Nandun pa as another turret is down. Shell is down as well. Puni with that control for GPX Basreng. Hindi pa nila gustong umuwi. Gusto nilang pahabain ang laban sa pagkakampyonato on this MWI.
Chantel, yung ginagawa ngayon ng GPX or rather their composition, gumagana kasi may sustain tapos may burst pa sa likod. And after I'm saying all of that. Napakakunat na rin talaga ng GPX as well as the frontliners of Bigetron. Yung malaking problema lang talaga is nauunahan sila dito sa mga surprises. Pwede mag-split push dito yung ang dami pwede gawin sa composition nila kasi sobrang kunat. Uranus, Esme,
at saka yung
Gloom.
Yung GPX kasi dito. Oy! Oy, pumiyok! Taringala! Napagandang ejector doon para sa side ng GPX Strength. Again, take note. Nakita mo yon, isang higop lang, vacuum lang, parang natanggal lahat ng dumi doon sa side ng Bigetron era.
Hindi ko alam kung matutuwa ba yung Bigetron na sinasabi sila yung dumi na ejector pa nga yung...
I mean, yung parang vacuum kasi.
Okay.
Vacuum kasi.
Vacuum yung pinag-uusapan.
Vacuum yung sinasabi natin.
Yung naisip ko.
Baka mamaya hindi po tayo maintindihan ng tama. Pero yeah, 22-18, nandito na ang GPX Baseng. Pauna na buhay dito, Valentier will go down. Same goes the other players of Bigetron era. Inhibitor turret is down as well. Another wait lang. Pumasok si Vival. Another player down for Bigetron era as GPX Baseng will go and try to go for the tower lock. May mga minion Fumi ang kukuha ng damage doon. Depensang Marino.
May tower
may bit-bit na minion. May
tower pa!
Will defend or like this is the fight of their championship. It is a shutdown and Bigetron era, they might actually try to expand. Silent mode muna as GPX will extend our match into a game number 4, 2-1 on this grand finals.
Chantel, may isa tayong tama today, yung hula natin. Well, yung hula
ano
ko
yun?
3-1. Pero question mark pa pala kung sino yung mananalo. Wow! That last moment, Chantel, yung tinangke na, to the point na pati yung heroes na ginawa ng shield, yung mga katawan nila para lang masave yung tower. Pero may mga minions. Yung mga minions talaga minsan, yun yung...
Minions is the key talaga minsan eh. Kaya ako minsan pa naglalaro ako, kiniklear ko din yung, habang nagkiklear ko minion, kinakausap ko din mga minion. But the GPX, ramdam mo eh. Ramdam mo sa kanilang performance, ramdam mo rin sa kanilang mga mukha ngayon na masaya sila, na kaya at gusto pa nilang depensahan ang laro. Bigetron era, they were on the lead during that game, but at the same time, alam mo yung, kunwari may hawak ka. Uy, since may hawak ka, nalaglag, pero akala mo hawak mo siya, pero hindi pala.
Naintindihan kita. Yung,
salamat.
Nagets ko naman, yung andyan na eh. Tapos, sayang, actually, napakalinis mong laban for GPX and at the same time, yung gusto nila mangyari doon, sabi ko, nag-aalala ako na masyado maraming magic damage, but fortunately enough, yung burst kasi doon ni Funi, napakasakit. And I think yung hindi lang yung burst niya, pati yung diversion plays niya rin malaking factor sa GPX.
Nabagit natin napakalaking importansya ng word na diversion na that game. But take note na hindi lang talaga siya applicable dun sa skill ng Louie because yung lineup ng GPX is the real diversion.
Yun.
Nagkaroon na magandang diversion for the Louie kasi yung attention ng Team Bigetron era ay nadadivert dun sa mga tanky heroes. Kaya bitaw lang siya ng bitaw na mga skill. Pero tama nga ba ang ating pagkakaintindi dun sa laban na yon, napaka-intense na laban. So tingnan natin kung ano masasabi ng ating analyst for that game. So Brigida, pakipaliwanag naman ang nangyari dun.
Ang iba kung hindi Winions ang tawag sa naging pangyayari na iyon. Welcome to the Analyst Stand. Ako po si Brigida at muli nating babalikan ang mga nangyari sa kakaibang laban na ating nasaksihan for our third game dito sa ating Grand Finals. So medyo nakakagulat talaga to kung unang titignan dahil you will be seeing a triple XP lane matchup kumbaga. So magtataka ka talaga kung saan mo i-allocate ang bawat membro, kung sino sino ang pupunta sa lane na to at kung sino ang mapupunta sa role na ito. Apparently, nakita natin na Yura jungler pala ang pakay nilang gawin with only Luoyi as the mere source of damage, ika nga ng ating mga casters. And it was really effective at hindi lang yon, nagawa talagang i-execute nila ito ng malinis dahil alam nila kung paano ito gamitin. Ano nga ba ang logic dito sa mga posibleng ganitong klaseng junglers? Unang-una sa lahat was its ability to farm very fast. Alam naman natin na the tankier the hero because of the recent adjustment, mas mabilis talaga siyang makakapag-farm. And given that Uranus is a very tanky hero, kahit na nasa simula pa lang, kayang-kaya na talagang mag-farm ng mabilis. Kung kaya naman, ang ginawa rin nila ay talagang minaximize nila ang avarice na meron dito ang Uranus at ang Esmeralda ni Fumi. Elle and Fumi working together, mabilis mag-farm si Uranus, tanky hero siya, diretsong magro-rotate siya sa XP lane nila. Fumi on that Esmeralda as well, going at high loss dito ni Valanir, effectively making use of this avarice, giving them slightly a better advantage as well when it came to the gold. At bukod pa doon, kailangan din nating bigyang pansin dito na this Lunox was a necessary pick-up para dito sa side ng BTR, considering na napakatangki talaga ng heroes na kinakaharap nila rito. So it was necessary to get that shredder, and as we all know, si Lunox ang isa sa mga pinakakilalang shredder ng tanky heroes, but it failed to be effective as well dahil hindi ka na maka-isolate ng miyembro dito sa GPX. Apparently dito sa ating stats, makikita natin that really Earl as well, looking at the damage taken, ramdam na ramdam natin ang kanyang presence on the map, especially as ganito, umabot ng 200,000 damage taken, regardless na tatlo sila na magtatangke sa harap, siya talaga ang pinaka-tumangke ng lahat. And with that, it was a really difficult situation on GPX for BTR rather, going back sa sinabi natin kanina. Kung sila man ay ginustong mag-isolate dito ng miyembro, hindi yun ang mangyayari dahil babaligtarin pa yun. GPX with the diversion plays, sila talaga ang kapag kami nakita sila ang dediretso at mag-isolate sa'yo, sisiguraduhin nila na mawawala ka at na magiging malaking bagay yon para sa kanila later on. And our MVP for the game will be none other than Funi, of course. Ramdam na ramdam natin. Look at her build right here. Magic penetration agad ang kanyang mga pinuntirya. At yun ay damang-dama natin sa bawat higop na ginawa niya for her team. This is a very aggressive Luoyi build with that Divine Glaive, Genius Wand, Talisman. And again, it's not just her na makikinabang din dito sa Genius Wand na pinili niyang i-deploy dito sa laban na ito. But apparently, with the Esmeralda and the Uranus as well, makikinabang din sila in a sense dahil masasakit pa ang damage na pwede nilang ilabas, considering paano napakabilis humabol dito with the mobility na hinahawakan dito, not just the Uranus but even the Esmeralda. There were certain points in the game na masasabi nating na-manage pa rin talaga siya ng BTR. We cannot deny that fact. At the 6-minute mark even, there was a clear level gap. At the 13-minute mark, 3 levels ahead si Vival against the jungler dito, si Uranus. But again, that was also because they wanted to maximize not just the double avarice, but the mobility that they had para talagang mambuli dito ng members ng BTR, effectively maximizing yung kanilang capacity or inability rather na i-burst sila early into the game kasi syempre with the mages na inawakan dito ng BTR, kinakailangan pa muna nila ng items because for instance, Lunox in itself is a very much scaling mage, and again, when that time came, however, hindi na rin masyadong naging dama. Kumbaga, na Lunox was already there in that point or was already online, nagpa-power spike na siya because sama-sama sila and we could no longer pinpoint the damage dahil ang nakikita talaga natin ay walang iba kung hindi yung mga higop talaga na nagagawa rito ni Funi on this low game. Napaganda yung unexpectedness dito ng lineup na ipinakita sa atin ng GPX Basreng. We did not expect it to work this way. Most importantly dahil tila ba kabisado pa rin ng BTR na ito ang gagawin natin. We just have to be careful. Hindi sila namili ng delikadong engages And again, we cannot forget the fact na talagang si Paquito ni Vival, hindi niya nakalimutang sumabay at lumamang pa nga actually. One of the biggest disadvantages ng lineup na ito ng GPX, however, was its lack of damage to take down neutral objectives or even towers. Nagre-rely sila merely dito sa Popol and Kupa. But nonetheless, nakita natin yon nung dulo, nung talagang pinilit talaga rito ni Fumi na pabagsakin na yung Torre. But with the little push that they had, nakala pa natin na makakabawi pa ang BTR. But apparently, that was not the case kasi tuluyan na silang nasara at tinapos ng mga minions nila. Now, don't forget to obtain these free exclusive supplies on weekends from January 29 to 30 and February 5 to 6. All you have to do is log in and claim these supplies na pwede nyong makuha. Hindi na alam at masosorpresa kayo sa mga posible nyong makuha. Bibihira lang yan. So don't forget to check or to plot it on your calendars at mag-login kayo sa mga nasabing araw. Hindi ako makapaniwala na meron tayo nakitang ganong estratehiya na nagmula sa GPX Bus Ring at dahil nandito na sila sa sitwasyon na kailangan nilang bumawi with a reverse sweep if they want to win this first ever MWI, titignan natin kung meron pa silang ibang ipapakita. Ngayon, ibabalik na muna natin sa ating mga naggagandahang casters. Chantel, Burger Kim, sa inyo na muna.
Thank you so much, Brigida. Kami na muna. Again, Ate mo Chantel, together with Burger Kim. And this is now the game number 4 of our Grand Finals 2-1. Bigetron era, isa na lang ang kanilang kailangan kanina sa pagkapanalo. Pero habang nag-analysis earlier, si Brigida, nabanggit mo na hindi natin masyadong napansin na GPX pala ang talagang nagdidikta nung laban na yon.
Speaking of GPX, by the way, this team pala is led by MLBB legends like sila Donkey, from Evo. Sila yung nag-form pala nitong team. Kasi if you notice, yung mga ibang teams, Evo Snakes, ganun, from Indonesia, RRQ Mika, tapos sa Bigetron, yung mga organization. Pero itong GPX, it's formed by, kumbaga, home na gusto gawin ng mga legends for females in esports.
Ganon kabigat, kumbaga, yung naibigay din na information dito, knowing na mga notable personalities, notable players ang nagbuo dito sa GPX. So with that kind of performance, GPX parang diesel sila. Kasi
yung medyo slow.
Slow. Kasi sobrang dominating nung kanilang naging laro doon. And I believe, if you are Bigetron era, as much as possible, that the player that you want to shut down is si Funi.
Yup. And yun nga, sabi rin ng mga tao, paano mo ma-reach si Funi kung merong 3 tanke sa harap mo? Mind you, it was Fumi, it was also L, and at the same time si Earl. 3 yun. Kaya nga kung napapansin yun, na-ejector parati ni Vivian, either si Earl or si Fumi. Hindi naman yun yung gusto mo kunin nasa likod lang si Chin Chao and si Funi na, nagbabato lang ng skills. Kaya napakasakit nung damage. 3 tankers pala, kumbaga 3 bodyguards yung kailangan ng GPX.
Kumbaga nangyari dito for GPX, meron silang 3, ito yung sinasabi, meron silang 3, meron silang triangle formation. Tapos nasa gitna ng triangle formation nila nun is si Funi, kaya naging madali para sa kanya to deal damage. Kasi diba parang ganun yung skill ni Funi. Pero ewan ko na, Ate Burger Kim, sa laban natin ngayon, hindi ko na i-expect talaga kung ano din yung mga heroes na anong heroes ang ilalabas dito ng GPX at ano yung heroes na ilalabas ng Bigetron era. Kasi nung early part of the game, sinabi natin parang medyo mahirap for GPX. Kaso, na-maximize kasi nila
Actually, honestly, Chantel, sabi mo nga na-maximize nila. I also want to say na magiging shift din to sa tempo na magiging bans ng BTR and GPX. GPX already taking the Sicilian and Eve. For me, BTR, malaking factor na baka tanggalin rin dito yung glue. Kasi, yung glue ni Earl kanina, nakita mo yung pagka-isolate niya sa mga members ng BTR. And we all know that BTR always goes for that 4-1 formation or maybe even Big 5 this time. Kaya napakalaking factor nung glue for the side of GPX. I mean, just in case na ayaw iban ito ng BTR, napakarami rin open. The contest for the, just so much info. There's so much heroes na pwedeng gamitin ngayon. Sa tingin ko, possible na glue itong last ban for BTR.
Pwede nga And yan na.
Yan na
wag na daw last ban. Sabi nila dito, wag na at all. Pero, Burger King, isa kasi sa mga bands ng Bigetron era, si Louie. Ang ganda ng Louie performance kanina. Pero, worth it ba if ever na i-prioritize ng Basreng?
Yung Basreng ngayon, maganda yung performance, but at the same time, no, ang dami kasing pwedeng gawin ng BTR kung kunin nila yung Loy. Ito na naman yung mind games itong dalawang teams. If they do go for the Loy, parang pwede naman i-counter out with the Johed, ni Vivian, maybe even the Lolita, which is actually open. Kasi kanina nga, medyo alam na nila kung ano yung composition na gusto nila. Oh, speaking of Lolita, okay, they'll go for the Lolita. Hindi nga magiging maganda nga yung Loy first pick.
Ang aga? Maaga ba? Sa akin parang maaga siya, pero sa'yo ba, parang maaga yung Lolita?
Maaga for GPX, but at the same time, iniisip rin nila kasi posibleng combo yung Lilia-Lolita na ginagamit nga ng BTR. Going for the Esmeralda this time, one less tanky hero para sa side ng GPX. Hindi ako magtataka kung baka Lilia nga to actually open, pero hindi natin alam. Oh, Lilia. Oh, there you go, Lilia.
Lilia. Pero kasi, nung bagong-bago, kaka-release pala ni Lilia, nung time na yon, bago mawala si Lolita sa part ng meta, Lilia-Lolita talaga yung nagkokontrahan. Actually, mas nakokontra nga nung Lolita yung Lilia. Ang pinaka nakikita ko doon, for BTR, mas napaganda after that pick of GPX ng Uranus. Kasi, Shield, Lunox, Lolita, Uranus, Shield. Di ba parang makokontra na agad ng Esmeralda dito.
Yup.
Pero kasi, meron ulit na Louie. So, mahirap sa Esmeralda na pumasok dito
with the Falling Star Moon.
Sabay tayo. 1, 2, 3, go.
Yan. Kasi palapit na tayo ng palapit sa last two picks nitong dalawang teams. Johed, Popol and Kupa, maganda na tinanggal to ng BTR. Ngayon, hindi pa kito yung route ng BTR kasi halos parehas naman yung draft dito ng GPX. Same feels na posible actually itong Uranus on the sides naman. I think kasi nag-a-adjust sila sa kung anong tempo yung gusto ng BTR. Handa rin yung BTR by the way na maging side laner Uranus ito. So with this Lancelot pick under the hands of Vival, isa rin sa mga respect bans na ginagawa ng ibang teams. Ngayon with the Lancelot, mas mabilis na as compared to Pakito, yung mas melee. Diba?
Yes.
Wala na yung ganun.
Napakaganda nung napakaganda ng pagkakasabi mo dito with the Pakito na mas melee. Oo nga pala, mas melee si Pakito, kaya mas nahuhuli din siya kanina nung Louie. So for the Lancelot or having the Lancelot on a team Bigetron era, mas madali na pumasok kumbaga for this Louie pick of GPX. So nakakakita tayo ngayon ng napakagandang adjustments. Kanina lagi nababan para sa ating mga teams ay yung Lancelot and Ling. Kanina, hindi natin siya nakita. Ngayon, naging open siya. Even the Louie. So ngayon, nagiging battle of pressure.
Yes.
Kasi battle of
comfort
strategies.
Picks,
comfort picks. Kasi diba, kunwari nagre-review ka. Nagre-review ka sa chemistry. Tapos ang inaaral mo is balancing chemical equation. Yung mga triple bond, pa nag-aral ka ng ibang topic, makakalimutan mo siya. So pwede
nakalimutan ko na nga eh. Nakalimutan ko na nga yung sinabi ni Chantel sa sobrang wow. Alam mo yun, to the point na I think even BTR.
Medyo favorite ko yung subject na eh.
Halata naman kung ano, hindi yun favorite subject ko.
Oo nga eh.
Si Chantel, alam mo, I'm surprised na naalala mo pa yon. Kasi ako nga parang, alam mo
tapos ang father ng periodic table, joke lang. Baka na yung masabi ko, kaya joke lang muna.
baka pati yung draft natin, ganyan din yung masabi natin. Pero speaking of draft, Chantel, going back, Florin, may sustain na ngayon. Rafaela tinanggal para sa side ng GPX, which means hindi natin makikita yung aggressive side sa BTR with this, although kasi Vivian to eh. Uy, aggressive kung aggressive itong first time Lapu-Lapu.
Si Lapu-Lapu. Sabi nung announcer natin, in-game, Lapu-Lapu.
Ganun ba yun?
Oo.
Ganun yung pagkasabi.
Lapu-Lapu. Tama, di ba?
Lapu-Lapu.
Yung mga member of the jury natin,
Tama
sila,
ba?
Lapu-Lapu yun, di ba?
Lapu-Lapu.
Pero
Parang
sa
ganun.
atin, Lapu-Lapu.
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 Hindi, sa in-game nga, yung pagkasabi doon, Lapu-Lapu. Parang ganun.
Lapu-Lapu.
Lapu-Lapu. Parang yung
Lapu-Lapu.
stress doon sa letter U. Pero,
Uy! Uy, Bruno!
Oh.
Ito. Yes! Parang sabi ko na yung, nice, very, very. Pag naka-Japanese ka, di ba? Yun yung voiceover ni Bruno. But kidding aside, nailatag na ng ating mga teams ang kanilang mga heroes. Take note again that our match score or series score is now at 2-1. GPX Basreng, gusto nilang i-extend ang ating laban and force this to a game number 5 for BTR, for Bigetron Era. Kailangan nilang tupusin ngayon dahil pwede pang pahabain ng kanilang kalaban as we head into our game number 4. Here we go.
in terms of the side laner, si Earl and si Vivian, I think Earl will definitely be more on the aggressive side here, Chantel, kasi since Lolita nga yung gamit niya. But for the laning phase naman, Bruno and Alice for the first time. These two heroes, it takes time for them to scale. Pero Chantel, Vivian, once again dito ng gugulo. By the way, it's a Uranus jungle ulit.
Or Uranus jungle, very effective for GPX Basreng. Tapos si Chell, halos walang buhay doon sa top lane. So yung medyo delikado kapag na-force dito ng GPX na somehow umuwi yung gold laner dito ng side ng Bigetron Era. So parang nakikita ko dito, it's either maging aggressive ka at early game and take the risk. But speaking of risk, first blood kay King Chao plus a thumbs up para dito sa player ng GPX Basreng.
I hate that I
Love you so. The love-hate relationship. GPX and Bigetron, love nila to play against each other, but at the same time, hate nila kapag yung isang team ay nakakakuha ng momentum over the other.
Alam mo, Chantel, itong composition ng GPX, it's also a dive. Kung mapapansin mo, lahat ng heroes nila nagda-dive. So malaking problema to for BTR, lalo na wala silang hard tank. Yes, may sustain nga with Vivian, pero yung mga heroes dito ng BTR, they need time. Kasi lalo na itong Bruno na ito. So which means mid lane, it seems like si Funi is winning the trade. Isa yun sa mga winning conditions ng BTR at napauwi ngayon ni Funi si Chini, actually.
Kumbaga parang dito sa GPX, comfort hero talaga nila pag si Funi may gamit ng Louie, no? Iba imagine, na-zone out dito si Chini kanina, tapos si Chini kasi mabilis mag-clear ng minion wave. Pero na-force niya agad na umuwi. For Bigetron Era, eto na naman tayo sa umpisa ng laban natin. Timing muna, tamang kuha muna ng mga possible farm, mga possible jungle, and interesting enough for Valanier and even even Fumi of GPX Basreng, kailangan muna nila hanapin yung tempo. Pero Chell will get that kill. Napakatapang. Kung ako yung Bruno na yon, umuwi na ako kanina pa.
Ako rin kung ako silang dalawa, uwian muna
Walang buhay
Hindi tayo pwede dito sa MWI, pero nahuli dito si Shell ng content ni Earl. Diversion play, Chantel, possible. Pwede.
Kung idadive ba nila to, but again, GPX Basreng ngayon, medyo magiging safe muna sila in terms of the turret dives as Bigetron Era will secure that turtle objective. Still GPX, we're seeing a different variation in terms of their rotation kasi nakafocus sila ngayon sa top lane. So pupunta rin ang Bigetron Era sa may top lane natin, but at the same time, si Vival nakakuha na isa. Nominal blast sa tatlo habang nandito na ang GPX Basreng. Flicker out para kay Chini. And Chini is down by the hands of Chao of GPX.
Chinchao already standing at a 2-1-0. And mind you, isa tong Alice na naka-impure rage by the way na emblem. So not a mystery shop. Which means hindi siya basta-basta rin makakakuha ng items. Ngayon, speaking of Gold Lane, Chantel, it seems like it's Shell who's getting the better trade. And in terms of mid lane, magiging mahirap ito for BTR.
Pero yun nga lang, nabanggit natin yung mid lane, yung pala ang aksyon ay nasa top lane. Chini hahabol na rin. Same goes with Vival at ang GPX Basreng mapipilitan muna na lumayo. Nominal Blast, walang tatamaan nun. Still our score is 2-1. Pantay pa rin in terms of the gold. Gustong hanapin ang ibang mga players. Sabi ng Bigetron, kanina pa kayo kasi nasa top lane. So this time, kami naman na magbibigay ng space. Na-stun sa ilalim ng tore, ginamit ng Blood Ode, at dahil doon, kamuntikan na makakuha ng kill habang si Vival on that Phantom Execution, El will get a kill against Shell. Hinga muna ang mga players natin, GPX Basreng. Iba ang kanilang start ngayon sa ating laro.
It's a great start para sa GPX Basreng. L on this Uranus, jungler Uranus na naka Avarice emblem pala. So which means mas mabilis siya makakuha ng items. Faster also to get a tanky. Yung nagiging strategy ng GPX, it's kind of mirroring kung ano yung strategy nila kanina sa game number 2. Yung ngayon lang, I think it's a matter of execution. Kung mapapansin mo, si Vivian kadalasan nagro-rotate siya dito sa top side. Hindi niya na-assist si Chini, pero Fumi getting a solo kill kay Valenier.
Grabe naman ang ipinakita doon ni Fumi. Again, Valenier is down considering na more on continuous damage din na kanya pwedeng ibigay doon against the players of Bigatron Era. Napilitan mag-flicker out. Masastan nga lang si Vival. This might be a kill. Kasi nga lang nagamit ng Phantom Execution. That is a nice escape para dito sa jungler ng Bigatron Era. Meron na tayo ditong turtle at habang nangyayari yung GPX Basreng will secure and destroy a turret on the bottom lane. Parang, ang nakikita ko ngayon for BTR, medyo nare-restrict yung kanilang galaw as compared to game number 1 and game number 2.
Sobrang malaking bagay rin kasi na BTR na ban out yung yung Sicilian actually. Malaking factor yon sa mga wins nila sa mga clashes. And at the same time, it seems like getting the better trade sa both sides. Si Fumi up against Valenier na Esmeralda. Alam naman natin, hari yung lapi-lapi sa X2 lane.
Oo nga pala. Kumbaga, this is my lane. It's showtime. Thank you.
Tama naman. Tama naman. Indong to pero... Tama naman.
Pero ako nangyari yun, guys. Speaking of, tama din ang pagkakakuha dito ng objective. 4-1 yung score. Tapos yung BTR, pumipilit nila dumepensa. Bigger na era, they're focusing on defense on the top lane. Maybe because GPX Basreng, yung lineup nila dito is more on a skill-dependent type of lineup. So mahirap nga naman para sa kanila na later on, ang katapat nila is more on the free hit, which is si Chel nga, which is a Bruno. So I believe kung ikaw yung GPX Basreng, kailangan mong bigyan ng bigyan or kailangan mong patayin agad yung nasa top lane. And speaking of top lane, Shell ang kanilang nakuha doon, hindi kinaya na sustain. At habang nangyayari yun, Earl will cast that Nominal Blast. Sakto naman ng Phantom Execution. Pwede gamitan ng Torndos, pero medyo kulang damage dito ng Bigatron Era as Earl will still be alive. Lapu-lapu against Vival. A disengage for our teams. And Esmeralda continues ang kanyang farm on the bottom lane, completing that item on the dominant side. Teka lang daw, sabi ng mga players natin, hindi pa raw tapos. Pero dito si Vival, pwede mahuli anytime ng mga players ng GPX Basreng. Dalawang makunat yan. Sakto, Pony with the damage again for this game number 4 of our grand final.
Chantel, yung nagiging thing dito for GPX Basreng, yung solution pala nila sa mga aggressive or mga bursts na ginagawa ng Bigatron Era is to have a sustainable jungler. Although, Uranus, hindi nga natin masyado nakikita tong meta for the longest time na, alam mo yon, Uranus in the jungle, considering sinabi nga ni Brie kanina na mabilis mag-jungle, at the same time, hindi mo kailangan bantayan. Which means, GPX, actually, kaya mo napapansin, hinahayaan na ni Earl dito si Elle. Bahala ka na. Sige, okay ka na dyan sa jungle. Pwede siya mag-rotate ngayon with Funi.
Kung sabi dito ni Elle, in the jungle. The mighty jungle.
Kakanta na ako! In the jungle. Ba't ang mga casters na to?
Meron ito na. Meron tayong diversion. Nakapwesto dito ang Bigatron Era. Gusto kumuha ng GPX Basreng ng steal. Possible for them. Magkakaroon tayo ng konting mirror in terms of the cutting of the minion waves sa may top lane. Esmeralda and Lapu-Lapu. And now, since we are on our 9-minute game time, meron ng Lord, pero napakakalat ngayon ng positioning ng ating mga teams. Nakikita ko na gusto nilang sumagot every time that there is someone from both sides na gusto mag-initiate against each other. Good thing for Bigatron Era, nakakapag-push sila, nakakapag-cut continuously ang Esmeralda sa ating laro. Pony, naka-ready, pwedeng huliin anytime. Uy, Shini, medyo salikado yun. Kasi tatlong mga players disengage para sa kanila. Valanier with a falling star moon. That is against 3 players of GPX Basreng. Norminon Blast. Tatama doon kay Valanier, but the sustain is there. Habang nangyari yun, nakita na ni Vival. Sabi dito ni Vival, teka lang, kanina ba tong lugi
Tanggalin muna natin. Actually, yun yung isa sa mga factors na nakita kong bakit BTR, they actually secured the Lancelot for Vival. Mabilis. Nakita mo naman yon na nag-tower dive siya, Thorn Rose combo, and syempre yung Loy naman, wala tong masyadong mobility. Nagamit na niya yung flicker niya, so it's not an easy escape. Yung surprise factor dito ng GPX, yun lang naman talaga yung bumubuo sa composition nila. It makes it easier for them to win clashes ngayon. Alam yon ng BTR, si Valanier, nagsisplit push doon sa top side. So ngayon, yung Lord, yung susunod na gusto nitong dalawang teams, pero sumasayaw rin hindi nila alam kung sino mauuna. More of kung sino nga ba ang magsisimula. Parang gano'n, nakapwesto lang, parang sale, nakaabang.
Parang pakiramdaman muna. Pakiramdaman muna kung sino unang magkakamali na magsimula ng Lord. Paunahan kung sinong sasambot ng damage ng Lord. Malagang GPX Basreng, ready for the 2-minute blast. Ang mahuhuli doon is si Vivian, the MVP of the recently concluded female tournament na GPX din ang kanila nakalaban. Pero sa may bottom lane, pipilitin na dumepensa dito ni Chinchao against 2 players of Bigatron Era. Ginamit ang Winter Truncheon, still alive as GPX Basreng will defend the turret on the top lane while
split push.
Nagsi-split push. Trabaho lang muna.
Yung gusto ngayon ng BTR, sige, wag na mag-Lord. Mag-ano na lang tayo, kuha ng objectives. Alam yun ng GPX.
Oy, pero wait lang. Speaking of GPX, Earl, nakuha dito ng Bigatron Era. Napakainit na yung pinapakita. Nakita ni Vival actually yung diversion na yun. Valanier may iwan doon against 3 players. Here comes Bigatron Era. Lilia with that damage. Habang si El naman dito magpipilitan ng tumakas. Uy, ang sakit! No dispersion play. Chinchao with the damage as well. After the players dito ng GPX Basreng ay mapipilitan lumayo. At the Thorn Rose will be casted. El is down. One of the sustained heroes. Free hit para kay Chel. At 2 players ng GPX Basreng ang makukuha ngayon ng Bigatron Era. Pero ang sakit pa din talaga
ni Funi.
Hawak kamay, the hawak kamay play of Funi. Para may clap.
Ayan na yung diversion play.
Speak of snap. Wala kang tatamaan doon. But again, Funi with the crowd control continues. Continuous crowd control.
Chantel, yung towers natin, patas na. Napakaganda ng clash kanina, nakabigay ng magandang position yung BTR kay Shell, kaya naman nakakuha sila ng 2 pick-offs. Ngayon, BTR, they're more on target selecting here the members of GPX. Yung key targets dito is definitely Funi. Si Chinchao pwede pa parang medyo mahirap siya hulihin dito with this Alice. And by the way, naka-purple buff na nga pala siya. BTR, it seems like yung plano nila is just to take objectives.
Kumbaga sabi nila dito, wag muna tayo mag-team fight. As much as possible, let's limit yung pwedeng territory dito ng kanilang kalaban. Ito na yung possible natin na Lord fight. Pwede tong bait for GPX Basreng. Dahil ang kanilang lineup is more on the split time. Ito na, Domino Blast. Sakto sa dalawa. Tapos samahan pa ng dispersion dito from the Loyi. Pero lalaban ng BTR. Tanda lang dito si Vival. Chincha with that kill. Valanier is down as Mumi will secure that kill for GPX Basreng. Immortality has been proc. And Viv Yan will be down by the hands of Chinchao. 13-5 sa ating 14-minute game time at GPX Basreng. They will secure and take this Lord.
As we are saying that, Chantel, may mga minions pala. Basag na pala yung inhibitor doon sa top side ng GPX Basreng. So kahit papano yung BTR, they have equalized it out. And sabi ko nga kanina, GPX's composition is more on the dives. Wala talagang hard, quote-unquote, hard tanker dito for the side of BTR. Kaya naman nahihirapan sila. Napakaganda nung diversion play. Let's take a look back at the replays presented by Petron Sprint 4T. The diversion play here of Fumi actually caught the members of BTR off guard. Isama na sa crowd control dito ni Chin Chao with the continuous magic damage. Kaya naman ang BTR, tatlo ang nawala din sa clash.
Grabe ngayon ang GPX Basreng. Yung kanilang Lord ay magmamarch on the bottom lane. Now, Bigatron era ang pinaka-pang-clear nila ng minion wave ay si Chini. So far for Chini, wala siya masyadong nag-deal na damage. Pero wait lang, top lane natin, Valanier ay pipilitin na tumakas doon sa crowd ng GPX Basreng na stun, yes, pero hindi mag-aasim dito ang GPX as they will destroy a turret. Pero naliligaw yata, medyo napapalayo dito si Vival. Walang crowd control for GPX. And for Bigatron era, ang pinaka-kailangan ng depensahan ay yung Lord.
May Lord rin pala sa bot side. Inhibitors na lang natira. BTR on the defensive side. They are also on a gold deficit of 3K. May Lord dito. And they are slowly melting it down. I believe makakakuha ng at least dalawang inhibitors dito. Yung GPX Basreng. The Lord is still up. Buhay na buhay pa rin. Chantel, as GPX, they are waiting for the next surprise play. BTR, ngayon, one inhibitor down. It seems like nahihirapan talaga sila dito sa dive composition. Wala talagang taga-sagot eh. Yung only crowd control nila dito is actually si Valanier.
Oo, kumbaga si Valanier pa dito, hindi pa talaga literal na hold. Pero yun nga lang, speaking of Valanier, may iwan siya doon against the players of GPX Basreng. Grabe yung sustain, grabe yung vacuum. Kasi hindi kakayanin doon as L will secure that kill. Samahan pa na isa. Ginamit na dito yung China kanyang Black Shoes plus the flicker. Here comes the Domino Blast. Walang tatamaan, pero Chell ang gusto kuhanin Chin Chao with that Winter Dragon. Nako po, Vival with a shutdown against Chin Chao of GPX. Nandun yung backup, Phony. And this game, wow, talagang dito mo makikita na matagal na talaga silang besties pagdating sa championships.
Yung I hate that. Yun talaga.
I love you so.
Yun eh. Alam mo yung if you have a team song, di ba kunyari,
ito yun yung team song na lang.
Kunyari, boyfriend, girlfriend, di ba may mga kayo team song. Pero ito yung team song nitong dalawang teams na talagang matagal na naglalaban. Chantel, like what I said earlier, GPX on the full dive, luging-lugi yung BTR when it comes to the clashes. Kaya naman to some point nakita natin even si Vivian and Vival, yung Bigatry nga, nag-split push na lang sila. Kasi alam nila when it comes to the clashes, hindi talaga sila naglalamang. Let's take a look at the items. Naka-Malefic Roar na pala dito si Fumi. And the Dominance Ice as well to counter out the Esmeralda here of Valanier. Although naka-Oracle siya, pero yung mahirap dito is kahit makunat dito si Valanier, may crowd control. Ang hirap din pag pumasok siya, may sustain dito yung GPX. May sustain sila with the Florin, pero yung burst kasi from Funi na naka-arcade lahat Continuous damage, ang sakit pa. Yung kumbaga yung vacuum niya, talagang higop
continuous Kumbaga hindi pa nakakabitaw ulit si Valanier na skill niya, automatic, nava-vacuum ulit siya dito ng side ng GPX Basreng and Chin Chao versus Chell.
Chin Chao on this Alice na first time natin nakita. for GPX Basreng as compared to Shell on this Bruno. Mahirap kasi actually, masakit ang Bruno. But at the same time, no, ang hirap rin kasi pumwesto, maka-free hit. Kasi nga, dive yung composition.
Tama.
Luging-lugi talaga dito yung BTR when it comes to the clashes, diversion play nandito. But it's a decoy. BTR, they know na lugi sila sa clash. So they're more on the defensive side. Pero I'd also like to highlight Chini here. Medyo hindi nagiging effective na ngayon ang Lilia pick.
Kasi kumbaga, mga moments na nagamit niya agad yung kanyang ultimate. So wala na siyang instant pang-alis pag nagkaroon ng teamfight. Parang nga si El. Wow! Just look at that damage from Chell. This might be it for Big Turn era. Pero nakapwesto lang din naman. Grabe yung face check ni Funi. Alam mo yung face check lang, tapos kamunti ka pa makakuha ng kill.
Oo, parang kalahati na agad yung buhay dun ni Bibal. Face check lang pala. Trial lang. Pero GPX, they know they have the advantage here. Nasa kanilang crowd control. May heal from BTR. They will have to force out the clash kasi wala ngayon si El.
Speaking of forcing a clash, pina-force na ang clash dito sa may top lane natin. Earl, pwede nung may blast na cancel nga lang pero pumasok ang side ng GPX. Chell will run for her life as Funi will get that another one. Nako po, Tita.
Another one talaga.
Another one on another one after another one as BTR will start this Lord sa ating championship game. 4 players down for GPX Basreng.
7 towers down for GPX. Pero after that clash, napakaganda. Selective target for BTR. El trying to go in.
Oh no! What a steal from El! The steal from the back. Pero Bigetron era dito with a wipeout. They have the minion wave. May minion wave sa top lane. May minion wave sa may middle lane. Pwede na tapusin. At yung Lord sa may bottom lane. So this might be it. 3 seconds. Una mabubuhay. Tingnan natin kung madedepensahan niya as Bigetron era will step back and try to defend and take all the resources of GPX Basreng sa ating laban ngayon. Road to 30 minutes.
20 minutes pa lang sinasabi na ni Chantel, meron siyang premonition na 30 minutes. They have to take care of this Lord. They have to melt it down. BTR, buhay na si Funi. There is a possible diversion play here. They will be successfully able to take that Lord down kasi nga napakaraming damage dealers dito. Yung nagiging problema lang ng Bigetron is wala talaga silang crowd control here. At napipitas sila agad. Imagine mo kung papasok si either Fumi or Earl here, talagang nahuhuli nila tatlo eh.
Alam mo, Burger Kim, ang na-realize ko, pagkatapos ng laban na to, sure ako Indong mananalo.
Ganun na lang yun.
Siyempre, Indo.
Tama ka doon, Chantel. Wala naman mali doon. Actually, tamang-tama ka eh. Pero let's take a look at the items already securing in the Radiant Armor. So, taking a look, El and Earl, Chantel, they're more on the defensive side. So, jungler na sustain, na hindi mo basta-basta mababurst. Pero also, yung mga items dito ni Bruno, ni Shell, medyo masakit na rin. Malefic Roar for both Vival and Shell. And speaking of sustain, hindi na rin kinaya ni El. That is 50 seconds before mag-spawn. Pero aabot pa rin naman siya sa Lord. Kanina napakaganda ng steal.
Pwede siyang umabot sa Lord. Ngayon activated na ang ating mga TikTok timers. 1 minuto bago mabuhay at pwedeng kuhanin yung Lord dito ng ating dalawang teams. Napakaganda na nabanggit mo dito. A sustained jungler for GPX Basreng, kaya napakadali lang para sa kanya na pumasok anytime at mag-try mag-contest dito against Bigetron era. Pony! Again with that set, napakasakit dito against Bigetron era, pero para nag-aalat, ginamit ang Winter Truncheon dito against Valanier. Another dispersion and rotation as Chao again will get a kill. Free dito si Shell, pero pa rin siyang puntahan ni Earl. Papasok yung Alice with that blood oath. Meron siyang buff. Continuous ang kanya magiging damage dito. Winter Truncheon. Bibal comes in with a phantom execution and a disengage for both of our teams as Bigetron era will seclude the players of GPX. Grabe yung pinapakita natin mga players ngayon.
I like how Valenier actually dived in. Na actually maganda yung position doon ni Shell. Could have actually taken down the members of GPX. Kaso lang ang kunat rin dito ay tatlo. this time si Fumi, hindi na siya Esmeralda Lapu-Lapu na pwedeng mag-dive. Naka-Athena Shield na rin dito si Vival as well, meaning already respecting the damage na ibabato ni Chin Chao and ni Funi. Ngayon, susunod na target is the Lord. Yung malaking tanong, Chantel, is dahil Compost, pwedeng pumasok or pwede mag-dive dito yung GPX conceal play dito. Chantel?
Napakahirap eh. Nabanggit mo yung dive Burger Kim, kaya napakahirap dito para kay Chel. Yun talaga eh. Parang yun talaga yung naging story ng laban natin. Pero eto na yung Lord. Dito ulit magkakakitaan yung ating mga teams. Masakit yung damage ni Chel, yes. Pero lahat kasi ng mga players, ng mga heroes ng GPX Basreng, Uranus, Alice, Lapu-Lapu, even Lolita, actually, it's the same kind of strategy that worked for them on the previous game. So, hihinga muna ang ating mga players dahil mabigat kung sino man ang pwedeng or sino man ang makakakuha ng Lord na to. This is a do or die for both of our teams. Chin Chao with that face check, pero ang sakit agad ng sipa ng bola dito ni Chel.
Chel on this Bruno na naka-flicker. May flicker pa siya available by the way, but Chini still has that black shoes. Earl naghihintay sa isang magandang Lumenon Blast here. Chantel.
Oh my God! Okay, may pumasok dito ang Bigoton Era. Pero sakto naman doon! Vivian is still alive. Ginamit ang Winter Drive ni Chin Chao. Halos wala na buhay doon, pero Vivian sobrang Gently. Pahihigop dito.
Hinabol ni El.
Louie, pero si El ay gustong kuhanin si Vival. Nakatakas pa rin habang si Fumi ang makukuha ng Bigoton Era. Sabay diretso para sa kanila na simulan or try na kuhanin ang ibang mga
diversion
objectives.
play.
Pero sabi dito ng GPX, teka lang naman. Shini nagamit na ang black shoes. Flicker para makatakas against the 2-minute blast as Volunteer will cast that Falling Starmon against the players of GPX. Basta rin ang damage nila dito. L is down. L is down. Chin Chao as well. Double kill for the Bruno. And here comes Vival. 4 players down para sa side ng GPX. Last player standing is Earl. Mukhang hindi na kailangan ng Lord. Mukhang ito na to. Ito na yata ang ating pinakaunang kampiyon for the MWI 2022 with that score. Bigatron Era with a dominating performance against GPX Basreng.
Bigatron Era pinakita sa atin kung bakit sila ang same roster for the longest time, the same roster who won a lot of championships para sa Beletron, now known as Bigatron Era. Sabi nga nila, this is our new era sa kanilang social media.
And they are also programmed to win. Bigatron Era ngayon, napakagandang performance para sa kanila. Ngayon natin nararamdaman lahat ng kaba. Hindi ko sure kung nararamdaman ko yung kaba nila. Basta nararamdaman ko ngayon. Masaya sila. And it is a game na kinuha nila yung dapat na para sa kanila. During that last game, I thought na GPX yung mananalo.
Oh, same.
Sabi ko nga, game 5 na agad. Kasi ang ganda eh, nakuha nila yung momentum nila. Pero parang nagkaroon ng wake-up call dito, yung VTR, and eventually, won that game. Kailangan lang nila ng isang kill. Kailangan lang nila makuha si El during that match.
Actually, to be quite honest, dive kasi yung composition. So, alam yon ng BTR. Yung ginawa nila is they isolated the members here of GPX. Kaya naman sila nakakuha ng separate or individual kills, which eventually led to them winning the clashes.
And speaking of nanalo ang ating mga casters in terms of the talent prediction. Tamang-tama at saktong-sakto. 3-1, 3-1, 3-1, 3-1. Lahat papunta ng BTR. But it was a very nice game para sa ating dalawang teams. Parang bitin eh.
Parang feeling ko dapat best of 7 eh.
Dapat alam mo yung parang susulitin nila yung araw. Ganon.
Napakasulit ng ating nakita ngayon, ng ating natunghayan na laban. Lumabas lahat ng mga itinatagong teknik. Lumabas lahat ng lakas ng loob ng ating mga kababaihan. And honestly, wala akong masabi on that match. Feeling ko, literal na nandun din ako sa laro as a spectator tayo. Pero damang-dama ko eh.
Oo nga yung boses mo eh. Tapos to a point na feel ko na yung pressure mo na kumanta ka na In the jungle. Tapos meron pa tayong I hate that. I love.
Ganon natin karamdam. Or ganon tayo kagaling kumanta. Pwedeng maalin dun eh.
Baka tayo, ma-screen record ng mga
screen record tayo. So
ano tong sinasabi ni Chantel na magaling daw kumanta? Parang hindi naman at.
Well, anyway, gaya na sinabi natin, it was a very interesting match. Ang daming nangyari at ang daming pwedeng sabihin at pwedeng daming explain ng ating analyst. So, Brigida, pakiliwanagan naman kami.
Napakarami talagang pwedeng masabi tungkol sa laban na iyon. Ang gandang pantapos sa ating Grand Finals dito sa kauna-unahang Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's Invitational. Welcome to the Analyst Stand. Ako si Brigida at ating babalikan sama-sama ang napakailit na laban na ating nasaksihan bilang pangwakas ng ating unang Invitational. So, unang-una sa lahat, kailangan natin balakan yung ating draft. Kitang-kita naman dito that BTR, they were more aware na talaga dito sa Uranus or sa strategy na to ng GPX. So, kumbaga, parang meron na rin silang na-anticipate na idea and they did a perfect counter dito. It's not completely a counter, pero their decision to go with this Bruno for their gold laner instead of a Lunox, hindi man siya completely shredder. It was just the perfect choice para rito, especially anticipating the latter portions of the game. Looking at the items right here, kailangan nating bigyan pansin na maagang kumuha ng Athena Shield for the third item dito si Chell. Hindi siya aaga or mabilis na na-burst dito ni Funi at napakalaking advantage agad nun. To top that, napakaganda na nag-decide kumuha rito ng Oracle sina Esmeralda pati si Vivian para mas makinabang sila rito on the heal na pwedeng i-provide ng ultimate ni Florin. But what is really surprising was that Fumi as well dito on GPX decided to go with an Oracle. Alam natin lahat na ang Lapu-Lapu against an Esmeralda, medyo may kalugian yan because of the shields na nag-generate ng isang Lapu-Lapu na pwedeng i-absorb ng isang Esmeralda. So this decision to go with an Oracle for his build, increasing the amount of shields na nag-generate niya up against an Esmeralda proved to be quite the problem as well. Pero the presence of the Necklace of Durance naman kay Funi on this Luoyi, it was still able to counter din etong mga initiations or pasok na ginagawa rito ng Esmeralda. Nakita naman natin yon at nadama na each time may magiging higop talaga dito ang Luoyi against the Esmeralda. We see that there are little to no shields generated anymore after at na parang hirap na siya at easily burstable na siya afterwards. Regardless kung dumating man or nandoon yung healing talaga, yung global healing na napoprovide ng isang Florin throughout this game or for her team, the presence of the Necklace of Durance and the dominant size was able to provide the sufficient amount of counter against it, and it was also able to really prevent yung mga all-in na pasok dito ng Esmeralda dahil hindi na niya masyadong nagagawa. It is not just the presence of the Durance na talagang nakadisrupt sa kanyang pag-generate ng shields, but even the mere disruption of the mobility na nagagawa rito ng isang Esmeralda. One of the biggest highlights, however, was that Bruno talaga, Chell on this Bruno was able to get the necessary items. He was able to scale well at nagagamit niya ng maigi ang kanyang mga skills para kontrahin ang mga pasok din at attempts para pabagsakin siya dito ng GPX Basreng. And our MVP for that game will be none other than Vival on this Lancelot 822. Sobrang patient nung naging playstyle doon ni Vival. Yes, a Lancelot is very much aggressive, pero we cannot deny the fact that GPX Basreng, with the kind of lineup that they chose to go with once more, hindi yun basta-basta pwedeng laruin ng agresibo despite you being a Lancelot. Ngayon, whenever Vival saw the perfect opportunities to strike, to go in with the punctures and to execute the Thorn Throws, nasisiguro natin na nakukuha niya ang kill onto the members dito ng GPX Basreng. And although there were several times din na medyo nahuhuli kumbaga dito si Vival, that did not matter anymore kasi nagawa naman nila i-execute ang kanilang 5v5, especially as during the latter portions of the game, especially exceeding the 20-minute mark. Talagang nandoon na yung mga panahon na nagsasama-sama. One of the biggest disadvantages talaga dito ng BTR was the lack of check or the lack of bush check din, kumbaga, because they only had the Florine as well as the Lilia for their mid laners, and that did not allow them, or that even allowed actually for GPX to pull off a lot of surprise plays with the diversion na meron dito si Funi on this Luoyi. Maraming beses talaga na they did not anticipate this particular bush na dinaanan nila na meron na palang nagte-teleport doon. However, just the same, as I was saying that the Bruno pick was a very nice pick, nagulat tayo na meron pala siyang ability as well to actually cancel din not just even the initiations na pwedeng gawin sa kanila ng GPX. So it is not just the rest of the members na pwedeng mag-control or mag-prevent doon sa all-in engage, but rather even the Bruno was able to do so. Why? Surprisingly, it was through the Wave of the World. So whenever may makikita tayo na magkakas ng Numinum Blast talaga dito, hindi masyadong nararattle si Bruno, si Chell on this Bruno, and instead, ang kanyang ginagawa ay pinipili niyang i-cast diretso ang kanyang Wave of the World onto the Numinum Blast, eventually canceling it with that knockback. Since that there is this certain delay ng casting talaga, so the ability to knock up or even knock back that Lolita will be able to allow for them to freely move, kasi hindi na rin naman marirefund yung cooldown kapag na-cancel mo na ang ultimate niya once nag-decide sila na i-cast yon. Napakaganda rin ng paggamit niya ng kanyang dash whenever there are crucial moments, because the fact that napadaan niya yung dash sa mga players or sa kanyang mga opponents will allow him to stun them as well as give an opening para tuluyan na niyang mapatay at matapos ang buhay nila. And if not, the mere casting of the Way of the World already decreases the defense talaga dito ng players ng GPX Basreng, and whenever he does that, their physical defense going down, sundan mo ng Lancelot dito, mararamdaman mo na it will be more effective, especially if na-maximize din ni Lancelot yung passive niya, which is kapag nag-exceed siya ng at least 3 dashes before niya i-cast yung skills niya, ay dodoble, triple din yung sakit na pwede niyang ipadama. Now, that was very exciting. Napadaman talaga nila that the Indonesian pride really deserved to be in this spot for this first ever MWI. But also don't forget to obtain the free exclusive supplies during weekends. Available yan from January 29 to 30, February 5 to 6. All you have to do is log in and claim the coupons, and as well as be surprised sa kung ano mga pwede niyong makuha sa simpleng pag-login at pag-claim lamang. Also, please don't forget to check out or to share your thoughts by participating in our survey to also have a chance to win a Farsa P Falls Downs. All you have to do is to visit oneesports.gg/MWI-win to be able to share your thoughts at para naman mapa-improve nating lahat ang ating experience dito, not just as viewers but also for all the players and all the participants here who helped in contributing the entire MWI. At dahil dyan, kailangan na nating marinig kung ano nga bang masasabi ng ating mga unang kampyonato or kampyon dito sa ating kampyonato, kung kaya naman ibabalik na natin sa casters natin para marinig natin ang masasabi ng BTR era.
Thank you so much, Brigida. Sobrang daming nangyari sa laro na yon. Sobrang daming emosyon from our audiences and also sa ating mga players. But I'm really excited din dun nga sa sasabihin ng ating mga players from the first ever champions of our MWI
2022.
Alam mo si Vival, actually yung na-interview last time. So I'm waiting kung siya rin ulit ang mai-interview ngayon sa MWI Grand Championship. And I like the fact that she mentioned dun sa previous interview na paano daw manalo sa mga kalaban nila. Sabi niya na hindi naman daw yung kalaban yung focus. Yung focus nila yung sarili nila. Parang hinahayaan nila yung kalaban nila. Focus kung anong pwedeng gawin ng hero nila. Kaya naman nagawa nila yung last clash na yun.
Kumbaga, speaking of focus na rin, nandun din talaga yung focus ng Bigetron era on that game. Nabanggit natin that GPX, sila kasi yung nag-dictate ng laro, but at the same time, nabaliktad nila yung outcome ng ating laban. But for GPX, it was GG well played, of course. Very nice fight with the game number 1 and game number 2. We all thought na, honestly, na
GPX
na 3-0 for Bigetron era. And the GPX, bigla silang nabuhay, bigla silang nag-rise, biglang umangat yung kanilang moral. And doon natin nakikita na talagang malalakas yung mga female players natin.
Yeah, actually to a point na shinield na nga nila yung tower nila. Pero syempre, Chantel, we wanna hear more from the players of the new era, Bigetron era.
You guys, it's a long journey.
It has been a very long journey. I mean, the last time I interviewed Vival, she's like, yeah, we want to 13. And now you finally got it. How are you guys feeling?
Yay! We're very happy.
Of course, you guys supposed to be happy over all of the hard works that you're doing. But yeah,
I want to meet the boy.
Sorry?
I want to meet Mr. Default.
She says she wants to meet Jokowi.
Oh, you want to meet Mr. Jokowi. That's why you're collecting all of the champions. Okay. Can we start this video, Mr. Jokowi? So apparently, one of these talented players from lady scene in Indonesia wants to meet you, and they are taking the queen and the queen of Southeast Asia, beating 6 the other regions.
Yeah.
So yeah, Mr. Jokowi, if you can. Okay.
So cute.
She's mentioning it before.
Yeah, she has.
Yeah. Okay, but if I can talk a little bit about the draft and also like the things that is happening inside of the grand finals, we know that actually GPX prepare various lineups inside of the game, and we are seeing that they are playing with Sky with L, and then Sky with Fumi, and then there is this L with Fumi inside of the lineup down. So, did you guys expect that L will be coming to the jungle?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Why?
Wow. We're actually, when we're waiting at the lobby, Sky like went out of the lobby. So we were expecting like, wow, LA will play like that. Me and LA.
Okay.
That is interesting. So you guys knew about the draft already, how to prepare about that kind of situation before?
Not really.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So we have different
answers here.
So people say yes, but the rest say no.
Don't expect Ramos jungler. Yeah. But I
but we do not expect
jungler at all. GPX will use big hero.
Tanky hero to be played inside of the
hero. Yeah. Unique hero.
Okay.
They like to play unique hero, so we didn't expect at all. Like they will play Ramos jungler.
Okay.
So, shock, because they're too.
Okay.
Hard to kill.
Okay.
It's hard to kill the tanky hero.
It's hard to kill.
Tanky jungler.
Okay.
Yeah, especially Lancelot was used in that last match. But guys, I also want to ask another question here. You guys have gone against GPX before, right? In WSL, and that was a few weeks ago. Did you guys notice any differences in gameplay or any improvement that made you guys kind of like for example, you guys lost one game. What happened there?
Communication.
Yes. Communication, yeah. Because we're not in the same. We're not in the same place, so it's really kind of hard to communicate. Hard to listen to others. hard to communicate, and yeah, we didn't expect they will play back to round of junglers.
Okay, so the Uranus jungle is the surprise. Okay, before we are jumping to something surprise for you guys later on, I want to ask personally, this is a very good question. Who do you think from your teammates that is gonna be the MVP inside of the playoffs? From FIFA first.
Vival.
From FIFA first, wait, one by one, everyone. Chill out, everybody. FIFA, who are you voting for?
Shinny.
Okay, from FIFA is Sini. From Vivian?
Sini.
From Sini?
Myself.
FIFA. Okay. From Shell?
Volunteer.
From Volunteer?
Vival.
So we have tight spots here for Vival and also Sini.
Yeah.
And one vote goes for Volunteer.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So now, this is the moment we've been waiting for.
Is this the moment that we are gonna share it?
Yep. Let's go and see who the MVP of MWI 2022 of the playoffs is going to be.
Vival! Yay!
Yay! Congratulations, Vival! You are still the best jungler, not just in Indonesia anymore, but in Southeast Asia.
Yay! The MVP right here is just so crazy. And Vival, okay, as the best jungler in the Southeast Asia right here, what do you think about this title that you gained?
I'm of course happy, like everybody think of me like that. But yeah, but there's still a long way. I still have to improve a lot, according to me, you see. But yeah, I'm just speechless.
Oh, congratulations, people.
Yeah.
And also like 3 MVP titles earned during this tournament. How do you guys to stay focused after taking a long day in these 4 days to have this kind of a lot of matches happen inside of the down? How do you stay focused?
No.
Anyone?
I thought she was asking FIFA.
Anyone can answer, right? Anyone can answer, right?
Wait. Sorry. Kayak ulang. Yeah.
How to stay focused inside of the land of down? FIFA.
We after every day we have like training and all, right? But after training we have to like get some sleep, enough rest for our next match, like that. Yeah, like that.
Okay, so rest is very important. Balance, right? Balance. But Vival, from you as the MVP of MWI, do you have any messages for all the ladies in the esports industry out there?
Don't give up. This is just the first official Mountain Ladies Tournament. There's still more in the future, especially other ladies tournaments out there. Don't give up. Keep on trying. The journey is still long. It's still a long journey. So yeah, you guys can improve more. And yeah, don't give up. Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, congratulations once again, Bigetron Era. This is our champion of MWI 2022, and you did a very good job for this tournament. Bye-bye. Thank you.
And that has been it, ang ating unang kampiyon for the first ever Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's Invitational 2022 is none other than Bigetron Era of Indonesia.
Yes!
Grabe yung team na to, sobrang dami nilang pinatunayan. Maramdam naman din sa kanilang mga mukha kanina na masaya sila. And ako din, masaya para sa kanila dahil isa sila sa mga pwede maging inspirasyon sa mga susunod na female pro players ng Mobile Legends.
Maraming ibang mai-inspire and at the same time,
we can talk about Bruno. Saktong-sakto yung pinakitang performance ng Bigatron era.
Oo nga, no?
Ako actually, napakaganda yung pagkapasok nila sa Bigatron Esports na ngayon, bagong banner, di ba? So, fresh start. Kaya nga kanina, Chantel, nakita natin na nag-flash sila ng laptop nila na merong sky background, which means new era nga.
Kumbaga, yung era kasi na to, ito yung panimula. So, sinabi kanina ni Vival, our MVP, by the way, congratulations as well sa Vival at sa lahat mga players ng Bigatron era. It is them proving na ilan nila ngayon. Kung titignan nyo yung kanilang website as well for Bigatron, napakatagal na nila. They're also claiming that they are the best female team and they prove it dito sa ating tournament. And speaking of,
meron tayong free Elite Skin promo na available for today at available din siya for February 5 to February 6. So don't miss out. Free exclusive supplies on the weekend.
And speaking of free Elite Skin promo, para naging free din sa mga viewers natin na makita yung galing ng ating mga players. Actually, tinitingnan ko yung comment section na nagugulat sila, kumbaga na meron palang mga madaming female players.
Yeah, actually, you know what else is surprising? Etong aspirant skin, nagpapalakas talaga ito, guys. Yung skin, honestly, ako masasabi ko yan, nagpapalakas ang skin. And you can get the first anime team skins available right now. Available now, pero limited time lang. Kaya do check it out sa MLBB. You can actually top up diamonds right now kasi nga meron silang event. You can get extra 2 free tickets.
And don't forget to share your thoughts with us as well dito sa MWI 2022. And you could actually win a Forza People's Dance. So ano pang inaantay nyo? Check out the link below, oneesports.gg/MWI-win.
Yan na nga, gaya na binanggit natin. Ang dami emotions actually. Yung boses ko medyo pawala na din. But speaking of pawala, parang chill pa rin tayo ngayong araw eh.
Kailangan mag-chill.
Oo, napakainit actually ng mga laban natin kanina, pero never natin dapat talaga kalimutan na maging chill pa rin tayo. Parang motor na naka-Petron Sprint 40. Kalmaki na ang motor mo with Petron Sprint 40 dahil it controls heat, protects the engine, sustains power, and provides a smooth ride with TCS formula. So don't forget to follow and share Petron Sprint 40's official Instagram and Facebook pages for more updates. Para laging chill mode sa road, use Petron Sprint 40.
Parang buong 4 na araw naging combination ng chill and intensity para sa mga ating teams, and mamimiss ko kayo.
Mamimiss ko kayo.
Ayan tayo eh. Puro babae caster para medyo magiging emotional tayo. But again, remember, this might be the end of the MWI 2022, but this is just the start of greater heights para sa mga kababaihan sa larangan ng Mobile Legends, and this is the patunay. This is the patunay.
Yes,
This is the patunay na mga kababaihan ay hindi nalilimit ang kanilang mga kakayahan at kayang-kaya nilang ipakita sa buong mundo at sa lahat ng nanonood na kayang-kaya nating gawin ang kayang gawin ng ibang mga tao. Sa mga nanonood dyan, sa mga babae na nanonood ngayon, this is it. It is our time to #be in control and to #raise ourselves because we are the queens. At ito, again, ang ating MWI 2022. Ate mo, Chantel, Athena, Brigida, Burger King, on behalf of the whole production staff, Grind Sky Media, ito ang MWI 2022, and this is giving you the #InControl.